All right. Hello and welcome. This is the Portland Sector Qualifier. We are live. My name is Victor. I'm from the Nordic Takedown, and with me from the Bottom Network, we've got Jeff Creasy. Hello, my friend.
Hello. How are you doing this fine morning/evening?
Well, I mean, for me, it's an evening. Obviously, we have a storm outside. It's a named storm, so It's a big one. Yeah, but I'm warm and cozy here in my room, ready to get some Star Wars action going.
Yeah, I'm excited. Should be a good day. This is we've had some PQs, but this is going to be the first really big major tournament we've had since the Force Throw ban. So I'm really curious how the meta is going to shake down. How many people were playing what they think were the best decks at their PQs versus, that there's been some unreliability in that meta of just PQs. So I'm really excited to see what decks float to the top here today.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, this is the first actual big tournament of set one, if you're not counting like the the day 2 tournament at Galactics, but it's certainly the first tournament where everyone the top players are actually attending, so it's going to be really interesting to see what the meta looks like here.
Yeah, definitely. And for anyone trying to follow along on Melee, the tournament is in round 1 right now. It would not be a round 1 stream if we weren't trying to figure out camera issues. So we're working on getting that to you guys as quick as we can. They have not started yet, so you're not missing gameplay. We're trying to do some quick troubleshooting. I am starting to see a video feed a little bit now. Or we may be, so we may be getting there shortly. So just letting you guys know you're not missing gameplay right now, and we're troubleshooting the camera. But yeah, what decks are you excited about, Victor?
Yeah, I don't think we're going to get too many unknowns. Obviously, you're a Bothan, so you would know if there's a Bothan deck showing up here.
I do, no. You are correct.
But I bet if that is the case, we should see that maybe already in the first round, because first table where we're going to watch, I think, is going to be Frank, your teammate.
Yes, absolutely.
And I mean, I love Frank, so
apparently, and a huge shout out on that for Courtney, Frank's wife. It's her birthday today, so happy birthday, Courtney.
Yeah, happy birthday.
The wants to be herself.
Yeah, it's going to be great to see if there is a Bothan deck, or maybe you could spoil us already.
Well, I believe Frank is on Kylo Tarkintown, which has been a Bothan deck.
Oh, all right.
It still is, and I think it's gonna have the same question of at least some percentage of the field, which is what happens when you play a Force Throw deck that just doesn't get to play Force Throw anymore? How much worse does it make the deck? How do some of the matchups go? And I think we're going to see a little bit of that. I wouldn't be surprised. We could still see some things like Hantu Blue. Yeah. But I think there's going to be a lot more. The new player that I really expect to see that was completely absent in the Force Throw meta is Han 1.
Yeah.
Because that deck always struggled into discard. And every good deck playing Force Throw was just so brutal for Han 1. So I think a lot of people might be doing that. And it's also an easier way to turn on Anakin unit to be able to put villainy cards in your discard if you're on Han 1 Blue.
Probably the
also Han 1 Green has a lot of really good tools. I think green's probably going to be the main color we'll see out of it.
Yeah. Like that's really what I think. That's the only major player that I'm expecting to show up. Otherwise, I think we're going to see many of the same decks. I wasn't expecting maybe Kylo Tarkintown to be such a big player, but I do think like Kylo DV, well, both of the green versions of Kylo, I think, didn't get that neutered by this. They didn't play Force Throw.
They didn't. But for them, it's a lot about how they play into the decks that are in the meta. I feel like that's the thing. There's always going to be a lot of soft control variants out there. So the question is, which soft control variant is best into the meta? We saw a rise of Iden and Data Vault during the Force Throw meta because that deck specifically had these little tiny advantages that lined up so well into Hantu Blue, into Blue Hero, Blue Red Hero in general of all the flavors. So it could be Kylo Datavolt that comes to the top. It could be people going back to Kira. I think there's a decent amount of Palpatine around. So I think there could be different flavors of control could rise to the top in this meta based on what they're expecting to play against.
I think more interesting than maybe what will show up is what won't show up. Which of the force throw decks do you think were the hardest hit by this? Because I'm suspecting Quinlan might not be a big player anymore.
It could be. I think Quinlan is still okay, but it's more of a meta call now. It basically, I think with a lot of these decks, the very obvious replacement is what happens if you take Force Throw and make it Daring Raid. You know, and for Quinlan in particular, a lot of that comes down to how many decks care about taking 2 damage, because there were some Quinlan matchups where Han unit was really bad in the matchup, but force throwing yourself to discard a Han unit was really good. And some matchups where you really needed the discard. So do those outweigh the amount of, for example, the Weenie Cad, the 1-drop Cad deck? If that comes around, Daring Raid's great into that. You can still kill all of their guys. So I do agree that I would expect Quinlan to see a drop. And then the other one is the Blue-Red Villain. I think that I don't think we're going to see as much of that. Yeah, like Talzin specifically. Force Lightning is still very good. Yeah. But I think Talzin specifically really relied on Force Throw as one of their major tools for helping keep the board clear. And also, that was a deck that kind of preyed on Han2 Blue, and I don't think we're going to see as much of that either.
Definitely not as much, but I think it's still pretty prevalent. I do think a lot of people have been able to adjust Han2 Blue, and it's still doing so many broken things. And if you're looking at deck. Yeah, and if you're looking at like what cards, a lot of the decks that used to be blue-red heroic, I think Han2 Blue is the one that still gets to do the most broken things. Anakin can as well, though.
I think both of those are good, but I think the difference is in the pre-Force Throw ban, when you were going to a major turn, like everyone that went to the most recent Galactic Championship either said, I'm playing Han2 Blue, or this is my plan when I play against it. Now it's a completely valid strategy to say, I'm just going to dodge it. We see here on the meta share, it's not in the top 5 decks. It's a fringe player at this point. So I think it's totally, I don't think you want to bring a deck and say, I'm bringing this because it has a good Han2 matchup. I think it's more important to look at these. None of these top, I would say none of the top 4 decks are a big surprise to me. We've got our Boba, Sabine, Cad, and Han 1. I think all of those are pretty expected. There are some brave souls playing Vader, where the question is, how much hate did everyone pack for Vader? Did everyone forget it exists? And when you know Boba Datavolt's a big player, then it's hard to forget about Vader. It kind of gets hit
it's the
by accident.
Same tools. And also, if Han 1 green is being much more of a player, that of course is also at least able to go very heavily into space and be super fast. So I don't think anyone can go through the Swiss rounds here and make it to day 2 without having answers for space. I don't think.
Yeah, definitely.
So yeah. So Frank, you said he was on the Kylo Tarkington deck, but is that sort of the consensus within the Bosons now, that you actually think that deck still makes it, or is it just Frank being lazy?
I would say there's not a big consensus right now, but also there wasn't as big of a team coming together like we had for Galactics. There were a lot of people like myself, for instance. I knew I wasn't going to be able to make it to Portland, so basically everyone on the team that couldn't make it to Portland, there's not much reason to play a lot if you're not going to a PQ or not going to Portland. So I've been kind of more relegated to a support role, where I'll answer questions if a team member asks them, but I wasn't testing for a big event, so we didn't have the same level of coming together. It was really just a few people kind of working on their decks and sharing that with the team. So it was There were a few options. It was definitely not a consensus to say, oh, we think Kylo is far and away the best deck. It was a much more of a discussion of what do we think the top decks are going to be, what plays well into them, good bad matchups. Do we think people are still going to be gunning for Kylo? I would assume that people are not going to be gunning for Kylo as much. So might be able to sneak under the radar a bit.
So obviously, with this just being a sector and not a regional, are we expecting? Well, I know for the two largest teams in the US, only 4 players are attending from each. So from KTOD / Secret, I guess, because they are now the same tournament team, I think. And they've got 4 players in the field today. They've got Alex, they've got Justin, Bobby Sapphire, and Sunny D. And then you guys are also only fielding 4 players with Frank, Ian, Lego Pizza, and Reflex and Crispy.
Yes.
And I think, like with McClunky being so heavily skewed towards the East Coast, are they even represented?
I'm not sure. It was really hard. I mean, this topic has been covered a lot, but there was really not a lot of warning for this event coming around. So for me, it actually would have been much cheaper for me to go to this than to Philly. But by the time it was announced, I already had plans and friends flying into town, and we did a whole thing last night. So yeah, I just couldn't make it to this, and I know for a lot of people they looked at the prices with that little warning, or they looked at that. It was kind of tough. So, McClunky said in chat they have 4 players as well.
Oh, nice.
So McClunky is represented. That's good. That's good for them. I'm excited to see how the McClunky guys do.
Yeah, always. So we do have some kind of image from the table, and there's still no movement. So we are still waiting for players to actually sit down and get ready to play.
Yeah, the video's making a little bit of progress.
Yep. So how big is the field today? Let me check. We've got 400. Well, let me see. Can I find the numbers here somewhere? Do you know how many players there are? 478 players, according to Melee, for the tournament.
That's not bad. That's a solid turnout. I'm excited by that because I know the West Coast gets a lot less love in general than the East Coast. So I'm excited that people are turning out for the West Coast events, even with a little bit less warning.
All right, so we might be able to get to have a look at the price wall and also some other prices. So what you see on the screen now are the price wall cards that you can get for your tickets. We've got all the double aspect events from the set 1, and those look absolutely gorgeous. But with rotation, they are a little bit late to the party, aren't they?
A little bit, but I think that the expectation is that there will eventually be maybe more support for a non-rotating format, and you can also play these in Twin Suns, and they're also just collector pieces. Yeah. I mean, you see things like the showcase of Boba 1 from set 1. He got banned, and the showcase is still not super cheap just because it's a really cool character that people like. You can still play it in Twin Suns, and the same thing that, there's a chance that there will be some format where he's legal in eventually.
Legal,
and then these cards are on the prize wall in non-foil, and they're also in event packs in foil, and that's where, based on how you do, if you get top 256, then you get some amount of packs, and the packs keep going up from there. And then, Mark F in chat makes a good point. A lot of these could get reprinted as well. It wouldn't surprise me if we see things like the double aspect events, the Vigilance, Cunning, Command. Yeah. If those cards see a reprint, they're not overly powerful. So.
Yeah, they're very powerful, but they also like staples of an archetype, or sort of
exactly
a way to play that really needs some broken things to be viable. So maybe that's those are prime targets for that.
And especially this is just a guess on my part, but especially since they've started, we saw a spoiler for a double aspect leader. They may be wanting to try to get more people to play these double aspects. So that's another thing that made me think maybe we'll see a reprint of either these cards or similar versions of these cards.
Yeah, for sure. So what do you expect to be like the chase card from this wall or event pack set?
That's a good question. It's hard to say. I think it's going to be variable because it really, a lot of it I think is going to depend on what deck or decks kind of come to the surface later when the next set comes out. But I mean, just looking, there are some really cool ones. Like I think the Poe Dameron looks really cool.
Yep.
The Darth Vader and the Maul unit both look really cool. If Space Aggro is there, there's always possibilities for Victor Leader.
Yep. Ahsoka Tano's been really good in some decks as well, and that is such a great art. So with that combination of the art and the actual usability of the card,
I could see that one as well.
Yeah, certainly. And of course, like we talked about the double aspect ones. So, and also Planetary Bombardment. That's a card that is also like a legendary. It's usually like a finisher kind of card that might stick around for one more rotation. So that could be a chase card maybe. And also beautiful art on that one.
Yeah, and on the Wrecker as well. A lot of these cards are kind of meta dependent. Like Wrecker really only sees play in Sabine right now. Planetary Bombardment only currently in Boba. That we see as a big player. It does see there's Piet Red that was kind of on the rise for a bit.
And I've seen people play it in CAD as well, CAD Tarkin Town.
Oh, interesting. I haven't seen that, but I could see it, especially as potentially a sideboard card for certain matchups where you just need to get some extra damage in. That's really interesting. But yeah, some of these that only see in a couple of decks, like Aura Sing is actually really good in CAD. So that's another one that there are a lot of cards in here that the art is really cool, and they're currently in only one or two decks. So I'm curious how those kind of settle out, those cards.
Also, the General's Blade, that art on for the event pack ones is just gorgeous, and it's such a strong card, at least until rotation with all the Jedi. There's so many possible archetypes for it. That is a card that could make it into more decks, I think.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, we saw a huge surge of Jedi in Legends of the Force, obviously, and that's also an archetype that you would expect them to keep reprinting. I mean, Jedi are pretty prevalent in most facets of Star Wars, so it wouldn't surprise me if we see any given set could make General's Blade have a comeback.
For sure. Now, outside, so let's talk a little bit about what the price structure is. So there's the price wall, obviously, and then there's also you have these price packs with random cards. We just got a call that we might be having this game starting a little bit, so we're just keeping an eye out for that. But as I was saying, we've got a price wall, so you get tickets. Do we know anything about how much tickets you get, and if you're playing in the main event?
I do not see that. I don't see the tickets listed on here. But there are some really interesting things in this prizing. So for the first time, we're seeing uncut sheets. So top 64 are all going to get an uncut sheet. And anyone who hasn't seen those before, basically, like when all these cards are printed, they're printed in large sheets, and then they get cut up into their specific size. That's just how every TCG gets printed. And a lot of other games have done this before. I actually have them from multiple games where you can have it's basically a very large oversized poster that is all of the cards but not cut up in this big sheet. You can frame it and hang it up. They're collector's items that you can sell. It's a really cool thing that I'm glad Star Wars Unlimited is getting into. It's just it's a really cool collector's piece to have, and I really like that as prizing to have uncut sheets.
if I understand it correctly, everyone in that makes day 2 gets one, right?
Everyone that's top 64, and is what the prizing says. So top 256 get 2 event packs, and then top 64 get 3 event packs, an uncut sheet, 6 booster packs, and then the prizing goes up from there. But everyone 64 and up gets an uncut sheet.
Yeah, and that is such a staple of TCG pricing.
Oh, definitely.
So obviously a really cool thing. Going into this event, obviously people have been talking a lot about the points, grinding points, and how to get the points to get to Galactics. So what's on the line points-wise? Winning a sector will garner you, how many points is that? 400, right? It doesn't say in the pricing here, and I can't really remember.
I can't remember exactly how many points it was for winning. I thought it was 200, but I could be wrong.
Oh, maybe I could be messing up with the regionals here. So maybe it's 200 for a sector.
Either way, it's definitely enough where top 8 all get a guaranteed buy or a guaranteed invite to Galactics.
Yeah, but then if you want to have the ticket paid, like your flight paid, like us Europeans, we really need to get in that top 32 to make it a little bit easier to get there. But for you Americans, obviously, it's a little bit easier maybe to get to Vegas. So
yeah, definitely.
100 points may be enough then. Are people grinding points in PQs trying to get in that top 32?
Definitely some people are. I think it's mostly more so people on the East Coast, but I know some people around me that are climbing up the leaderboard pretty well. But yeah, a lot of it depends on how much you can, how much you get to travel. And yeah, so I found the point breakdown. So the winner gets 250 points, second place gets 200, top 4 150, top 8 100. Top 16, 50, top 32, 25, and top 64 get 15. So top 64 of a sector get you the same amount of points as top 8 at a PQ.
Yeah. So it's still a really good boost to your point salad to get to win this. But even I like the idea that there's not that big a difference between the top 4. It's just 50 points difference between them, and I think that's fair. Winning gives you 50 more than being in the finalist, and then another 50 for making it to the final from just making it top 4. That's fair.
Yeah, and in my opinion, I think that top cutting an event, and in an event like this, you could say top 64 even, is a very high expression of skill. I think that once you get into a top 8 and you get into a knockout tournament style, then there's a lot more luck involved. It can be luck of the draw. Did you draw well in the 2 to 3 games that you get, but also just matchup luck. Like who happened to be 8th seed when you were 1 seed, or whatever it is. There's a lot more bracket luck and matchup luck. So I really like the rewarding of top 8, rewarding a consistent run of Swiss play as opposed to rewarding spiking a single event or doing really well one time, or getting good bracket luck in a single event.
Yeah. I'm looking at the info I've got from Ian Lego Pizza about the team that the Boston Network team that is currently in Portland, and all 3 out of the 4 are already above the 100 points mark, where they already have that invitation. Only Crispy is still struggling to get it, but struggling. He's at 60 points. He's going to get there. Definitely. Obviously. But for the KTOD team, they also sent us some pre-info. Only Bobby Sapphire is already at above 100 points. But he was struggling last. He didn't actually get the bye last time. I
think last time, I think he had 3 or 4 second places.
Yeah. He was the eternal second place. So he would have had the right amount of points, I think. He just didn't have points back then. So, yeah.
Looks like we're getting into some gameplay footage here.
We might have a game on our hands. They are actually playing already, it looks like. So
So you guys should be seeing gameplay shortly, aka
Maybe
nowish.
you do now. Yeah, I hope you do. Unfortunately, we are not saying it, so it's a little bit hard to commentate on. There we go. So it looks like we have Frank on the right side there, and he has a board. And then we have who is on the other side? I don't not have a name attached to that player, but
We don't know the name of the opponent because we're still working on getting the melee stuff up and running as well. But we know Frank Myers is the Kylo Tarkentown on the right side of your screen up against a Han 1 green. And we see Force Lightning taking out a Falcon with a pilot. So 11 damage to 0. We're trying to catch up to this just as you are. Looks like they're on 5 resources right now. And Han 1 got in some early damage, but doesn't have a board presence right now.
So the melee name of the Han 1 player is Meltao, I think. Don't know that guy. Or maybe I do, but I just don't know his melee name.
Mm-hmm. And so we see some Kylo action going. Frank with the loot action. Han 1 gonna flip this turn.
Yep. He's at 5 resources, but he just decided he activated Han there. Yeah. So there we are.
I'm not sure why he put the. Okay, now it's untapped. Yeah, it looks like Frank prioritizing keeping the board clear.
It makes sense, I guess.
Well, it also leaves this Han open to power the dark side. So now Meltel is going to have to think about that. He doesn't have that protection anymore. He's going to have 4 resources, so we could play another unit potentially, but looks like he might be looking for a tech. Yeah,
damage is still just going to Frank's base though. He's 15 damage on base there, and I mean, is he going to be able to stabilize in time here?
I think this turn is going to be the key. This turn is going to be the most important turn in the game so far. Where Han is going to Meltel is going to have to attack with Han if he wants to get back up to that 7 resource mark that Han 1 loves so much. And Frank has initiative, so does he have something to kill Han here? Does he have to settle for trying to kill Tech? Is Han going to be able to get up to 7 and then utilize it? If Han gets a big board advantage this turn, it could be too much. And then also in a turn or two, we're going to have to see if this Han is potentially main decking something like Bamboozle. Does he have Confiscates in? So a lot of questions, I think, over the next couple of turns that are going to get answered.
Yeah, and I mean, he didn't get to play any 7 cost on that last turn when he was at 7. He sold for attack. That signals to me that he's sort of struggling with his cards. He doesn't have the hand he wants to.
Well, he started that turn with a piloted Millennium Falcon out, so he had to pay 1 resource for the Falcon, so he wasn't going to be able to play a 7-drop last turn anyway.
Oh, of course, because he didn't.
That was the part that we knew. Like, we came in the middle of that turn, but he had the old Falcon already out.
Yeah, and he couldn't have used the Han ability because he's got 2 cards in hand still. So, of course, so tech there might not be a bad option for him, just to get a little bit more options of what to play. But Frank reasonably takes it out there.
Yeah, so he didn't have anything to deal with the Han, except now we could see a power of the dark side. He still had Tarkentown up this late in the game, which is interesting.
Now those are 2.
Oh, Migs Mayfield, interesting.
He's used Tarkentown already, and Tarkentown can't touch Han anyway.
Yes.
So he needs to get rid of Han because he's on 21 here.
He needs to get rid of both Hans. Yeah. He can. He is on 6 resources, so he could claim and immediately flip Kylo to have a Sentinel.
That would work. Yeah.
Big Han is a big problem for that though, because if Meltau can do anything to get enough damage on Kylo where the Han attack kills him, then you just still have that giant Han sitting there, and we don't know what's in the discard pile for Frank, so we don't know if he even has the resources ready for this big flip turn. Yeah, he has the claim here if he can't kill both units, which would be really hard to do with a low amount of resources remaining.
Right, and we haven't seen we haven't seen him use Kylo ability, so we don't know whether or not he's got anything interesting in that discard pile.
Yeah, we know he's got a heroic resolve. That's the only one we know about.
Yeah, and that's not really the card he needs here.
No, definitely not. He needs to get Kylo. He needs to get his Kylo leader above the 7 HP threshold. So it starts with 5. So he wants a +3 health saber or something to that effect. So that he doesn't just immediately die to the Han unit attack.
And that is not that. He is...
Well, this does give the Witch of the Mist Sentinel. So what this does is, so now Witch has Sentinel, and if Meltau kills the Witch, then Frank can flip his Kylo and replay the saber onto Kylo to get it outside of the range of Han.
That's actually really cool. Yeah.
Yeah, it's a really cool play by Frank.
Yeah, very good. So 5 resources for...
Oh, this is so
another
good.
Han.
Yeah, Pilot Han comes to ambush. Yeah.
Oh, yep. That is not what Frank wanted to see here. Because that means that Leader Han is going to be up still.
Yes.
Even after attacks.
So what it looks like we're leaning towards is what Frank... The best case scenario for Frank here is that Meltau has to swing in his Han leader, and then Frank would have to attack Han unit. Oh, the bamboozle. Oh. That's the game, I think.
Yeah, that should be game. Because he
Unless
can kill
Frank
it
has
with
something for his one resource here.
Oh, he does.
That's not enough. Because the Han unit still kills Kylo, and then Frank dies. So it looks like Frank's going to lose game 1 here. It all came down to right after the flip turn when when Frank couldn't kill the Han leader, and then Meltau had the Han unit as follow-up.
Yep.
And then
sure. And also, obviously, the speed of Han Green, it is such a fast deck. He was already on 11 damage on Frank's base when we got into the game.
Yeah.
So there is so much damage racking up in those early turns.
Yeah, absolutely.
So yeah, but interesting choice to go with a pilot on the Falcon. Was that Chewie maybe?
It was probably Chewie, and because that saves you still from Power of the Dark Side, and your only big hit there is the Force Lightning, which Frank had. I didn't see the pilot, so I'm not 100% sure, but I would guess it was a Chewie pilot.
Yeah, because it seems really risky to play any other pilot on it, like if you play Han pilot or something.
Yeah, definitely. And then I'm curious here what we'll see. So we did see the Bamboozle main deck, which was really good. It stopped everything Frank was trying to do there. So the question is going to be, how many is he running? Does he have more in the sideboard? I think the more common Han 1 green list now runs either 1 or 2 Bamboozles main, and then 1 or 2 Confiscates in the side. Confiscate isn't as good, because against Kylo, you're only going to hit a single upgrade, whereas Bamboozle hits all of them, and you kind of have to play around the Bamboozle a lot differently than you play around a Confiscate.
Yeah, and also, in a way, Bamboozle bounces to hand, which is not really where Kylo wants the upgrades to go.
Yeah. Well, the key way to play around Bamboozle with Kylo is let's say you're at 7 resources, then instead of flipping Kylo and saying, I'm going to get 2 lightsabers and a 1-cost upgrade, you say, I'm going to get 1 lightsaber and a 1-cost upgrade. And if they bamboozle you, say, okay, I have 3 resources left. I can just replay the lightsaber.
Yeah. That sounds like a good line. So what do we expect Frank to bring in here from the sideboard?
That is a really good question. I think there's not consensus now on exactly what the best starting main deck is versus sideboard. There's not consensus on how good discard is anymore. Is Pillage still a good card when you don't have Force Throw? We're not 100% sure. But if he has more discard, he's going to bring it in against Han 1, because that's something that Han has been historically weak to. If you kill their tech, then they're very weak to discard. And then some more disruption potentially. If he has any confiscates, he might bring those in, since he saw both Chewie and Han pilot. So there's a lot of options that he could bring in. But We don't have the deck list in front of us.
No. What is the general strategy against space decks for this version of the Kylo Red?
I mean, it's still pretty similar. Kylo has a lot of tools to just kill all the units. It was mainly designed to keep Blue-Red Hero off the Force, but those tools also transition well to keeping any space deck out of space. So you still have your Migs Mayfield into Tarkin Town. So for instance, if Han 1 tries to go turn 1 Millennium Falcon and Frank just goes Mig cycle Tarkin Town, then that's a huge blowout for Han. So I think the first couple of turns are usually pretty important to see if Kylo can have a good start. And without Force throws, that is obviously a weakness to the deck, but it's easier to just play Daring Raid into Tarkin Town now against space decks.
Yeah, because you lost one of the openings you were looking for with the first turn Force throw, but Daring Raid doesn't even need setup. You can just play it.
Exactly.
So any one drop could work now, right?
Or honestly, in a lot of matchups, you could just keep a Daring Raid. Previously you were always looking for two things. In the before times when there was Force throw, you were looking for either Migs Mayfield or Witch of the Mist plus Force throw.
Yeah,
now,
exactly.
You're looking for in this matchup. Let's say your only goal is to kill a turn 1 Falcon. I'm not saying that's the correct play. Let's just say that's what's in Frank's head. If Frank says I want to kill turn 1 Falcon, then he can say, okay, I can keep any hand with Migs or any hand with just Daring Raid, and he can just pass turn 1, or he can cycle with Kylo turn 1 if he has the Daring Raid to see if Meltau is going to play the Falcon and let him Daring Raid kill it.
Yeah. So like I said a little bit earlier, Frank has his 100 points already. He's at 140 points. So he did take down the Gen Con Masters in mobile, and he did that with the Kylo deck, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
So that was, I believe, right after Galactics, before the Force throw ban. So that was he and Crispy were both, I believe they were both on the Rey version that used the heroic Rey unit, where when you draw her, you get to deal 2 damage to a unit in a base. It was a very high rolly version of Kylo that was really fun to play when it worked.
I bet. So, I mean, he's been playing this deck more or less since Galactics, and obviously preparing and everything. So he knows the deck.
Yeah.
Otherwise, Frank is mostly known for playing Sabine. How big a difference do you feel that it is? Like, he's stuck with it. How many of the buttons that were on this deck have changed deck now?
There was, I mean, obviously when you announce such a major shakeup to the format, where you say, hey, we're taking, we'll say 5 of the top 7 decks and removing the best card from all of them, that's a really massive meta shakeup. So there was a lot of, it wasn't so much sticking with the deck. There was a lot of, it was a multi-tiered process. It was like, okay, what do we think the best decks are now? What do we think everyone else thinks the best decks are going to be? What do we think the best decks are? And then you combine those into, okay, how do we play what we think beats what other people think the best decks are?
Right.
And so there's a lot of play. There's a lot of, oh, is Quinlan still good? We talked about, we expected it to see a dip in representation, but okay, is it still good? Is Kylo still good? Are all of these Force decks still good, where you just take out Force throw? Are they good enough? What rises at the top? The obvious thought was Han 1. Okay, what color is best with Han 1? Okay, going back to what beats Han 1? So there's a lot of lot of intricacies there.
I would have expected Frank to revert to Sabine. She's been doing really well these last 2 weekends. One of the more represented, as well as one of the more successful decks in the meta these 2 weekends. And obviously, I'm expecting Ian to be on Han 1 green. That's where he sort of carved out a name for himself. But yeah, I don't know. Maybe we shouldn't spoil that here. So we might have some issues with the camera again, as you might have noticed on stream. The table is not there right now. But we just keep talking, and then we'll probably be thrown right into the middle of a game again and see what happens. But we can keep speculating, I suppose. What what do you expect from Meltau to be bringing in against Kylo?
I would expect him to not have anything like an aggrieved parliamentarian or anything that messes with the discard pile, because I don't think that Kylo is a big enough player to warrant sideboard slots.
No. Yeah. I mean, any kind of, like, a lot of decks still do play problematic upgrades, so maybe he's got something like
I would expect the Confiscator to come in. If he's splitting, like, there's a chance there's one Bamboozle main, one in the board. There's a small chance there's two main with a third in the board. What I would expect is that there's two Bamboozles main, none in the board, and one Confiscate in the board, and the one Confiscate comes in. I think that's kind of the quote unquote standard. But we're not sure. Players might want to over under tech for certain things, so it's a possibility that it's a possibility that he has more or less upgrade hate.
Yeah, he could also. I haven't seen it much, but I'm thinking about what people might be teching for. He could have things that messes with sentinels. He could have maybe breaking in or something like that to get around sentinels. That could also be something that comes in.
Yeah.
Potentially.
Could be things to try to go heavier into space. And then the other question is what would Meltau want to bring out? It was really interesting how good Han unit was there. It's usually in this matchup only good in conjunction with Bamboozle. So I would imagine you keep it in because you have that high roll chance of Bamboozle into Bamboozle into Han unit.
We did see a glimpse of gameplay there. It looked like they were on 4 versus 2 damage on base, and not that big. Like, Han had flipped, so not that much damage on base this time. So it would seem then that Frank has been able to mitigate a lot more damage this game.
It seems like the controlling elements have worked a lot better for Frank in game 2, which is a good start. But a lot of this comes down to, can Han kill Kylo immediately on the flip? We saw last time Bamboozle into Han unit, which is kind of what you need to have. Or in some cases, you might even need both Bamboozles. Because if Frank plays around it correctly, we saw in game 1 he played a Saber and then flipped and replayed the Saber. So if he can flip, play a Saber, Bamboozle will be able to replay the Saber. He's still Han insulated. So a lot of that comes down to, does Meltau have all of the cards he needs? Was Frank able to control his hand? Maybe he was able to play a pillage or two, which is what stops you from being able to keep the Bamboozle in hand until the Kylo flip.
We didn't see a Kylo flip at that point, but we did see Han out there for that small glimpse that we got there. But for those of you wondering why we're not showing it, we do have mainly internet access issues, as far as I could tell from the info I got. It with these big convention centers in the US, apparently. Yeah. So with these big convention centers in the US, internet access is an issue. I don't know why that is, because we don't have that problem here in Europe, but apparently it's super expensive to get onto the venue's internet.
So you're kind of beholden to what kind of internet you can get, and then a lot of that can come down to how many other people are on the internet in large conventions. So it really depends on the convention and the space and the internet.
So we do have a stream here again. We see they are up to, let me try and count that. Could that be 7 resources now?
Could be. Right. We saw an Anakin unit that was helping to clean up the board.
Yeah. So that would have been from the turn right after the the Han flip, I expect. So that would mean that we have 6 resources maybe for Frank as well, or possibly it's 7 resources now. Frank had that Anakin out at least, so we can expect that was part of keeping his control element going. It looked like also Han leader unit was out in those clips, and it looked like we had something like 14 damage on Frank's base, maybe. It does come and go here, and it's quite choppy. So that certainly looks like internet issues to me.
Yeah, so I think that the question here is going to be, I see a fallen lightsaber in Frank's graveyard, or in his discard pile. So is he going to be able to flip Kylo and have him not immediately die to some combination of Bamboozle and Han unit?
Yeah. So it does look like we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 maybe tapped resources for Meltdown, and a few open resources there. Oh, they are between rounds. Maybe it looks like he ready.
Yeah, so I think so Frank should be on 7 because he played a 6-cost Anakin next turn. Or he played that last turn.
Yeah.
So that now we see the Anakin cleaning up the board a bit. And so now Frank has a little bit of a health buffer, but not much. He's only got 11 HP remaining.
Yeah.
So the question is Meltdown going to be able to force him to flip before he wants to, or to flip where he would still be vulnerable to things like Bamboozle? Now we see the board is clear.
Yeah, that looked like Han went down.
There's a Power of the Dark Side. So Frank played Power of the Dark Side, and then Meltdown is currently resolving U-Wing reinforcements. So he hit a U-Wing into Kelleran Beck, and now he's going to try to Kelleran Beck into a 3-drop. So yeah, I mean, this is exactly what Meltdown needs to try to refill the board. Anakin's not going to be able to take out Kelleran Beck on his own.
No,
ooh, and Kelleran into Falcon. So
that's really good. And that's 18
really
damage
good.
from Frank's base.
Yeah, so I think Frank is going to have to flip here because he has to flip to stop the Kelleran next turn, and then he's going to have to kill the Falcon too.
Yeah, exactly. And dealing with that Falcon is going to be absolutely key because the Falcon is going to take him to 21 this turn if he can't deal with it already this turn.
Yeah,
which I doubt. It doesn't look like he could, or maybe he can. He's got some open resources. But it looks like Frank is flipping his leader there.
Yeah, that's what I would expect. Oh, and I see the Falcon has died as well.
Oh, really?
So I think that Frank spent 3 resources on a Force Lightning for the Falcon. So the problem is now he's flipping, but only has 1 resource up. So he's going to have to try to get something like, if he can get a Sith Holocron, he can trade his Kylo into the Kelleran Beck. Yep. Which is not what you want to see as Kylo, but it's better than losing the game. So
exactly, yeah. No, and if you look at it like that, it makes so much sense.
Yeah.
No, but yeah, he could probably do that, and I think that is
that does look like a Sith Holocron. So I think that's what he's doing. So it looks like his plan is going to be to try to basically sacrifice his Kylo to keep the board clear, and he's still going to have this Anakin unit out there.
Yep. So he still has some answers if there's something popping up. I wonder if that was the first Falcon that was played, or if it was the second. Because if it's the second, then he's probably a little bit safer. There's nothing just coming from nowhere. But if that's the first Falcon, there can still be some nasty surprises for him there.
Yeah, definitely. And we're still in the danger area for this Han 1 deck, where all of their big top decks, the Kelleran Becks, the Han units, all of those are live off the top.
Yep. And seeing how Frank is on 18 damage on his base, he only has a buffer of 7 there. So there's not a lot. A Falcon will still not do it with just a surprise strike, but it'll get very close.
Yeah, and you make a good point. 7 is a really good buffer because he doesn't have to kill Falcon in one action. He doesn't have to say, "Oh, you played a Falcon, I have to, immediately claim and hope you don't have surprise strike." There's a little bit of buffer there where he can be in a little bit better spot right now.
Yep, certainly. It's really stuck here, so we're just speculating here really on what's going on. but I think as far as sort of a RPG session of a SWU game, we're doing all right. Maybe something happened there. Yeah. We could have had some more damage on Frank's base here, maybe.
And another interesting thing is there are still 2 resources up for Meltau at the time of. Okay, it looks like Frank did get the board cleared, so we got a new screenshot with the board clear. So it looks like Frank's plan did work, where the board is clear, and now it's going to be can Meltau keep the pressure up, or is he going to allow Frank to kind of build up this board? The Anakin is gone too, which is really interesting.
Yeah, he might have had to, or maybe, is there any kind of removal in a Han deck like that would do that? I can't.
Could have been something like a Han unit ambushed in the Han pilot, the 4/5 ambush, because Anakin did already have some damage on him.
Yep, that could be. And that's probably well worth it for the Han player. We do see the Han player having to. He's readied resources there, and that looks like 3, 6. That's 10 resources. Yeah. So he probably has to destroy at least one of those, right?
You would think so. But the other thing is he's live for things like Keller and back into 2 things. Oh, we see the pillage there. So pillage got a bamboozle, but Kylo's already been killed. So bamboozle not as big here. I think those might have been his last 2 cards for Han. Other thing,
he just flipped it over.
Yeah. The other thing that Han is really looking for right now is attack. And that's something that Frank is going to have to be very cognizant of. I would go so far as to say that tech is more dangerous than Falcon right now, even though Frank is at 18. Because tech just unlocks all 10 of those cards in the resource row to be played.
Yeah, certainly. Can you tell what's under that lightsaber there?
That is a Witch of the Mist. So it is currently a 4/6, so it can't. It can one-shot the tech because of the on attack. So if Meltau does have attack, he's going to have to wait. Ooh, is he going to take this to ground? Because it's not going to kill the Witch. I think you leave this in space.
But he is paying. No, he's only paying 3. All right.
Yeah, he's only paying 3. I like this a lot better. You make Frank have to spend a spell, which he does. He plays an event Power of the Dark Side.
That's a shielded.
It is, but the Fallen Lightsaber's on a Force unit, so Frank can still kill this if he wants to.
Oh, he can ping it.
Ping the shield with the on attack. Or he can also go base, especially if he has something else to deal with this, or something, either a Sentinel or something to give the Witch of the Mist Sentinel here, like a. There we go. So we have the constructed saber. Yeah,
Migs does it. So that's perfect.
Notably here with Kylo, you can discard any card. You only draw a card if it's an upgrade, but one of the combos here with Migs is you can say, all right, I'm just going to discard this other unit from my hand with Kylo and kill your unit. He doesn't get to draw a card, but he still gets to discard on command.
Exactly. Then that's exactly what he needed there. Just pinging off the shield with the on attack from the saber, and then killing it with the Kylo Migs combo.
And Meltau does not have a lot of time here to figure this out.
Is that a Kira?
That's a Kira. So what we see, Perilous Position and Secretive Sage here in Frank's hand.
Name Perilous. Obviously, he's going to have to name Perilous, right?
You might name something completely different.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
You could, I think maybe you could name something like a Lam Pike. It's probably unlikely that Frank has one in the row because I think he hasn't resourced in a while. But also, the Kira can get killed by the Witch anyway, so it's not that critical.
Can you tell what that is?
I'm guessing it's a Force unit because it looks shiny and prestige-y.
Very prestige-y. It looks, or maybe it's something from Galactics.
It looks like he paid 10. Oh no, because he paid 4 for the Kira, so he paid 6 for this.
A 6 cost.
Or a 5
that's
maybe?
Prestige. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Yeah,
That's 5.
he paid 5 for it. So he paid a 5 cost. It could...
What's 5 cost in a Han deck?
That is a good question. Because it could be there's Han Pilot and Chewie, but I don't think it's either of those with their other alternate versions.
Oh, could be a Chewie. It's a Chewie.
Said Chewbacca from Galactics.
Chewie. Yeah, okay. It's Chewie from Galactics. That's what it is. And that's a 5/6. So it's a little bit tricky to deal with, but he can sacrifice the Saber unit into it and do 5,
that would only deal 5.
Yeah,
I think he's going to try to Anakin kill it. Yeah, and that's what the so Anakin minus 6 to kill the Chewie.
Perfect.
And then here's the tech. The tech is going to immediately that is what you leave that for sure.
You cannot leave that up, right? Have to take it out.
It's really interesting that he played the tech from hand, so he didn't want he either has plans for the rest of his resources.
Oh yeah.
Because the witch has 6 health.
Yeah, he does. And Frank does get a few shots in there as well. So there's 16 to 18 here. So that's
Frank has lethal on board for next turn. So Meltdown has to do something here. I mean, most of his deck does something so I would be surprised if Frank just wins this turn, but Meltdown can't just say I'm gonna, play a Falcon in space and win next turn or pass or whatever. He has to answer what Frank's put out here.
Yep. Sure does. I don't know what's
counting a lot. Is this going to be a U-wing? Yeah, we see a U-wing. If a U-wing's into Kelleran, into something big, that can be a turning point. But Kelleran, when he comes in, doesn't do anything except refill the board. So he really wants something like a Han unit here.
Yeah, that's probably what he's digging for, because he's got 3 open resources. He could play a Han pilot or a Han. Well, he couldn't play the Han unit, like the big Han.
Yeah, because it's 7. He can get it. He can play just Han unit. He could also, excuse me, if he gets something like a blue leader plus anything else, he can pay the extra resources to move the blue leader to the ground.
Yep.
We see an Enfys nest, so he gets this is going to be big.
Perfect. Yeah, that's perfect.
So he's going to bounce the Witch of the Mist here, which only has 4 power. So Frank no longer has lethal on board, because he can only, including the MIGS trigger for 2 extra damage, Frank can only do 11 here, which would only get Meltdown to 27 on base.
Yep. But he might have an upgrade.
He might, absolutely. and interestingly, this Enfys is only going to get Frank up to 25.
That is
to 24. So
and that is a pillage. Taking out, that looks like an Obi-Wan and
a surprise strike. So the surprise strike would have been lethal next turn. So right now the question is Frank going to play around a pump? I think I like this play from Frank. You don't have the luxury of saying I'm gonna make sure I don't die to surprise strike. I think you just say I'm gonna kill you in 1 action next turn. You top deck the surprise strike, or we're going to game 3. Is basically what Frank is saying right now. Oh, he is killing the Enfys. Okay,
he is. He's taking the safe route here. Going to 20.
So going to 20. Double Witch.
Okay.
We're in the same boat again, where Frank has lethal if Meltdown has nothing, but anything like a Han unit of either variety, pilot or the 7-drop unit, can kill the Anakin
and also
take away Frank's lethal.
With the board being wider and wider, it's going to be harder and harder for him to be in a place where he can't
but there's a fallen saber, which I imagine Frank is still just going to play for 5. So what I would expect here is you just snap attack with Anakin first. And it looks like Meltdown is scooping it up. He doesn't have anything. So we're going to game 3 here.
Interesting. And hopefully we get to see all of the game 3.
Hey, 3rd time's a charm is what I've been told. So I would imagine game 3 we're going to see the whole thing. Because the first two turns in this matchup are very intricate and really interesting to see, where you get to see what does Han play on turn one? Does Han use their ability? Is that unit immediately answered? Does Kylo start with a MiGs, or does Kylo get to use Tarkentown early and keep the damage off? The first two turns in this deck, and then when you get to the 6-7 resource range, those are the two most important, most interesting times in this matchup.
Yeah, for sure. And also, I guess maybe Han sometimes do go for another look at the sideboard, because depending on if they're going first or not. But he doesn't seem to do that here. Frank certainly doesn't. I couldn't expect him to have any difference in his deck for that. Yeah,
not a big difference. It's smaller in this game than in some other ones. Like, as an example, when you watch very high level Magic the Gathering players, it's much more common to say, oh, I want this card when I'm going first and this other card when I'm going second. It's not as big in this game because there's not as big of a discrepancy between going first and second in this game.
Because of the back and forth, you only have one action that is actually before the other player, whereas in most card games you have a whole turn of actions. So
yeah, exactly.
Of course, there's less difference here. Yeah. But sometimes you would see, especially a deck like Han, into some matchups might be interested in having more of a space setup when they're going second. First, and more of a ground setup if he's going second to be able to answer more.
Yeah, it's something that I always think about in this game, but especially with a deck like Han 1, and it's the same way with decks like Darth Vader, where your nominal game plan is to take 2 actions on turn 1. You just assume you don't have initiative on turn 2 either way, and it doesn't matter that much. There are obviously some matchups where that's not the case, but that's kind of a general rule of thumb.
Yep.
Where you say, okay, I'm going to use this I'm going to use this ability, then play a guy, then maybe attack with a guy. So you do what you're going to do, I'm going to do what I'm going to do, and you're going to go first on turn 2.
Right. For sure. So I could not make out those resources there. But he does have
the Han unit, or the Falcon unit,
and a Han behind it.
Oh, and a Han. You're right. Yeah,
that's big Han. Yeah. So he did keep the big Han for a very nasty.
That is really interesting to keep the big Han. I think a lot of times it also may come down to he's only playing 2 of them, and so he doesn't want to get rid of it when he's less likely to draw another one. But it's interesting to keep Han from your opening hand.
That could have been. Was that the big Han he's resource there, though?
It might have been. It's not surprising because it's a big ask to say this is in my opening hand and I'm going to keep it for 7 resources. Because against Kylo, you often don't even want to play it on 7. You want to save it for Bamboozle plus Kylo flip. So I would have been shocked if Meltow's decision was to say I want big Han to keep in hand for the whole game.
Yeah, that's especially since he's only playing with 3 cards after that opening round.
Oh, exactly. Anyway. Yeah, and one pillage and the Han's going to go away anyway. So you really usually need to prioritize things you can play in the more immediate term, and just know that if it even comes up, you're going to want one later. But a lot of cases, you don't have a good window to play Han unit. It's not very important to this matchup unless you have a very set number of things go right.
That looks like Bamboozle in his hand.
It is. Oh, interesting. Yeah, so we see the Chewie Pilot and the Fallen Saber here. So both guys planning to race.
It looks like.
And now the question is going to be, even if Frank has a Force Lightning, it's not going to be able to kill the Falcon next turn without
Frank should be help. That was a Chewie, right?
Yes, so he should be at 9. He's at 9.
He should be 9. Yeah. Oh, he is at 9. Because
he got hit by Falcon. Yeah.
It's just me reading it upside down. All right. Yeah. Is there any world where Kylo can actually race here? Because to me, it seems
not
like
against this. But sometimes you don't have a choice in the early game, because with the Chewie, his power of the dark side doesn't do anything. So wouldn't be surprised if Frank tries to keep initiative going into next turn.
Yeah, he's on 15 here. That is a lot of
so we
damage.
see the pillage here, getting rid of 2 cards. And now another interesting thing is, does Meltow even play? Well, we see 2 more 7 drops go. So there goes the Han and a U-Wing. and then Meltau resupplied.
Yep.
So this is going to be the Han flip turn, maybe into a 7-drop, but we've seen so many 7-drops go away. And this is where Frank needs the Force Lightning for 8 damage here. So he needs to spend all 5 resources on a Force Lightning. Or
of course he's keeping the Falcon. So he needs to get rid of that Falcon now.
The only tool that he has to do it is Force Lightning. He doesn't have one. I think he's digging for one again.
Yeah.
But
that is another 6 damage, 21.
Yeah.
And that's it. If Meltau can just sort of dirtle away here and then flip Han into nothing, he wins.
Yeah, I don't even think he needs to dirtle. I don't know what, because now Frank has to be able to kill Han on the flip and kill Falcon. I don't even think you need to dirtle. You just whatever Meltau does here. I think that 6 damage was kind of the death knell. I'm not sure how Frank can come back from this one.
I mean, the Sage can kill Han on flip.
It can, but if it does, then you just claim an attack with Falcon.
Yeah, that's true.
He has to have. So Migs can do 2 damage to the Falcon, but it has 7 total health. So he has to be able to deal 3 more damage to it before Tarkintown can kill it. So he has to Migs, Daring Raid, and then Tarkintown. That would kill it.
Yep. And all the while, Meltau is just passing, maybe.
But also Frank's already cycled, so he doesn't have a way to discard himself this turn either for that extra 2 damage. I'm guessing he cycled into the Migs.
Yeah.
Either that or he knew that he had to draw the Force Lightning, so he cycled knowing that was his only out.
Maybe. And I don't see... Yeah, he can't get out of this, as far as I know. I think this is over.
He is holding the Han flip hostage right now, but the thing is he can't just claim initiative, because if he does, Han flips and kills him. So he's holding the Han flip hostage, but... what he's doing is he's Tarkintowning as a soft pass.
Yeah.
So he's Tarkintowning with no valid target, saying you have to play something here.
Yeah. And
this is I don't think he has anything now with a
That's
big
another Falcon.
Well, it's another lethal threat in space.
There is no way Frank takes this.
No, Kylo doesn't play any Space Sentinels. He's got the Anakin, but it can't kill Falcon because it has 7 health. So Meltau takes it.
Yep.
Frank trying to see where Force Lightning was, if I had to guess.
yeah. He's digging.
Perilous Position could have bought him a turn as well. That was deep down there. Perilous Position would have actually been really good, because it would have stopped the Falcon from attacking that turn, and then it would have let Anakin kill the Falcon plus Chewie with an extra -6/-6. So Perilous Position would have been another good one. Yep. But that's the thing about Han 1 green. When they go turn 1 Falcon, turn 2 Chewie, even if your deck has answers, you have to draw them, and you only have a couple of turns to do so. So if your answers aren't on the top of the deck, then...
No, and I mean, even like really fast decks that starts game with answers, like Sabine, has to see them.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, even Sabine, if you play against Sabine and they've taken 9 damage by turn 2, then that's Sabine might not be winning that race either. Just any little bit of disruption, and Han 1 can take that too.
As a Sabine player into Han green, you are the control. You are the control. At least most times. If they brick, obviously you might race, but. All right, so that was game 1. We might be going to table 2 if they are still playing. I can have a look if there's something there that I recognize. No, I don't recognize either of those players. We're going to go to a break instead. Table 2 is already finished. So, we are taking a short break here, and then we're coming back in just a short while. I'll be with you for another round, and I don't know, maybe I'll be joined by Late Night Gaming's platform, or maybe someone else will stick around with me here.
Yeah, I think I'm done for a couple of rounds, and I'll be back in a few. So thanks for hanging out, everybody.
Yep, see you in a bit. Welcome back. We are watching the Portland Sector Qualifier. My name is Victor from the Nordic Takedown, and with me for this round, I've got Colorado Cantina Crew's Jordan. Welcome.
Hey, what's up? Happy to be here. Great game so far. Internet is sticking with us so far, so excited for round 2.
Yeah. And also, I've got Late Night Gaming's Tony, or platform. Welcome.
Thank you. Excited to be here.
Yeah, I love casting with you, man. We did that earlier in the spring, I think. So it's gonna be cool to recast. I have never casted with you before, Jordan, but I've seen your work before, and it's been great, man.
Thanks. Yeah, I'm crashing the party because we got one of my teammates, Sharky, here. I wasn't supposed to commentate until next round, so appreciate you guys letting me hop in. Excited to talk about this. I've been working with Sharky all week on this CAD build. He's been playing this since set 2 when it released. He sides a little bit more towards the mid-range side of things, resisting that pressure to go to the weenies as we go here. So I'm excited to see how this match comes up, and it looks like we have a Han 2 variant of some kind. Gotta assume it's Han 2 blue here.
Could be. So for those of you who aren't familiar, Sharky has been on CAD Talking Town for quite a while, and he also just dropped a video with another CAD elder. Together, he and Yoda Killer just released a video on the Hyperspace Cube channel where they talked a bit about CAD things. So that's always fun to watch.
Totally, yeah. They're really diving in deep, and they're having some fun doing it. Carlos is a great friend of the team. We love the Bothan. So yeah, officially we do have Han 2 blue versus Sharky on CAD Tarkentown. We'll find out who the Han 2 player is here, but Andrew sent on Han 2 platform. What are the thoughts? What are the thoughts on the matchup here?
Well, I was just saying, like, this CAD Tarkentown has been taken off and been hot, especially like smaller units being played with it. It's interesting that it's a really good counter to the deck he's playing, Han 2 blue. So, he's going to be able to swarm out and do some major damage right away and put him on a bad spot. And Han 2 is going to have to draw correctly, or he's going to be finding himself down.
Yeah.
So that's where I see it. Victor, take us on.
Yeah, no, I think Han 2 blue, as I was saying when I was talking before this last matchup, I don't think Han 2 blue really got that much worse. It's still a really broken deck, but I think the CAD Talking Town is such a good counter here, being able to control the early board state. So yeah, it's going to be interesting to see what happens here.
Yeah, I mean, the ping Tarkentown is always something that Han is going to struggle with based on Han's ability. I think Sharky does feel comfortable here. What's really going to be key as we start this game off is that first couple turn sequence. Does Sharky need to use Tarkentown on turn 1? What happens with that opening play on the Han side? There really aren't that many great options to start this game off for Han, but conversely, as you get late, man, there aren't that many good options for Sharky to deal with a Crate Dragon or a second Crate Dragon or Victor, even a third Crate Dragon. So we're going to see Sharky really try to dominate this mid game here. And I got to say, just from a preparation perspective, I play a lot of Han 2 blue. Our team does as well. Kyle Kraft has been playing it all set long. So Sharky has a ton of reps into it. I know he feels comfortable, but we have to see how it plays out here in game 1.
Yeah, I mean, this must be a matchup both of them have prepared for. There's no chance that they haven't trained this. Right.
I think a key play maybe they got to watch out for here is I don't think Bane wants to see Key Monday being played early. If he can avoid that play, I think Bane's got a bigger advantage.
Yeah, and it's interesting to see like if Kiadi or that 4 health unit gets cheated out or played straight up, because the pings really do play a big factor here. So we'll see who ends up with initiative here. Got Sharky rolling a 9 and Andrew following up with a 8. Shark is going to give Han the choice here.
Just, Jordan, how do you feel about opening Grogu into the 1-drop Kyle?
That's a great question.
Yeah,
Okay.
so Sharky's actually playing a little bit of a more hardy build. He's not playing Cad Weenies. It's more traditional. Grogu is a solid opening, I think. It does slow the game down, which is in Han's favor. But I think your best option is probably Secretive Sage. That's what Han's looking for here. And the question is, do you pass? And because I know Sharky's not going to pass in response, most likely. He really does want to get a unit on the board here. So, hey, let's kick it off. Let's see what happens here.
I mean, Sharky's game is got to pressure. Jordan.
Sharky
And
just
Sharky
going for
starts off with an Aura Sing, and I believe that is the convention exclusive Aura Sing that Sharky opened up earlier this morning. We have Han following up with the Secretive Sage. So really great start for both of these players here.
Best unit though. Aura Sing is probably one of the best units in the game to start with.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. But Han did get the Sage, so he is a little bit insulated here from the ping.
Mm-hmm. Sharky tapping 3 to drop a Boba. That's going to ping the shield off the Sage. Again, leaving him a little vulnerable.
Start for Sharky.
Yeah, Sharky has a good tempo here. He does take to base, I assume. No,
he's going into Aura Sing here.
Yeah.
I think that Andrew on Han is trying to bait that Tarkin Town. The question is, will Sharky go for it? He doesn't. He decides to push damage 3 to base. Following
that is a red 5. Yeah, red 5 is really good here.
Jordan, you said he doesn't want to go to late game.
No. Yeah. So they are untapping here, and we're going into the 3rd round.
Yep. 4 resources, and the question is for CAD players, do they have Forlom? The answer is usually yes. So we'll see how this turn plays out. Sharky continues to push, going 3 more to base with Aura, taking Andrew to 6 damage total.
What's the card on the right space?
That's a red 5.
Okay, it's kind of shiny off. I can't tell.
And he just got his Sentinel out there, slowing things down a little bit with a really timely turret there.
And that's a good thing for Tarkin Town, right? That's a perfect Tarkin Town target.
Sure is.
And we have Sharky following up with Forlom here.
Which will be able to do a lot of damage on that turret.
The question is he ambushing? He's not ambushing. He's just putting the ping down. The ping goes to red 5 here. Interesting play here, but I think he wants to try to sequence the damage to turret a little bit more delicately.
All right. So he is Tarkin Towning the red 5 in space there instead. I guess he didn't have any good answers to it.
Yeah, I mean, you can't let that pick away at things, especially when you're trying to really play a ground focused attack. We go to resource 5 here, and this is where the rubber hits the road, right, platform?
You bet. This is where things get interesting.
Han's gonna flip. Cad needs to survive until his flip.
Yep. And Cad doesn't usually have much other than not Fulham, the other guy. Slips my mind.
Zuckus
on 5. Is there any other good 5-drops he's playing?
No, but most likely Sharky has it here because he didn't. It's Bosk. It's Bosk coming in.
Bosk is very good.
A lot of times when you play Forlom without the ping, you're trying to protect him for the Bosk for the Zuckus follow up. But I think Bosk is a great play as well because he needs to die with the amount of events that Sharky plays. That 2 ping or even more sometimes with CAD pings could be just incredibly brutal.
Okay, there we go. Now he's got the correct damage. 3 on turret.
And now Churret pushes into base, taking Sharky to 8, and Boba Fett goes in and takes out Churret for free, which is really well timed by Sharky.
Yep.
Boba Fett's really good right now.
And he's got Forlom there to just keep swinging into the base because obviously he can't leave Bosk on the table. That's going to be too painful with all the events of
he could have a Zuckus in hand to come back out next round too.
Yeah, but in the middle of all that, Secretive Sage cleans up Bosk and Han deploys. Andrew still hasn't spent any resources here, so we'll see if we get like a mace coming out to take care of the Forlom or something along those lines. But
could even be an Anakin. Could also be an Anakin with Han's ability. But it wouldn't take anything out because I haven't seen any villainous card hit the deck, the graveyard yet.
Yep, and obviously Force Lightning that we see on screen is not online.
No.
Somehow the Han deck has managed to plow 8 damage into Sharky's base, so he is finding a way.
Yep.
Sure. He's paying 5 for something. Oh, so that is he's setting up the Anakin next turn with Power of the Dark Side this turn, and that makes sense.
What unit Sharky picks here will really be telling for what's in his hand. And he does decide to take out Boba Fett, leaving 4-LOM out. You got to probably expect that his Zuckuss is coming first action here.
Yeah.
I bet.
Where the one is, the other's coming along usually.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
I love that too. Those two together.
Yeah, personally, I don't. So I hope he has it, but I don't love it. All right, let's see it.
You know.
Like they're very funny when they're together in the comics, but I'm not sure it's as funny when you play against them.
That's exactly right.
Playing with them is great though if you have them out. If they live.
So Sharky's on the button here. So if he does have it, it's going to kill Han, obviously. But
interesting position.
Yeah, I don't. He does have it.
And there it is.
That turns off Luke.
Yeah,
it does, and it also makes it a priority to answer at least one of these units this turn, and that is in favor of Sharky because he does have this deploy this round as well.
I'm gonna put money that he's got a pistol in his resource row already too.
That's a fair bet.
Yeah, could definitely be. But also now Anakin is online. He's Andrew's got both heroic and villainous cards in there, but he's playing a turret here. Yeah,
and he doesn't.
He does have the force.
There's no use for the turret here, right? Because Saboteur is on both of these units, unfortunately.
Oh, right. Yeah. Forgot about that.
Oh.
Yeah. But he does have force, so he can take a hit from Cad and only take 2 damage back.
Yep. Sharky goes 5 to base, bringing Andrew to 15.
So with 28 power,
I think he cut him off base, guys.
Yeah, he did. And that probably was a Luke in hand. But, that's interesting. He's putting entrenched on turret. He's aiming to not make the Cad flip as impactful. But both of those two bounty hunters that are on the board are going to be problematic. Because there's no really good answer that we've seen. But, of course, now he can play Luke.
Well, if Sharky has a gun here, I believe it's over.
Yeah, that's what I think too. I mean, he claimed, and yeah.
So he's doing 7 to base there, and like
sure, it's going to clean up the 4-LOM here, which is wise.
Of course,
that debuff Zuckuss, which is a big deal here, but he does need to have a way to deal with it. I'm sure Sharky has some other plays as well. What do you do here if you're Han?
There it is.
Don't have Cad.
So that's what you do if you're Cad. And I think that's game. Even if he does have Han here, he can't kill Cad. And the Cad leader unit will just put him almost to a win here.
Nothing special here, guys. This is classic Vayne play.
Yeah, and very solid Han play as well. It's just the sequencing and the orders of all this stuff is tough.
Yeah.
We see a Luke come down and the fist bump go across. Sharky takes game 1.
Yep. That must have gone exactly as planned for Sharky. What is Sharky putting in from his sideboard here?
Yeah, so I actually was talking to Sharky this morning. I said, hey, what's your final list? Just in case we get you on stream so I could check some stuff out. I would imagine that he is going to bring some stuff in from his sideboard to deal with the eventual end game. I think what we just saw from Sharky is kind of how he wants the game to go. But if I know Sharky like I do, I expect him to bring in some of his tools in case he gets taken into deep water late in the game.
Mm-hmm. So how does Andrew go about being able to bring him to deep waters then?
Yeah, you really got to slow that early phase out, right? I think as bad as it sometimes feels, I think allowing Sharky to keep that Tarkin town up for when Red 5 came into play and when those bigger units came into play isn't so great. So I think you really got to get a strong opening. Secretive Sage was good, but he didn't put the pressure on after that. And then, you probably think that you're a little safer than you are when you play turret against the Bash Bros, right? Because the Saboteur on those buff units are tough. I think Han really just needs to delay. Obviously, the 5 resource power wasn't the most efficient situation. It did clear the board a little bit, but you need to make sure that that middle game doesn't get out of hand, because otherwise you're going to be playing one unit at a time, one card at a time, and CAD is really, really well designed to deal with that.
Straight up hard on too.
All right. We did not see any heal from the Han 2 play. We don't know, but I can only assume that he's playing itinerant warriors in there. He should probably be playing both Yaddle and Yoda. So there is a lot of heal in this deck probably, and he didn't see any of it. Do you think that could be a factor here?
Totally, right? I mean, how many times have you been in a game platform where Owen Lars has been extremely annoying in addition to the warrior and Yaddle, right?
Of course. I just think it's just a really hard match for Han 2, period, because of his ability.
Yeah, it definitely puts you down a little bit. Not unwinnable, but tough. Another thing that I think about is a great start that I like sometimes is a Yaddle into a cheated out Yoan. Getting more units out on the board, getting more actions where you could kind of control that flow a little bit as we get into to game 2 here. My prediction is Sharky will probably be given the initiative and then probably pass, but we'll see how this goes.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Oh, do you think Sharky will pass?
If he's passed into, he's going to play a unit usually.
Yeah.
I just don't know what Han 2 Blue plays to start out. It's his game to get aboard. Grogu
challenge, yeah.
Grogu is probably a very solid start, I think, just to be able to have something that can clean up things. But
yeah, I think you have 3 options really. It's Secretive Sage, Grogu, or some combination of 2-drop plus Yaddle. Or excuse me, 2-drop plus Owen.
Yeah.
Owen and Yaddle is probably really good, yeah.
We're getting some camera drop here, give or take. It was really, really steady for the end of round 1 into round 2 here, so expect that to clear up here in a second.
Owen is such a great card, Jordan.
Yeah. You get card advantage. You get to restore. They have to take an action to deal with it. There's a lot of pluses, very few minuses, right?
Mm-hmm.
I learned it's not a cantrip this week. It's like a cantrip, but it's not, because it doesn't do it right away.
So
looks like Sharky's starting with the initiative here.
Yeah, and he's resourced and ready to go, whereas Andrew is still considering his resources there. Looks like some blue event. Couldn't really tell.
Rivals Fall, I believe.
Yeah, it could be.
Trying to peer over, but
Rivals Fall is way too late for this, isn't it? So that needs to be...
Well, it's a great way to deal with CAD, right?
Yeah, but that's a few turns away.
Yeah.
I think he has Yaddle in here.
So if that was a Rivals Fall, I think that's what he resourced there, it looked like.
Mm-hmm.
No, I think it was Yaddle as well in here.
Oh, so then either he's got a really good opening play that he wanted to go for rather than Yaddle, or what happened? Oh, they just passed. No, they played.
No, they played Secret Sage into Crafty Smuggler. So
yeah,
no pings on Sharky's end. I think Secret Sage probably is better than Yaddle. So you know, going into round 3 here.
Can be so
turn 1 for both players.
Mm-hmm.
Especially when Sharky's got that initiative, so he gets to ping first thing second turn here.
Mm-hmm. And that Mist Hunter is going to be a problem for Han. He needs to deal with this before Sharky's card advantage gets out of hand. I've been on the reverse end of this too many times. And one thing, I mean, we talk about how Han 2 has really been solid this first couple weeks in the meta, but one of the tools to deal with an early Mist Hunter was Force Throw.
Okay, so he cheats out Key Monday.
Yeah, and that's really good because that is sort of baiting the use of the Tarkin Town here. And if it doesn't, he gets to have a 4. Well, of course, no, he can just trade the crafty into it. Yeah.
So Sharky claims here going into resource 4. And the question, as I mentioned in game 1, does he have it? My guess is probably yes, with 4 Elan potentially coming down. Let's see how it goes here. But like you get a great trade. There you go.
Mm-hmm.
Anytime a 2-cost unit can take out a more expensive unit, it's a win.
Yep. Of course, Kiadi already drew the cards, so that's... And Turret without the force now. That is prime bait for a Forloom. Forloom will take it out with the ping.
We see the Zine coming from the row with that ping.
Mm-hmm.
All right, let's look at the hand.
We got a Luke, Spell the Dragon, Ogdo, Churret, and Grogu. What's the move platform?
Yeah, that's it. You got to get rid of that guy. That's not even a thought.
Thank you very much.
Yeah. Just securing the later parts of it. If
Sharky's like 1 down, 2 to go.
Yep. Mm-hmm. We see Andrew claim the initiative and Sharky swing through to base, and then a Tarkentown bringing Churret to 4 damage total.
Mm-hmm.
If you have a chance to take the best part of the game out of somebody's hand, you do it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I think the only card that Sharky probably would pick over Luke there is Crate.
Yeah. But 3 damage on base is not as much as he had at this point last turn.
Yep.
So it is slower.
We're going later.
Yep.
We see Andrew on the play here.
He hasn't been able to use the Mist Hunter ability either.
Mm-hmm. Expect that to come into play this turn.
So
see Churret cleaning up Bazine.
Interesting.
Let's think about Punky.
Well, he kept that other Churret, and that can be quite interesting.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised to see him play it right after this.
5.
This is kind of stalling on his part, though, because he really can't. There is no soft passing in Han.
Yep. And Sharky comes in to ambush with Bosk with the the CAD ping going to 5 damage. That does turn on Miss Hunter's card draw ability as well.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Sure does. And now anything will just kill Han outright.
Mm-hmm.
Well, he's going to have to play a unit.
Yeah, you expect at least 1 unit to come out this turn, potentially even 2.
Mm-hmm. Looks like he's not flipping the whole stack, so 2. Oh, that's Ogdo for 2 using Han ability. Well, Tarkentown has been used, so it is a little bit safer.
Sharky pushes 3 to base and draws that card.
Mm-hmm. And that's a
little bit of a game, guys.
Yep.
And that's, generally that would be him going towards card advantage, but we already had a Kiadimundi, so Andrew's got some cards.
Totally. Yeah, it's just trying to even it up at this point. I think Boss does have to die here. That's a good move by Andrew because pinging 2 every time that Sharky plays an event, and then even 3 with some of these events that are Underworld, it could be very, very problematic, especially going into the Resource 6 when CAD gets to flip. So really pivotal turn for both players here. I think Sharky probably is a little bit behind where he wants to be in his standard game plan. Still has a fair amount of damage on base, but needs to go a little faster.
Yeah, he's on 6 damage on base. That's not too much, though. I think Andrew is feeling a lot more comfortable. He has both a heavy hitter in Ogdo, and he's got Grogu there that can probably start dealing with problems. So it's not looking too bad for Andrew either.
Yeah. Next round, the Sharky can capture that hull board if he has Cabane.
Sure. There's always that.
We'll see what he does.
He starts by pinging, and just to see where we go from there, I guess. And
Boba goes down.
Boba's a solid unit. It's been part of the meta for such a long time, all the way since set 1.
Totally.
Grogu can use his ability now to move 2 off of Ogdo if he wanted.
Yeah,
I wouldn't be surprised to see that happen just to kind of slow the turn down.
Yeah, and probably move it to the Mist Hunter because then Ogdo can take care of Boba there.
Totally.
No, he does put it on Boba anyway. Not sure why though.
3 to base, and Miss Hunter is enabled from that Boba play, getting another card for Sharky. So we are even to technically on card advantage.
Or maybe Grogu can't move it to the Mist Hunter.
No, you can.
He can move it. Yeah. He just chose Boba Fett.
All right.
He wanted to smash him.
Well, he could have smashed him anyway.
I think sometimes from the Han perspective, when you're playing a deck like Cat, and Quinlan was like this as well, is like you have to fight for that ground arena so hard that you kind of just forget about Miss Hunter maybe, or he doesn't have an answer to it, which is very possible. Cad deploys here. 3 resource up, very inconspicuously.
Does he get an experience on Ogdo Bogdo?
No.
Okay. He's gonna do something.
3, so it's playing for 4. That's the Internet Warrior. Healing for 3. Going down
I think Sharky in response is probably looking for a Relentless Pursuit or a gun. I think you probably want Relentless Pursuit a little bit more here. And that's what it is.
Yep.
It is. It's that good one too.
Capturing the Itinerant Warrior there.
Yeah. 1 red admin down, 2 to go. See a red 5 come in to follow up that play. Sharky swings 4 to base, bringing Han to 10. We are going later, boys. It's definitely not as smooth of a game for Sharky as in game 1. We're getting to the dangerous point for Han 2. Big turns coming up here.
Most important, that Relentless Pursuit gave a shield.
Yep.
Yeah, for sure. That's going to matter. That's going to matter. So at the top of the screen, above the playfield, you can see the leader scroll. So that is the standings after turn 1, after round 1 of the tournament. Sorry, no, it's not. It is the leader scroll, as in which leaders have percentage of the meta in this tournament.
He is playing.
So Sharky takes 5 there. Then Greedo comes down and does a double ping. Interesting to see where it goes. It goes to Grogu. See, the pings and Grogu kind of offset a little bit at this point in the game. So probably going to be important to take Grogu out at some point.
So now, is he moving it to?
No.
Yeah, finally he does move it to the Mist Hunter there.
I would have killed him last time.
And then we see a shoot first coming down for Sharky to take out red 5, protecting the Mist Hunter, and he gets to draw a card. Really, really well sequenced from Sharky. And don't blame Andrew. Shoot first is a card that I sometimes raise my eyebrow out when Sharky mentions it, but hey, it just did work for him there.
Another card that saw so much play already back in set 1, but it has fallen a little bit in use lately. I haven't seen it that much lately. Sharky's still got 5 open resources here, so that could be pretty much anything.
This is game wide
down and finally taking out the Mist Hunter. Very, very big unit to deal with.
It's number 2.
Yep.
Yeah, that's Sharky's counter.
Follows up with unrefusable offer. Again, would be another one of those cards that I would not blame you if you don't know what it does. But Sharky's looking to kill Luke here, take control of Luke, attack to base, and restore. So really, really jank. And I usually make fun of Sharky for it, but maybe he'll start making fun of me. We'll see.
Great card in set 6.
That is one of the... Isn't that one of the bounties, right?
Yep, yes. That's the bounty.
Yeah. Didn't see that much play. Yeah.
So Sharky smuggles out a gun. Goes. So basically, he's not doing the Luke this turn. So he didn't have a way to kill him this turn. We'll see how it goes. If you have a confiscate or something, I think you do that on that immediately because
or
you will
CAD unit now. CAD
Bane
unit.
Bane unit.
Sorry, CAD Bane unit. Yeah. That will capture Luke and be able to score it. But then you can't play it for the bounty, right?
No. When you capture, the bounty is secured, so it's the same as killing in this instance.
But can you take control of the Luke because it's captured?
Yeah. Oh yeah.
It is on the board, baby. We have a wild game.
Sharky takes 6 to base while Andrew restores 3. Tied at 13.
13 all. Yeah.
Greedo swinging into Ogdo. Misses.
Not missed for the trigger, which would have put Luke into range to kill. Nothing for Grogu to do right now unless he's using Han ability, and he's not. He's just playing that Shuret.
Yep. And he does have the Force, so this will slow down Sharky here.
Another Mist Hunter, right?
With a double ping.
Yep. Where does he put the ping, though?
Or maybe he pinged earlier in the turn, potentially.
Oh, he could have.
There's your buddy, Owen.
There's Owen last with Han ability, so he comes out for free.
Everybody's favorite card.
And that is Succus, right?
Succus, ooh.
They are just building board here.
These boards are serious right now.
Inventory turn.
Mhm.
Grogu heals Owen and pops the shield on Cad. Sharky claims.
So this board state is tricky.
That is.
Because now Andrew's got lethal.
Yeah, and Sharky is really thinking about CAD unit right now, I think.
And that is a wasn't that a fell?
Fell the dragon, to take out the
Zuckuss.
Yeah, he couldn't leave Zuckuss out there, man.
No, he could go to base with that restore. Sorry, Saboteur.
With a pistol, it's over. Yeah.
Well, CAD doesn't have Saboteur, so we need that. Need a way to clear it. Really, really big turn for this game here.
Yeah, and as I said, technically Andrew's got lethal there, doesn't he?
He does, yeah.
He does. He needs a Bane unit, really.
No, he's gonna be too short. 6, 9, 10. He's gonna be too short.
All right.
Okay.
Okay, we see.
Huh?
What's this?
I don't know.
Is he?
Oh,
scooping?
Fennec coming down, and he does have enough to kill Luke here. With no damage taken back. Wow.
And he can, but
what a play.
Oh, yeah, he's got to go into turret.
He's going to go into
really
turret.
Coming in clutch here.
But on attack can still kill Luke, right?
Well, Cad's only swinging in for 4, so needs another gun if that's the case.
Well, he's swinging for 6 with the raid.
Yeah, which is one less. Excuse me, one less.
One less than what Luke has.
Himself, yeah.
Luke's got 7.
Needs a pistole.
Yep. Or any other buff like a surprise strike or something.
That Fennec was awesome. What a play! What a play! All right, what a great game.
Okay, we get another restore 3, bringing Sharky to 19. Really needs to find a way to deal with this Luke as soon as possible. He takes out Owen here. Can't afford another restore 2. I think that's probably the right move.
Yeah.
See what he pulls.
But doesn't Andrew use claim here? Andrew's only got 2 resources. There's nothing he can play for 2 resources that will just take care of. Oh, no.
Money.
Yeah, I mean, it's tough against CAD because there's so much hijinks that could happen. It probably would be challenging. I mean, if he has 2 McClunkies, it does it.
Well, yeah. So McClunky would do it. But other than that, if he just claims here, he's got it.
He might be considering it.
I'd take the chance.
Looks like he's going to play down a Yaddle.
Yaddle. Prestige.
Sharky claims.
So Sharky gets to claim. I think that...
down. Is there villainous?
No villainous. Only 3. So he gets to kill the Fennec.
Yep.
And then he moves damage to CAD. But still, I think... Yeah. Well, Sharky is still in a very tough spot.
So he's been in a spot for these past couple turns where he's just been waiting for that CAD unit, you know?
Yeah.
So that's
but now CAD,
really, it might be
CAD wouldn't save him here. Yeah, CAD is too late here because of that Anakin.
Right. It's I think we're going to game 3.
Yeah.
Well,
I bet.
I don't know. Anakin's not going to kill. Okay, so he has the gun that kills Luke. He gets to ready Luke. So the way Unrefusable Offer works is that when you claim the bounty, you get to take control of your opponent's unit, ready it, and then it dies at the end of the turn. So right here, Sharky can attack with Luke on next action and restore 3. So he's not going to be quite at lethal.
And that's huge.
Right, because Yaddle only swings for 2.
Fell the dragon, very big. That might do
and
it.
That does it.
All right.
Yeah.
Fist bump, and we're going to game 3.
Game 3.
Very well played by Andrew there.
Yeah.
He did manage to slow things down enough to get to that late game, and also we didn't see any of the big players other than one Succus from Sharky. He didn't have any other major cards to come out there. No CAD unit, no Forloom. A lot of important pieces that were missing.
I thought the boss play was very huge.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
so
yeah.
Like you mentioned, Victor, in the beginning of the game, things really did slow down, which is in favor of the Han 2 player. But as we got into that 7 resource phase, when Sharky played Unrefusable Offer, he was really setting up that CAD unit. I think it does kind of show the imbalances of this matchup in different ways, where everything kind of did go in the way of Han outside of being able to slam a crate. And we really were just one big CAD unit away from like that game completely swinging. So I think that's the margins here, right? It's really close, and we're going to see how game 3 goes, if it's more similar to game 1 or game 2.
Yeah. Well, I think key here was the ability to heal some as well, to just slow it down enough. Because even without the CAD unit, if there were no restore and heal on Andrew's side, Sharky could have just gone to base a couple of times there.
Yeah. And I think sometimes when you get into that middle phase of the game as CAD and you're behind against a deck that can go so big, those choices between base and trade can be very challenging. So we'll see how this goes. Another thing, turn 1 play wise, we've really started off on great foots both games. Secretive Sage for Han in both games have been huge. CAD had Crafty Smuggler and Aura, so both very strong openings. We'll see if Han can repeat that Secretive Sage open, because I do believe that's the strongest one.
That was not a good hand. I saw his cards.
No, only an Owen for opening there, and that's not good enough.
Yeah, he had a lot of 4s and higher.
Yeah, gotta have something more.
See how this how they shift their strategies this game.
Both of them took a mulligan there, right?
Mm-hmm. Neither of them like what they saw.
Mm-hmm. Is this CAD deck? You said it was playing a lot less 1-drops. So is it a little greedier builds? Is there any risk he whiffs here, Sharky?
No. But I would argue to say that maybe the 1-drop is a greedier build. Who knows, right? I think that's what Sharky would argue as well. Vika has a great comment in chat here saying CAD having to play Bazina on 4 instead of Forlom or something really does dictate a slower pace, right? So we'll see how this goes. We have Han starting with the initiative. We do see a Grogu. I think I see a Churret as well. Ooh, baby.
This can be interesting.
It's got a fairly decent hand, Han 2 blue.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Sharky's on the button, so he gets to play first.
No, it looks like Han is. Oh, I guess the tokens were just on the wrong side.
Yeah.
Nothing
or
wrong.
Maybe he passed. Or he passed.
See Aura into Grogu being cheated out. Nice start for both players. Aura is going to swing into Grogu, is my guess.
Yep.
Imagine.
Absolutely.
Grogu really did work last game.
Mm-hmm. Yep. And even if he activates, he's still within Talking Town range after that.
Correct.
Or just underworld ping.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
And there it is.
That's even better. Even better.
Taking Grogu out, keeps him off the force. 1 damage back. Gotta love that if you're rooting for Sharky here. Which I am. Does non-respond. He responds out with a non-cheated out red 5, and we go to resource 4.
I mean, wouldn't you guys agree that's the best way to take out Grogu? Pistol?
One of them.
Yeah.
And I think importantly here for Sharky, it's the fastest way to take out Grogu.
Exactly. And you don't want to leave it around. Red 5 is still a problem though.
Yes, it is.
5 to base from Aura. Gotta love that.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of damage.
Follows up with 3, pinging Aura to 3 total damage. That's why we're so good. That 1/4 stat line with Raid and Hidden, very powerful. Sharky goes to 3.
The best unit you can play for the yellow villain.
And that's
it does look like Andrew passed there, probably fearing the Forlom, rightfully so.
But this is a Talking Town, right?
Well, let's see what happens. He's got to spend his resources here. He's definitely not going to spend his resources here. So I do see an Ogdo Bogdo in hand. If you cheat that out, it's basically just like, hey, dude, you're Tarkin Towning me. He plays a Marin instead.
Marin.
Mm-hmm.
That's not a bad play.
Health. Okay, so Tarkin Town goes to the 5 red 5 there.
Yeah, Sharky Tarkin Towns, and then Andrew claims. Debate there whether Sharky should have claimed to kill Marin. I'm not sure why. I'll ask him later on, but we'll see if Marin takes the free kill.
Mm-hmm.
Gives him a way to control space a little bit too.
Yeah. Yeah, Marin sticks to the board then as well, which is really good for him. He should take 2 to base there, right?
No, yeah, he did take 2 to base. He was at 3 to take to 5.
All right.
Orlom comes down, takes out Marin with the ping, and turns on Miss Hunter's card draw.
Yep.
Wow.
But Forlom is not going to stick on the board because Han is just going to kill it, I assume. He's paying 5 or something. Oh, that is that's really good. Then maybe Han doesn't.
It'd be really risky to do that. If you don't kill Forlom here. Oh, McClunky Forlom is coming back, and 3 is going to Poe.
Yep.
Now he probably won't want to claim.
Yeah. Han might just want to claim here.
And he does just that.
Yep.
Going to resource 6 here. Poe on the board, Han on the board, Miss Hunter, a serialized Miss Hunter. I might
Just
add,
one swing with Han is 8. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Sharky needs to deal with this Poe. And conversely,
card.
Andrew needs to deal with this Miss Hunter because Sharky's hand's getting bigger and bigger each turn.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah, that Miss Hunter is giving him card advantage, and Han 2 is not used to play into card advantage.
Mm-hmm. Poe just takes his 6 to base, no card discard.
Yeah.
That's very interesting.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but what would you discard even? Like,
Forlom comes down, pings Han on the way out. Also turning on Miss Hunter again.
He might have Luke right now.
And he does.
Yep, he does, taking care of Miss Hunter finally.
I just assume that Han 2 has Luke at this point.
Fair
Always assume it.
Especially with no discard coming from the Poe. Cat flips.
And Cad cannot take out that Luke now. So I don't know.
I strike.
Is that 2 open resources on
He does have 2 open
Sharky?
resources, yeah.
All right.
Surprise strike would get rid of it.
Surprise strike will work.
Sharky claims.
He doesn't have that one. Going to 7? He might be holding the Bane here.
Yep,
Yeah.
that would be big.
With the Bane, he could take out Luke, of course. And that could be very important.
And he has it.
And that is it.
Takes
That is
Luke and does a double ping to Han, bringing Han to 5 HP or 1 HP remaining.
Well,
5
1
damage
HP,
total. Yeah.
Right,
Yeah.
so, Fell the Dragon.
Yeah, Fell would be really disastrous for Sharky here. That's such a clean answer here.
I think he's holding something. I can't tell. I'm doing the old shuffle Ruby. Persky.
I do see a fell in his hand.
It is a fell. I thought so.
All right, so that is a very clean answer here. Just get that Luke right back without any damage on it.
It's like Tuscan Raiders shooting basketball on that card.
Mm-hmm.
There it is.
Yeah,
Oh,
that is not what's
a turret
happening.
instead. He does cheat it out, so he does have enough resources to play it. The fell is in here in this matchup for this CAD unit, but you have to get into the cycle of taking the fells out, right? So Sharky is, understanding that fell exists and probably is expecting it at some level. The question is, could he follow it up with another CAD next turn?
slow played that, man. Andrew.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Andrew is sequencing real well here.
Sharky claims.
Going to 8 resources actually, and that is the crate.
Yep.
That is the magic number, isn't it, Victor?
Yeah, it is. It is. And with Luke already on the board, that would be absolutely devastating. Also, Han is ahead on damage here by quite some margin.
Another CAD comes down. He does the ping first, I believe.
He should.
Definitely ping first.
So he's basically saying Han dies or I capture Churret and Luke. Take your pick.
Yep.
Andrew's response here will be very telling with his plans for the turn overall.
Yeah, if he's got a crate in hand, Han is not dying.
I can't believe he drew another Cad Bane. That's great.
Yeah, it is making this very interesting because Andrew, if he's got a crate in hand, he doesn't want to kill Han, sorry. But then he loses his whole board for one crate. Is that worth it?
Well, whether it's worth it or not, chat could let us know, and the players can too. But I think I just love these decision points in these games because you're making your opponent make a challenging decision, right? And he does make a decision there to keep Han alive, clears the board. So that means he either has another fell or a crate, is my guess. And it looks like it's going to be a crate.
Great.
Yep. This is going to be so interesting to see if that was indeed worth it.
So he's one swing away basically from dying. Well,
yeah, the crate is lethal here, more or less, because obviously Sharky can't take out the crate without sacrificing both of his units straight into it, or playing a card. And playing a card here will put the crate into lethal range. A shoot first would still not do it.
No, shoot first. Yeah. So Sharky takes 3 here and claims, and he hopes to draw an answer.
Yeah, shoot first with Cad would actually do it.
Yes, it would.
He was looking at his discard pile, so I think he's counting for Fennec as well.
Right.
And any sort of buff here with CAD unit does take crate out pretty smoothly. The bad news is then Luke and 7 though. Back as well. Yeah.
Fennec costs 7 as well, so that's 7 to base, and that gives anything on the board lethal.
Well, it kills the board though because of Cad Bane's ability pinging before the attack or after the attack, or I would assume after the attack in this situation.
Right, but being at 24 is not ideal.
Yeah, that sucks. That's not good.
What about, he can't really play a unit, but could he do a pistol with a smuggle?
Well, it would give. He has to kill the crate with that thing.
It would give him his whole cards back.
Yeah, because crate is just one off lethal already.
And then if he's got another crate to drop now, it's over.
Yeah, then it's if there's another crate in that hand, it's over for sure.
It's a lot of deliberation here.
Well, could he pursuit and capture the dragon? No, it's not enough power.
And that's also 3 damage.
Okay, so we're seeing Fennec come out here. We got a little lag on video, but Fennec is coming out, and I assume it is killing the crate for free and then pinging to kill Han.
That could work.
That's an amazing.
But it is a very, very because there's 8 open resources on Andrew's side. He will be able to play new things. He does have a hand. He's not out of cards at this point. So, and he didn't even resource this turn. So he definitely drew 2 cards more into that hand.
So he cleans out the board.
That board is cleared, but we should be at 24 damage from the base. I assume, because I don't think he's killing the CAD with those 7 damage.
No, he went to 24.
He's at 24, yeah.
Sharky still has the CAD unit and CAD leader, so, you know.
He does.
Now, next, looks like it is a Rival's Fall to get Luke and Churret back on the board for Sharky. Or excuse me, for Andrew.
And Andrew's life puck just died there.
It's from inactivity. It's just, and Sharky does not have it. He extends the fist bump, and Andrew takes it in round 2, moving to 2-0. Really well played by both players here. I think the game 2 and 3 really went according to Andrew's game plan. And I think as the CAD player here in this matchup, you really need to dictate the terms of engagement. And unfortunately for the Colorado Cantina Crew, Sharky wasn't able to do it. Still alive. A lot of games we played this weekend. And rooting for him as always.
Yeah, no, Chucky he can't afford to drop that many more games though. But
one more probably.
Yeah.
Now, what do you think, Jordan? 1, 2, you're done. Maybe 2.
I think 2 you should be great. 1 obviously would be ideal, but 2 in most situations, it depends on, I think, when you're losing. Obviously taking a loss in round 2 isn't great, but I think that's the nature of this Han 2 blue matchup with CAD. I think within our team, within our Discord, within our podcast on Colorado Cantina Crew on YouTube, we've been talking about this all season long. Kylo is a huge Han 2 player, and Sharky is, obviously a CAD truther. And I think there are a lot of arguments to both sides of the matchup on why one's favored and why one isn't. But we saw the aspects of Han really pay off a little bit more in this pairing.
So on screen right now, you can see the meta share in this tournament. We just got a pie chart here. And Han Solo, Worth the Risk, is the most played deck in this tournament with 11% of the meta.
Yeah.
Boba Fett, Any Methods Necessary at 8%, and Cad Bane at 8%. I am very interesting. I find it very interesting to see that Cad Bane is the second most played deck here.
Yeah, I mean,
how do you feel about that?
And honestly, there's one that stands out to me over all this that I'm really excited to see, and that's Thrawn coming in at 4.3%. We don't have the aspect split yet, so I'm wondering how much that is Data Vault and how much that is just a standard yellow. But I've been working on the Data Vault deck a lot. I actually have a deck tech video coming out with Mickey D from the Bothan Network next week, and I just think the deck is super fun. It's a super, especially the Data Vault deck. It's a very interesting take on control overall. So really interesting to see that kind of spike up. And I think what we see is that's more popular than Gar, more popular than Kira, more popular than Iden. I do wonder though how that is splitting between green and yellow, like I mentioned.
Yeah, for sure. Because
I'll check that out. We do have access.
There's so many different ways to do that deck. Yeah.
You know what's notable, guys, is the amount of Kylo Ren that at least that's kind of dropped down now. Kylo's at 2.4%.
For sure. And as far as I can tell, we don't have any meaningful amount of Night Sister. What's her name again? Talson. I can't see any Talson here. So she's just gone. After winning Galactics, just nothing for her here. Sabine is down at 6.3%. A little bit surprising to me. I thought she'd be one of those decks that a lot of people would return to here.
And you know what? I'm a long-time Sabine player. I probably have my most success with Sabine in this game. And when the ban happened, I sat down. I was like, oh man, I'm going to get to play Sabine again. This is going to be great. And then as I started building decks, I was like, I don't know if this is going to be great. And another thing that's interesting is that, Sabine does struggle a little bit into Boba, as well as the normal things that you expect, the turrets of the world and stuff along those lines. But Stolen Hauler coming back into the meta with Han Green was scaring me a little bit. But, Sabine is always a great answer early in the meta and always a great answer overall, right? She probably has, is it fair to say she's the best leader since this game has come out? It's most consistent, at least, right? You rarely see her completely removed from the meta.
Exactly. Definitely the most consistent. I don't know if she's ever been the best, really, but always there, always doing well.
I want to thank you guys for having me on. I got to run and take my daughter to work.
Thanks.
All right. See you.
So, Victor, I know you got a lot coming up on YouTube this coming month, this coming set out with tons of spoilers coming out, new cards. What's going on with the Nordic Takedown channel?
So we actually got our first spoiler for this set. So we're dropping a spoiler the 8th this coming week. And so that's going to be so much fun for us. And apart from that, we have the Swedish PQ coming up in a couple of weeks, which is our next big stream that we're going to do. Always the podcast, obviously, every week. We've been going for 83 episodes this far and going to episode 84 this week. So yeah, still going strong. We're always keeping busy, we're such a happy bunch of guys, always having fun.
And two quick notes. One is it's busy, but also looks very cozy. You're always on the couch chilling. I'm not as relaxed as you. I got to work on that. And then the second part is I'm an early riser here in the mountain time zone. So I love those early morning streams. Like this morning, I was watching the OPE stream from the UK sealed PQ. And I really appreciate it from across the pond. So a lot coming up here on the late night channel. Got a lot of rounds to go. We'll be back for round 3 after a short break. I'm Jordan from the Colorado Cantina Crew, joined by Victor here on Late Night Gaming. Stick with us.
And I'll see you all tomorrow. Bye-bye. All right.
Cheers.
Cool. So that's it for me for tonight, I think. Right? All right.
I'm thinking about though. Thank you guys.
Yeah, well, so much fun.
Nice chatting,
Yeah,
guys.
awesome
See you,
stuff.
man.
Yeah.
Yeah. We got Frank for the first round. That was awesome.
Exactly. Round one, right?
Rebellions are built on hope.
Jabba ruled with fear. I intend to rule with respect.
I am a Jedi, like my father before me.
Oh, I haven't been playing Jordan, so I'm gonna be like
what's
the
up,
idiot
Star Wars
asking
Unlimited
questions.
fans? It's Loopy at Late Night Gaming, and we are here with Jonathan Fisher and Jordan. How you guys doing?
Oh, I didn't. I didn't have a countdown that we were going live. You probably heard me beforehand. But yeah, I'm Jonathan Fisher. I've been having fun building some data tools. You're gonna see some of that in a second. I love helping Loopy with this kind of stuff. It's a lot of fun.
Well, that's the thing. It takes a village, no matter what sort of production you're putting forward. And one of the big perks is that we get these custom-made, on-the-fly data tools, which I'll tell you just from knowing on the back end, it doesn't happen easy. It takes a lot of prep work and a lot of knowledge to make it done. So shout out to Jonathan for that. But we see our meta share here. We see Han Solo, worth the risk at top, followed by Cad, Boba Fett, Han Solo, Audacious Smuggler, and Sabine rounding out the top 5. Any surprises there?
I mean, so I haven't been playing, but I was looking at results last night on Swoop Competitive Hub. I was looking at like before the ban, after Galactics, and then after the Force Throw ban. I mean, I was expecting to see Han. This is a lot of what I thought we would see. I'm not surprised. How about you?
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty standard, and the question is, like, does the timing of these sort of events lead to that sort of standard distribution? Because there's just not time to be, like, overly creative. If I see one thing, if we scroll down a little bit further, is that just Grand Admiral Thrawn is being in the 6th spot here, only 9 total players less in the entire field. Obviously, we have Thrawn being split, like we mentioned before the break, but really overall balance. Man, I am surprised. I've been talking about it all season long on our YouTube channel, the Colorado Cantina Crew, but I am really surprised that Boba Fett is still hanging on. But it's a strong deck. Some might say it's a linear deck, but a strong deck nonetheless, and it's really well represented. How will it be represented as we get later into the day, and especially as we compare day 1 to day 2? That's the real question here.
Yeah, so this tool is really cool. So let me just why don't you kind of explain how it works, Jonathan? And then we may make this available for everybody in the chat if that's possible at some point today. But explain kind of how the meta analysis tool works.
Yeah, so Melee, they have APIs available tournament organizers can add people to the event so that we can download CSVs of deck lists and standings. So this is just grabbing the deck list and then parsing out all the leaders, all the bases. Like if you click on a leader name, it'll show you all the bases for that leader and those counts. And the pie chart's just giving you the top 10 labeled, and then all the other counts are given if you just scroll down. I built this last night and this morning, and it's being hosted on like a free tier, so I cannot give this out to everybody right now. But what I am trying to do is build tools like this that we can wire up as we're doing coverage, and they'll just automatically update throughout the event. So I don't have enough, like, I can't let everybody go click this site and have that kind of traffic.
It'll crash. There's not enough resources on these free sort of hosting.
It'll cost me money. That's the biggest problem.
Right.
So,
well, and I think it's interesting here. We have the two top played decks. I mean, literally, Cad Bane, every single deck, all 37 people who registered Cad Bane today took Tarkin down, following Sharky's lead. Mm-hmm. Yoda was happy in the chat. Han, worth the risk, young Han, we have actually a much more interesting spread. I mean, Han Force Blue is by far the most, right? Because Night Sister Lair and Shadowed Undercity are both the Force bases, 33 players of the 53 there. And then you have 7 there. And
you just got to refresh.
Yeah, and it goes.
Han2 Green's always sticking around, right? Anyone that listens to our content regularly knows that I'm a big Han2 Green guy. I have a top 8 of the PQ this set with Han2 Green, and it's funny. At one point, our team made up 33% of all placements for Han Green, all top 8 placements this season. Then it got a little bit further, but I think the really interesting debate with Han Green right now, Han2 Green that is between Force and Data Vault. Personally, I love Yoda so much that it's a challenge for me to give it up, but Data Vault is hanging around as well, and that's what you see about Han2. He's hanging around. He's not going anywhere, and I think you might see an argument for a further conversation. I don't want to put it out into the ether, but even without Force though, he's still extremely strong.
All
Jordan,
right.
What do you? Oh, go ahead, Loopy.
I was just going to say, we are going to be having a match very soon here. It looks like we have the players starting to sit down on table. We're going to have a Kira Data Vault and a Darth Vader Administrator's Tower. So that is Vader Yellow and Kira Vault sitting down. So I'm going to transition. We'll have more of these tools as we go. But this is going to be Jordan and Jonathan on the call.
Yep. So pretty classic matchup here from last set. A lot of people had fear that the meta would go back to these big Data Vault builds and Vader and otherwise. We haven't seen Vader perform that well in the past week. I think it had a 39 or 29% win percentage last week, which is terrible, obviously. But this is a matchup that Vader loves to see across from it. Does Kira really pack a lot of tech to deal with it? With Vader not doing well last week, a lot of strategy decisions to be made in deck construction for this matchup.
Yeah, I mean, for myself, I'm pretty comfy playing blue-green villain. That is my zone. I love it. So I'm excited to see that on stream and to be able for that to be the round that I'm covering. For those in chat, what you were just looking at, yes, that was all data from this event. That was all statistics from this event.
Yeah, that's part of the challenge, and that's why there might be some hinky stuff. You saw some refreshes as we were going through, because we are doing it live. It's on the go, right? And can't give it enough of a shout out for making that happen, Jonathan.
Yeah, the tool is built to use their APIs. That's why you see that refresh, but their APIs aren't working, so I'm manually pushing the data out to the site.
Mm-hmm. So looks like we have Vader getting all set up here. Got the nice Jabba's Tower, or is it the nice Administrator's Tower, I think, from the Twin Sun. Oh, we might have an error on the deck list then, because I think this is Jabba's Palace, right? I think that's such a stupid rule, though.
Oh, seriously, yeah. I once I had a judge I saw tell us not to have tokens in our deck with same colored base. As well, it made sense because the player was playing a rare base and they had a token that had the same color 30 HP. Like, yeah, I see what you're saying.
So Vader really needs to get wide here, needs to push damage. I'm not sure if Kira is running Snoke in this list or not, but that's a great answer to this build. Kira really last set specifically was teching so hard for this matchup as Vader was really made popular at the tail end of set 4 by the Bothan guys, but has that tech relaxed? Like that's I think a big question here. How prepared for this matchup is Kira? And I think we'll see that play out in the first couple turns here.
Yeah. I mean, as like a 2-lane game, Star Wars Unlimited, there's always been that tension from set 1 when decks go hard in one lane, or specifically space. Sure. When decks go hard in space, are you ready for that? Can you handle it?
And the question is going to be forced to be answered extremely quickly. There's some discussion going on. I'm not sure if it's over the Metal Fab life puck. I think they're probably resetting the timer because there is a feature on the life pucks that have like a round counter. It doesn't, obviously that's not the official counter. So thank you, D-Rod, for demoing these life pucks. Relatively simple how to use, just press 1 up and down, but it is good to know. One thing I really do like about this life puck too is that it has a built-in history tracker. If you like go to the bottom right pressure tracking wise, and you could see the amount that you are increasing or decreasing by just as a secondary, check on yourself. Sometimes you fat finger it. I have one. I love it. And shout out MetoFab for just making great stuff overall.
Yeah, it's so cool. I mean, I want that for other games too. I need to get one.
It just gets to play with, bring it around the house. +1, +2.
Just walking around the house.
Yeah. We see a 3 from Kira. And a 9 from Vader. Vader will start with the initiative. Let's get into it.
Am I allowed to cheer for Kira to be on Kira's side here?
You can cheer wherever your heart desires. I was not biased enough as a broadcaster last round, so I'm going to try to be even this round.
Oh yeah, I kind of like being biased. It's okay. I like solving the puzzle. Like, can Kira solve this puzzle? And what do we need to see?
Well, I think Kira probably wants to get out ahead of this. I think they're going to be looking for the eager escort fighters if they have those main deck. If not, that's going to be almost guaranteed sided in for game 2. Potentially she's playing entrenched. Potentially we have some of those TIE supremacy sentinels. A lot of stuff you can do, right? But do you get it? Do you get enough of it? And then can you ramp to get to the late game fast enough to really shut down this attack? You got to have an answer to the Clone Combat Squadron. You have to have an answer to the Swarm. And realistically speaking, you probably have to have multiple answers to the Swarm.
Yeah. So this is round 3, game 1. The overlay's not quite updated yet. Understandable.
Mm-hmm. And I'm not familiar with either one of these players, but they've started the day off strong, 2-0.
And Jordan, where
can we knows any of these players, holler in chat, and we'll get some background info. Always good to get the dirt.
I like the black nails on the Kira player. My nails are currently black from going out with my daughters.
I think we also see a black hoodie plus black sleeves, a man after my own heart.
Yep. Yeah,
we see one drop, and that's the TIE Ambush Squadron, followed by the Hyblon Enforcer. We're going to see the patented shield come down to buff that unit up. I am extremely excited for that interaction to get rotated out of the game. We see going to Resource 3, another Hyblon drawn by Kira. Probably don't play that, we might guess, but let's see how this turn develops.
Yeah, I mean, it's not a lot of pressure in the ground arena. The Vader player has that extra HP. I think we'd rather have played a ship.
Probably, but you do want to make sure that you have an OB target if you draw into it, so I could see the perspective.
Yeah.
Vader swings in for 2. We do see Kira holding on to a perilous position. Feels kind of bad to do it here. So we're going to see 3 to base by the Hyblon, and it's back on Vader. Vader 1 action to create the token, getting the swarm going. So the debate.
I don't know what else is in their hand.
It's the super laser tech versus the perilous position, I think, is what the debate is currently for Chase here. I probably go super laser tech and just try to, keep it going. The other conversation here is that, Vader hasn't spent any resources. They're always going to be able to out-action a deck like Kira. You can take out the ambush squadron with Perilous Position and turn off the token gen, but funnily enough, they could play another unit that then turns on the token gen. So I don't know if there's a great decision to be made here. They do follow up with the laser
right.
tech, though.
I think one thing you need to think about with the laser tech is you're going to have to invest in Kira killing the laser tech probably if you really need the ramp. So you need to plan out your future turns. Can I afford to do that? Should I just kill something with Perilous? But now he's got a Phantom to kill.
And good thing he didn't use the Perilous here because that is the perfect answer. You cannot let a Lurking Tie get out of hand. Let's see if he opens up with that. That would be my guess.
For sure. And Jordan, where can they get the life pucks? Someone asked in chat.
Metalfabtokens.com. And it's actually a pretty affordable price, only $30. Like, good bargain.
All right.
So we open up with Perilous, taking out the tie. We see a mention of the Sanctioner shuttle in chat. That turns it off for at least one action. So, and then only spending 3 turns on Kira's ability for the super laser tech. So probably went as well as Kira could have hoped so far.
Yeah, they may have been debating if they're going to go ahead and get that attack in.
He takes 2 to base. If he has the Sanctioner shuttle, it's a little bit of a blowout.
He could have popped it off already, right? So
chances are he doesn't have it because
so I think Kira's saying, let me get my 2 damage in case it matters.
Yeah. Follows up with 3 to base.
Oh, are these names correct, Loopy? All right. I will say Chase and Mark.
Yeah. I am expecting to see this Kira ability here. I don't know why you wouldn't.
Yeah, for sure.
Victor Leader comes down.
So it lets you flip your Kira.
Yep.
And sets you up. Do we know if they have a barrage or something?
Well, it's a great flip here for Kira because if Kira deploys with Victor Leader out, it does a damage to each one of the ties. And if Victor Leader dies, those ties just wipe off the face of existence, which is really well timed if they could work it out. And the First Order. Thank you. So I wonder here what we have Mark thinking about with his actions. He has 1 resource left. Is he going to play a 1-drop? Is he going to claim and just let the Kira stuff happen? I would expect a Kira flip this turn or potentially a claim OB, yeah. We'll see.
If he does have a 1-drop, what are you doing here? Are you playing the 1-drop or are you claiming?
Oh man, I think I'm just deploying because I don't want to let things get out of hand, but it's a tough call. Kira deploys, pings everything for half damage. That really puts those ties and the ambush squadron in a rough position. The First Order tie, rather, not the ambush squadron. There's so many of these stupid space units.
All right, so does Mark end up with the initiative here? Yeah,
he does. And Kira just takes her 4 to base, bringing Mark to 11 or 12 rather.
We'll see if playing Victor is a mistake. I mean, he's setting himself up for that blowout for sure.
Yeah, personally speaking, I always try to play Victor Leader after the Kira flip. But life's full of decisions, and sometimes you don't have the ability to make the choices you want, right? So we'll see if that ends up paying him back later.
Yeah, the only thing I could see if Mark looked at his hand and said, "Look, this is the only way I win the game. I need him to not have it.
This is the only unit I have potentially."
Right?
There's a lot of potentialities. Start off with 3 to base from the First Order tie. Kira follows up with the devastating gunship, taking out Victor Leader and wiping the board.
Wow.
Huge play here. That's exactly the type of swing that a Kira player needs going into these late rounds.
Carlos was right.
Yep. No good dead. Tapping Kira, which is helping. You go into 16 kind of sucks as well.
So, I mean, okay, so you're getting a ship on the board to set up your flip.
Yep, that is the 7th Fleet Defender. Kira just claims here, and we go into resource 7 for Vader, 8 for Kira after this string of actions. Easy for me to say. Mm-hmm. I wonder if he did save a barrage here, or if he's just trying to get something really big and honking on the board, like a big honking spaceship or a Snoke unit come in here. Is pretty clutch. Again, would wipe the board entirely. Really, really strong start from Chase on Kira.
Yeah, I mean the gunship is just perfect. It plays the board and gets exactly the kill that you want.
Mm-hmm. Looks like we have some deliberation, or we just have an untapped from Chase.
We have an untapped. Okay, resource deliberation. Yep.
Okay.
So resource before you're ready. That's what you should be doing. Okay, so we're on 7 for Chase,
and we're on 8 for Chase and 7 for Vader. Okay. Right.
6 for Vader, 7 for Chase.
6 for Vader. Okay, so he didn't resource past, right?
No, we just got to 6 because now Vader can flip. Last turn, he was not able to flip.
Got it.
So what are we deliberating over? Have we seen Chase's hand at all?
I've been trying to. I know Chase has like an Avenger and a couple other things. I'm not sure what Mark has. He's holding them a little closer to his chest as he's fanning them out, but he's in a pretty bad spot here. I mean, your options are extremely narrow. Your blowout potential is extremely high. You're very close to a super laser blast. Like, there is some argument for just packing it in.
Well,
I don't know if I would do that in this spot. There's an argument for it.
Yeah, I would not, because Kira's not putting a lot of pressure. I would still make them have it. To see what I can do. It's not much damage on that big chunky base, though.
Mm-hmm. 3 more, taken to 14 out of a total 33.
But what is Chase's hand? Just doing the attacks. Does he have a play?
Oh, I think he's got a play. I saw them all floating around earlier in the game as well. But I mean, when you actually out action Vader here, which is pretty rare, right? To have the equal amount of units out. So take advantage while you have. We do see that Maul come in for 7. Just another big threat on the ground. Another huge OB target, obviously, as well.
Yeah, so this puts 11, 12, 13, 14, 15.
And Kira does untap this turn.
So it puts lethal on board for Kira.
Looks like we see a Vader flip onto the tie. 2 ties get created. We're going to see no reaction, likely. No resources left, so.
Yeah, I'll just claim. And then, so it takes 7, 11. It takes 3 actions to kill them, and you also need that gunship. So Vader has the choice of clearing the gunship, right? Because Vader, how many stats does Vader give the leader?
Well, Vader gives a 5/5, right? So we have a 6/6 on the board currently. It could trade with the gunship. I don't know if that's the best option here.
Well, it takes away lethal on board, at least, right?
I think you're in just so. Yeah, here comes an OB.
Ooh, so there you go. That also takes away lethal on board.
And then I think that cleans up.
Now we're going to go to base.
And Kira, maybe? No, it wouldn't kill Kira. But you don't want to see every unit on board has grit right now, which is which is a mathematical challenge. It's 6
very
left.
funny.
Yeah, he has 2 to ping, and you have to do it. So I don't know.
You can do it to your own unit.
Yeah, and we see
you can remove his shield or something,
and then take 8 to base, bringing him to.
Oh, he could do all of it to Maul, right?
Yeah,
all of it to Maul. Okay, so we're going to go to 8 here. Still can't play that Avenger chilling in our hand. 22, so 6, 28. 31.
It's relative. It's basically even, right? 13 health remaining for Mark. 11 for Chase.
And 11 power on board for Vader. Enough to kill him if he did nothing.
Looks like we got a little bit of a freeze happening here. Hopefully this resolves quickly to get this crucial action in. I'll just refresh a little bit.
It's frozen for us.
Yeah. Loopy's going to pop on since his signal is clear and ours is frozen. I'm going to join the other link.
Yep. So the Kira player Chase Sundrup is deciding again, what to do with initiative. Going into Vader, 22 damage on Kira's base, 17 damage on Mark Warren piloting Vader Yellow. I think the Kira is looking for a barrage or a Snoke, but must not have it because of the amount of time thinking. Will attack 4 to base, taking Vader to 21, 9 left to go.
And looks like we got our signal back. Thank you, Loopy. We see a Death Squadron skirmisher comes in. Love that card. Exhausting that Kira, I believe, right? Oh, got it. Got a Kira to attack while we were catching back up. Underplayed card, especially when you're going to have a space unit out. Exhaust is a powerful mechanic.
So he still has lethal, right? Like the Vader player has, if Kira can't interact with his units, he can kill him.
We have 6, 9, 10, 11, 12. Yeah.
This is 33.
Yep. That Vader hit takes Kira to 30, or excuse me, 28.
Yeah, there's lots of math.
Yeah, this hand's not looking perfect for Kira. We have Power of the Dark Side and Avenger. There might not be options here.
Yeah. Right. Power doesn't do it. Can't play the Avenger, which also doesn't do it.
Mm-hmm. Power comes down and you discard a tie.
Ugh, don't kill the readied unit.
Yeah.
Kill your exhausted unit. Yeah, the instinct was, well, obviously, I'm going to sack this 1/1. Oh, wait a minute.
29 for Kira. And we go to game. I was very wrong about scooping earlier. So I think the end of this game really goes to show how right it needs to go for Kira, because that first 5 resources for Kira were perfect. They were great. You had the opportunity to OB and you didn't draw into what you needed later on. So great win for Vader, taking it 1-0 over Kira. The beginning of the game couldn't have gone that much better for Kira. The middle and end game really, really slowed down here. So, wow, great play from both players, but Vader ends up on top.
I think the Vader player baited the Kira player by playing the Victor tie in that one in the game.
Maybe. I don't think so.
Definitely not.
I think that's a really generous interpretation of what we saw. Yeah. But at the end of the day, it doesn't matter, right? Because he came out and he got the win. And now we're going to see if Kira has some tech in the sideboard to be able to deal with this. It looks like Kira is bringing in a handful more cards than Mark on the Vader side. So we'll see how this goes. We didn't see any of the eager escort fighters, so I would imagine that's coming in from the side. And yeah, and then Yoda Killer in chat saying, I think Vader learned a very important lesson here. He's not going to do that again, I don't think. And the best part about a lesson that you don't have to pay the price of is that, you learn and you still win the game, right? So we'll see how that goes for game 2 here.
I do wonder if he just had no play and he was just like, man, I'm just going to do it.
It's very possible.
After that, yeah. There's and even when it looked really bad and it was like, just scoop it up, Vader, there still wasn't a lot of pressure from the Kira player.
Well, let's
so there
remember,
was still an opportunity. And Maul just like played to the board and he's going to hit you next turn, but nothing that turn.
the exhaust that Mark was able to apply here really took off at least 11 damage from the board, potentially more. No good to me dead on the Kira, so that's 8 damage there, plus the exhaust of the gunship, right? Like these amount of damage really matter in these sorts of tight games. So we'll see if you get that well-timed exhaust again, or will some OB come in general. I'm always rooting for game 3. My favorite team is game 3, so that's what I'm hoping for. I'm hoping Kira takes this one to bring it to as much action as we could possibly provide for you guys here on the Late Night Channel. So what's the move here for Vader? What are you bringing in, John?
Ooh, I don't know. I'd ask Carlos. I would phone a friend.
Yeah, I think what you're bringing in, if it's not already in full scale, are the Lurking Ties. Obviously very good versus this sort of soft control meta. Outside
I saw him set 2 cards on the table.
Okay.
We saw
could
one Lurking
could just
Tie.
be those, yeah.
I don't know. It looked like you brought in 2 cards.
And I think what we really want to start seeing for Vader here is the double 1-drop on turn 1. I think having the first order tie as the only 1-drop is never really what you want to see as a Vader player, but it's exactly what you want to see from Kira's perspective. So we're getting these life pucks reset, and we're going into the shuffle stage. What are we going to call this? Is it like the presenting deck stage?
Deck presentation, sure.
Mm-hmm.
Did we see mulligans last game?
I don't remember.
Yeah, let's see this time, because if he didn't have double 1-drop and didn't mulligan, that's interesting. He may have liked the rest of his curve. Shipping it back.
So we'll see how that plays out. On the other side, Chase does like what he sees.
And had one easy resource, thinking about the other one. Yeah, I mean, Kira only got to 8 resources. They weren't able to play their Avenger, and even if they did, it's not that good here. It takes forever to do much.
It's really Snoke, if it's in the deck, that is super impactful in terms of late game plays. Obviously Devastator too, but that's like a really late game play.
When I'm playing decks like this Kira deck, I have a lot that I can bring in to trim off those big ships that I really don't need. Yeah. All right, so Kira with the initiative. We need resources from Mark.
Mm-hmm. See a Victor leader in his hand, and I'm not sure what else we have from the Mark player, but I'm trying to bend over to try to see, but he's holding it too tight.
Yeah.
Here we go.
Well, this is a mulligan, so.
Yep, we got Pershing to start for Kira, followed by a tie LN, Kira claims, and then the first order tie. Really the turn that Mark's looking for here to start.
Both mulligan first game, okay. Mm-hmm. Good to know.
See Pershing probably start. Yeah. Super Laser Tech coming in, and then Victor's coming down again, so did not learn the lesson. We see the Pershing ability ramp with Super Laser Tech, and we might have a first action Kira flip here.
Man, Pershing into Laser Tech. Love it. That is my favorite.
So we see the ability being used, putting a shield onto Pershing, probably assuming that Vader's going to take his 3 damage here, or 4 damage from the first order tie plus the buff.
Yeah, it keeps it healthy on the Kira flip. Nice to just do it. All right, Carlos. Let's see. See if he gets burned.
Yeah, so you didn't learn the lesson in game 1, and you skated by. Maybe it would have been better to get hit by it again, right?
Maybe he's just a better Vader player than Carlos is. I mean, that's possible.
I'm just kidding. I don't know, Mark, but Carlos is a very skilled player, obviously. You got to see this Kira flip first action, right? I mean,
let's do it. Yeah.
I don't know what else you would be waiting for. I would be slamming this with authority.
So, if we did have Barrage, is there anything in the Vader deck on 4 resources to stop it from happening?
I guess if he's playing Bazine to smuggle it out to steal it, right? But,
okay.
Yeah. He's doing the Inferno 4, getting the little scry action going on. Keeping one and
before flipping.
Bottom. Yep.
Chase is on 5. We're not flipping.
I'm a little confused by that, but we'll see it play out. And then we have another 4 to base, taking Chase to 11 damage. And now are we going to see it?
No, he's going to play the Hylabon, right, to get it damaged.
Okay, so now we have the Hylabon. LN taking another 3, seeing a lot of damage.
Yeah, this is doing it. Man, playing that Victor leader was so good.
I disagree, but we'll see. We'll see how it goes.
So good, so good. Oh my god, it was a good play.
It's a really high risk play. I might end up in game 2 being stupid again, but we'll see.
Strong play. I mean, look at all this damage.
It's a lot of damage. There's no debate about that. It doesn't seem like there was an OB in hand. That obviously would have been devastating. We see Pershing buff Kira a little bit wider, get that card draw in hand. He's hunting for that OB. He wants more card draw. Looks like he just top decked the laser tech, which he knew was there. Maybe an argument for putting the tech on the bottom if you were gonna do that.
Yeah, if I'm Chase, I'm drawing that card before I spend any resources in case I draw into Barrage. That's tough.
The swarm is building, but it's an at-risk swarm, and then we see the Clone Combat Squadron coming in. Might make a fool out of me 2 games in a row.
Okay, I don't know this card. What's it do?
Oh, that's the Vader card. It gets buffed for how many units and how many space units are in play.
Dang.
So right now that is a 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 9, I believe.
So we can just run into the Victor, right? Yeah. And that's going to kill 3 ships if you just run your guy.
So we see Vigilance come down, killing Victor Leader, healing 5, cleaning up all of the one health units.
Crap.
And now this Clone Combat Squadron is only a 4-4 because we had 1 additional TIE fighter lurking in the wings.
Oh, Carlos might be right.
It kills you to say it, doesn't it?
Yeah.
You never want Carlos to be right.
I'm okay with Jeff being right.
So how the tides have turned here, will it be enough? I mean, 13 damage isn't that much. A lot more to uphill climb to go. We see the second Victor leader coming down, double buffing everything on the board, including we have this Clone Combat Squadron. Victor leader is there, but one of the ties is now gone after the Inferno 4 comes in, and we're going to the scrying phase of the Inferno 4 dying. Not sure what Chase is doing yet.
Okay, so 3, 4, 5. 1
on top, 1 on bottom.
So now we're a little bit in the same spot where there's not that much pressure.
Surprise strike coming in for 4, 5, 8 damage to base, bringing Kira 21.
So similar spot. It looks bad, looks rough, but there's not a lot of pressure, so Kira still needs to find interaction.
And the Vader flip is not coming until next turn.
Raphael, if you subscribe to Carlos's theory, that's correct. But I saw Mark do a lot of damage.
Yeah. I don't know. Even if I end up being wrong, I still think I was right. So that's the good thing about it sometimes. All right, we go to the next round. Still no OB in hand. It looks like, man, he's hunting for it. He needs it.
I like being results oriented when it supports my desired
process conclusion. when it doesn't support the results, and then
right? Exactly.
Let's be realistic. We start off here with Kier with a big untap. It is the OB. He gets it. Huge. Wipes the board completely.
Yeah, that does it. I think that's going to take us to game 3, but Let's see.
I'm not saying it this time. I was wrong last time. You could be wrong this time.
I'll do it for you.
A clone combat coming in, and man, so Kira's gonna do 7 damage to base here.
I am not wrestling Jeff Creasy or Carlos. Okay. I wrestled in high school. I know how to wrestle. I'm not wrestling either of those two guys.
Yeah, to hyperspace cube's point, he missed the tie token, but I think he's just frazzled after that OB. He's seeing the great board position kind of dwindle away in front of him, and we'll see how the rest of this turn plays out. We get Vader flipping onto that clone combat squadron, so a really big unit that needs to be dealt with, and we'll see if Kira has the 1v1 removal to do so.
Okay, 5, 6, 7. It's only 28. We're at 12. We've got 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 on the other side.
Here comes the blast, taking and the nice
there
blast,
we go.
By the way, from Vegas. Yeah, beautiful blast coming in, wiping the board. I do believe I saw Mark draw a card there from the High Blonde Bounty, and we see him follow up with a tie LN and a cartel spacer, and we go to the next round.
Okay, but it's still 12-21. You need more, Kira.
Yeah, but we're in the deep end now, right? We're getting closer to Devastator range, and that is the type of unit that kind of just shuts this game down.
We're one away.
We are at how many resources? 1, 2,
Avenger.
3, 4, 5.
We're at Avenger.
Yep.
If you play Avenger, you take 2, 23, and then you play.
Yep. We see the perilous position coming in, taking out that tie LN, a lonely cartel spacer.
Yeah, this is kind of what I'm saying. Like, I mean, maybe he has the giant space sentinel in his hand, and he's just fine. But if he doesn't have something,
I mean, at this point in the game, it is probably advantage Kira. They need to draw into the things they need, obviously. But we see a very, very rough turn from Vader here, only spending 2 resources or 3 resources total, I believe. So let's see if he could recover from that.
And his ship doesn't trigger Vader. It was a transport.
Yeah, I'm not sure how much time we have left in the round. Probably well within the range for 3 games here, but something to be mindful of. Cartel Spacer does 2 to base, and then we have it. The Devastator. I don't even care how many resources there was. Just take out the Spacer, and now you have to solve that threat. It's not lethal in 1 hit, but getting pretty close.
Yeah, I don't think he solves that, and he only plays in space.
Another claim come through, I think, is likely what's going to happen here. I mean, I don't know I don't even know what exists. Maybe Waylay? None of your standard bounce. You're not in a position to play Victor Leader. Okay. All right. So
Relic's saying he didn't produce a token. You have to attack with a fighter to produce a token, right?
No, it's just any space unit. It's not a token.
Non-token space unit. Okay, yeah. Okay.
We see Vader attempt to rebuild the board here with Victor Leader and the Sanctioner shuttle paling in comparison to this massive Devastator on the other end. Going to be hard to answer this.
I mean, to Tomb saying why play here, I probably think about my deck and say, okay, I really don't have an answer to this. Let's just go on. But maybe he does. Maybe there's something in his deck that we don't know about.
The Avenger, I could understand playing through Devastator, not so much.
Yeah, change of heart, right? Kyle Craft, change of heart.
Not going to work for this turn, though, because Devastator swings 10 into base, bringing Vader to 22. Yeah.
Claim, change of heart. Ooh, Path to Exile. He could get like a plains or an island.
And we see another big unit coming out here, I believe. Oh, maybe not.
All right, we claimed. What if he does have change of heart? He could. We can't put 8 on the board, right? Oh, unless we have Avenger.
Here comes a Vader. That's not another galactic card. Beautiful Vader. putting a shield onto the Sanctioner shuttle and then breaking Vader's shields. Or no, excuse me, shielding
the big boy.
Mm-hmm.
All right, change of heart. Let's do it. That's why we're still playing.
Hyblon, followed by resupply. Okay. Yeah. So I guess the question here is he set up for a change of heart if it exists? Does he have the removal to take care of Devastator? My wager would be yes. And then he does have lethal on board with the ability of Kira to buff the Hyblon.
Did I see a change of heart? Yeah, come on, show us, Mark. Let's go.
Nope, just exhausting the Devastator. But unless he has a way to deal with Vader and Hyblon or one or the other, it's not going to do it. 5 to base, bringing Vader to 27, killing the Sanctioner shuttle.
Okay. Now you conserve your personal time and sanity by scooping.
It does look like they have an outmaneuver as well, but that's not going to be enough. They are scooping, and we're going to game 3. Yeah. Wow, that really was a barn burner. You see the end game come into clearer focus for Kira there, where in game 1, the early game really was dominated by Kira. I think this, really shows the archetype of this matchup, how perfect it needs to be for Kira. And I think you need it to be perfect more in the end game than in the beginning.
Chase at the end looked like doing still had all these, and by the way, they're foil in hyperspace.
Mm-hmm. And if you look at the way that Chase that Mark played it outside of the Victor Leader stuff, because we've covered it enough, but he really was playing a game that made Kira have the OB, that made Kira have the specific answer that she needed. Potentially that's the right answer. Like I said, I personally don't believe it is. We have a lot of people watching here, 334 on YouTube. Let us know in chat if you think that was the right answer or not. But it's a tough game to play. You have to put pressure on. Oh, 470 combined on all channels. We're really showing out here for Portland sectors. Appreciate all the support.
Carlos, he won twice and lost once. I don't know. What is there to learn?
Mm-hmm. So third time's a charm here. Please learn the lesson now. That should be the quote of the day. So we're going into game 3 here. Yeah. And if you're looking for a great way to dive deeper into Vader Yellow, we have a masterclass here on Late Night Gaming from Loopy. And just in general, the whole masterclass series. If you're ever in the mood to pick up a deck or you're struggling to play against a deck, they're a great resource. And, that's the one thing about the Star Wars Unlimited community is that if one of us sees a resource somewhere, we're going to pass it along so everybody has it. And that's the beauty of it, right?
Loopy might have loaded an old file in the scrolling banner there. Is the number, they're not correct.
Well, if they're correct or not correct, we'll try to get that resolved in the middle of the rounds. But we'll also be taking another look at Jonathan's data viz is throughout the day. So we'll get the right number for you. And at the end of the day, another great resource, if we can't figure it out on the fly, is SWU Base. That'll be updated probably shortly after Saturday for today, and then late night Sunday for the total results. Let's get game 3 here. Jonathan, I want a prediction.
Okay. We have Vader wins it, and Vader wins it by playing a Victor Leader on curve.
So you're committing to the bit.
I'm committing.
There's no... Okay.
Yes. On curve, Victor Leader. No ramp from Kira, so he gets lots of damage from that Victor Leader.
Mm-hmm. Dare to dream, Jonathan. Dare to dream. All right. We see Vader liking that. Resources down. Kira shuffling. And, I'm playing Data Vault Thrawn, like I mentioned. And I don't know if I'm not a good enough shuffler, but shuffling a Data Vault deck just sucks. I hate it. I need to bring a little machine or something. And I am a double sleever. This guy, Chase might be triple sleeving here. He's definitely not Raw Dog, and I can tell you that much. All right. Presents the deck for cut. Does he get ramp? Does he get OB? He's really been leaning on those Hyblons, which has been interesting.
The Vader player kept their hand, right?
Mm-hmm.
So we definitely have a Victor Leader on curve. Otherwise, we mulligan. That's it.
Yep.
I mean, the Pershing into laser tech is so nice. He did have that in game 2.
Starting off with a TIE LN followed by an Inferno 4, the Scry Fighter. We keep none of the cards, both going to the bottom. See you later.
That's a good start.
Yep. Do we get a second one drop? That's the real question here.
Yeah. Let's see. Do you have it? Otherwise, looking good for Kira.
No second one drop to follow it up, but we do see the Sanctioner shuttle in hand, so not all is lost, but not really the opening you want to see. That being said, that is the game that he won, opening with single one drop. Process over results, right?
True. Yeah, exactly.
We see the Death Space Skirmisher coming down, exhausting Inferno 4, following up with a Power of the Dark Side. Which one goes? Got to be the exhausted one. Get that token gen going. I think so, at least. Come on.
Yeah, for sure.
He takes the exhausted one. Swings in 2 to base. Kira claims, Vader creates.
We remember. Never forget.
It looks like we see 2 ramp options. Interesting enough, he decides to put down the Super Laser Tech in favor of resupply.
It's harder to kill your laser tech when you don't have Pershing.
Fair. You do have the ability. We see the Inferno 4 trade in to that LN.
Just great. Just doing its job.
And the Hauler coming down. First time we've seen this in this set. Risky card to play against blue-green, but obviously this deck is renowned the way the Bothan guys put it together to control the flow of that Hauler. Will that come into play will be a big point of this middle game. We see a resupply from Chase, bringing him up to 5 resources, I believe, right? And will we see the flip? Probably not.
Maybe start hitting for 4.
See Kira going up to 3 damage.
Thinking about the flip. I don't think they have a one resource play here.
Yeah, I mean the other option,
unless he has a Hylabon,
the Inferno just to get some scry going. I don't think that's worth it. He does have a Hylabon in his hand, so doing that.
I think you play the Hylabon and maybe go ahead and flip.
He's considering the flip. Okay.
Why didn't we play the Hylabon then? Don't we have one?
Yeah, I don't know. I'm a little confused as well. Maybe he wants the action economy to be able to get an attack in. I'm a little puzzled by that as well.
Oh, well, okay. Sometimes I'll make a play like that because I need a card to resource, and I don't think that Hylabon's going to win me the game.
That's a fair perspective. Here we go into the 5 resource turn for Vader, 6 for Kira.
Man, clearing another unit. Oh, okay, that's a good start.
Down on the Hauler. That's going to wipe the board. And now Kira kind of has to start over. Get the Scry Fighter going, and I believe that's an OB on top with no target, unfortunately.
I see the Kira wins in chat. I don't know. 2 people saying Kira wins.
It's I put myself out on a limb in game 1, and I was very wrong. Clearly, as you get later into the game, it favors Kira, but you got to get some units on the board.
Yeah, there's no pressure. We need to see what their play is. Maybe they saw the card in hand that I'm not aware of.
We're still doing the scry.
Yeah.
And he decides to keep both. So he's just going to eat 6 damage here from the Hauler, is my guess.
Unless we have some way to remove it. We're on 6. Vigilance can't do it because of the pump.
Okay, we see a tap of 6 coming in for Vigilance, and I believe that is the the Sector Vigilance that takes out the tie, heals 3 back to 0, and now we're going to take 6.
Sad Vigilance. Doesn't heal the 5, kills a 1/1. But your base is healthy.
Yeah, I mean, I think that early Kira flip really got punished by that OB here. I'm not sure if it was the right or wrong move, but it was a punish.
I don't think you guys
to round resource 7 for Kira, 6 for Vader. Got to deal with that flip turn this turn.
I don't think you guys can hear Loopy, but his house is rowdy right now. It's a party or something.
They're so excited about this coverage.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, that's what it is.
Unlimited sector in Portland. Here we go. Kira player looking through the resources.
All right, so Kira they're on 7.
It's a space unit. Timely, devastating gunship. Looks like it's going to timely into the hauler and then kill the. No, it's going to do both effects to the hauler. Both effects to the hauler. What?
No. Attack the hauler
and then use these Leon played for the tie. Apologies about that.
Exactly. So now we're gonna have ourselves a hauler.
And that's a big boy right now. That is a 7-power ship.
Could he have like scavenge or something? What's that card called?
Salvage.
Could we do it?
Well, to be honest, if I'm Kira here, I don't play this hauler. I leave the hauler in the discard pile. I let that go to rest. I don't want to deal with it again. So the Death Space Skirmisher coming out. He doesn't take my advice, which might be bad advice, and plays the hauler again.
He's confident. Space is healthy. If they get that hauler back, we're going to kill it again.
Yeah, that's what he's thinking. He's thinking, I have the removal. We have the technology. I have the tools, right? And that's what's hoping to happen.
Yeah, I think so. Make him run out of cards. Keep pressuring the Vader player.
This is a big turn, man. This is a big turn for Vader. He needs to have an impactful flip, and he needs to build that momentum into Resource 7 and beyond. And for Kira to have a chance to extend this game, which it's looking pretty good, right? He's only has 6 damage on base out of a total 33. But this is a big the flip turn for any leader, but Vader specifically, very impactful.
So, Carlos, when do we flip to ground with Vader? Do we ever do that here?
Yeah, not right now. We don't. So we put on to the Death Space Skirmisher, getting 2 more tokens made, rebuilding the board, and we still have 3 resources left. I wonder if we see anything or just a snap claim here from the Kira player.
Yeah,
you see some hand motions, some back and forth. So maybe the judge is just checking to make sure the hauler was played properly. Looked like it was all good to me. We do see it get captured by that sanctioner shuttle.
Okay.
Which is part of why I want to leave it in the discard pile. I don't want to give it a chance to go back to its owner.
That's a great way to get it back.
Yeah, luckily Kira did just top deck a super laser blast. They are going into the 8 resource turn.
Is that's not a phantom tie that Vader's on?
No, that is a Death Space Skirmisher.
Oh, that's rough. Yeah. But he gets a hauler back, right?
Well, if the Sanctuary Shuttle dies. So yes.
Yeah, this will be.
So maybe there's an argument for trying to take out the shuttle first. So then it goes back into play, unreadied, and then you blast.
Yeah, you take a little damage, but then the shuttle goes away, and you have the option to play it again if you really want to.
Mm-hmm. And one thing we know about Data Vault in general is that your base health is a resource, right? You have to decide when and where to use it. And this wasn't the choice. So he's OBing here, which is a massive OB, 6, 7, 8, 9 damage. Going to be able to clear Vader. Yep. Decides not to clear the shuttle. He takes out Vader and one of the tie tokens, leaving that lonely Sanctioner shuttle there. Yeah.
Yeah.
Another huge threat here, this giant devastating gunship.
Okay, but still so much health on base for the Kira player.
It's a great spot for Kira, especially with that super laser blast in tow. A lot of thought here as we go into probably one of the most pivotal turns of the game. That No Good to Be Dead coming in clutch again in this matchup, this time exhausting Devastating Gunship off that buff from Overwhelming Barrage. I don't think Kira has that many options. Maybe a shield the gunship, but then no, it dies if you do that. So, yeah, probably just claim.
How do you find enough damage to kill the Kira player, though?
Well, it starts with not allowing this gunship to survive much longer, I think, right? That's really going to run roughshod over your space arena.
Right. So, does he need to run the token into it? Nope.
See Vader rebuilding the board here. I'm not sure what that token is. That's the No Good to Be Dead token. So the gunship will not ready this following turn. And then Vader claims. How is that possible?
Yeah, maybe more interaction in hand that he doesn't need right now.
I'm just surprised to see Kira not claim there because they only took one action that turn.
You are right. I don't know how that happened.
Yeah, maybe he could have just kept continued to pass.
Yeah, maybe.
So the Sanctioner Shuttle 2 to base, followed up by a Reinforcement Walker. Discards a Vader to heal 3, bringing him from 11 to 8. Really slow rolling the Super Laser Blast here. It's like, you got to force me to use it. Trading that LN into the gunship. I'll take that trade if I'm Vader. See a shield here from Kira. Probably just trying to protect against some sort of OB, even though an OB wouldn't kill it.
Yeah, that's a chunky boy.
Yeah. The later we go, the worse it gets, I think, for Vader. And we see him refilling the board and then waylaying that Reinforcement Walker, but it's a little too slow.
I mean, that is a way you make the play, right? And see what you can do.
Well, what else are you gonna do?
Yeah. You do waylay the walker.
You have to try to do it one step at a time. I know sometimes in this position as an aggro player could feel like a situation that's not overcomable, and most likely it's not, but the only way to approach it is one step at a time as opposed to this massive undertaking. And that undertaking just got a little bit bigger with Reinforcement Walker coming down and likely healing more is my guess.
Yeah. Who's got a Thinker on top? Yeah, it's a card he could play. He was like, should I play it?
See him take 2 from that Sanctioner Shuttle, and then repeat it last turn. We get the shield going on to the Reinforcement Walker.
And the life counters are life pucks from Metal Fab. Question in the chat.
Hopefully no one had that on their drinking game for the stream today because a lot of mentioned it already. More damage to base from the Vader player, bringing Kira to 16 damage overall. Follows up
look
with
at all this
clone combat squadron, followed by a Victor leader. I think I smell a blast. I think now is the time, right? You don't want to wait any longer.
Yeah, it's time.
And this is the most demoralizing time too. Vader's like, oh man, I finally turned the corner. I got this great board. He must not have a blast, otherwise he would have used it already. But alas. And here it comes.
There we go.
Taking out the whole board. Obviously, the hauler still comes back, but, you know, whatever.
Yep.
Not looking good for Vader.
What's he got? Can he do it again? Just do the same thing he just did. Flood the board.
ILN. First step.
Okay.
Let's position on the hauler.
Oh, no, only one unit.
Repeat of game 2, only spending 1 resource.
I just remembered I was cheering for Kira.
Yeah, totally.
This works.
All All right, so now can Kira start playing some big units after this 2 to base from the hauler? That's the question here. We're going to get an answer right away. It's a Vigilance taking out the hauler, healing 6, and now will he let it rest? I hope he does.
I bet he doesn't.
I'm probably wrong. I am wrong.
There it is.
He plays the hauler.
He did it before. He just knows, I can kill it again.
Well, at this point, it does feel like Vader's playing on borrowed time.
Did we attack? Did we attack this turn?
I don't think so. Agent Callus coming in.
I don't think we attacked.
Oh, we see a Cunning come through. That's a spicy include by Vader here, returning the hauler. And since it is the owner's hand, the hauler goes back to the Vader's hand. Should have left it there. I was right. You were wrong, Jonathan. As we go on to the next round here.
Wrong again.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he doesn't. But I think I'm still right. He doesn't care.
Yeah, sure. I mean, it's very, you're still in a very comfortable situation. It has relatively no impact.
Okay, but again, there's 19 on one base and only 4 on the other. What can we do here?
You got to keep pushing, right? You have to find a way. You have to get some card advantage going. The issue is he really did load those boards up, and now it's going to get punished again by an OB on Callus, wiping everything, including the token.
Dang.
Looks like we got about 4 minutes left in the round. Should be plenty of time here. Outmaneuver, exhausting Agent Callus.
I think that's the type of card that's been sitting in Vader's hand.
Yeah, and now we have the set 1 Spark of Rebellion Vader coming out to fill the board up. And like we said, there's probably enough time to finish it, but Kira has to do a lot of damage to base here. And luckily, she's filling the board up. Maybe Avenger or Devastator coming in next round to seal the deal. If not, we could be getting close to time.
Need to put some more damage in space for Vader.
Yeah, DZ in chat is talking about Snoke. I'm not sure if Chase is running Snoke. We haven't seen it being played yet. See some fast play from Mark throwing down another hauler, and it looks like Kira just claims, and we're on to the next.
Cunning is a random discard, the Slayer of Gluten.
Looks like we see a top deck of an Avenger, and that might seal things here for Kira.
They even have the initiative here.
Oh, and there's a Dev.
Oh, it's a Devastator. Yeah. That really seals it up.
Yeah, that's a good point, Yoda Killer. Where are the lurkers?
We took away the table for a moment. Oh, we might have lost it. I thought Loopy was like, "Yep, this is over."
No, we're just getting some internet issues. Probably as the round end and more people get on their phones.
For sure. It looked great at the start of this game.
Just play the Devastator. Get it down. Looks like we're getting the signal back here. A little blurry, but we got movement, which is what we need.
Yeah, I mean, with 2 minutes on the clock, play your Devastator. Let's go.
Yeah, I mean, you got to push. Kira starts pushing damage, swings in with Vader, getting the Vader player to 16 damage on base to Kira's 23. No resources spent. Here comes all 10. Or maybe not.
I think he has more than 10. Does he have 12?
Could he timely? That would be huge.
That's what I'm saying. Here we go.
He does have
timely Devastator.
12 resources. 1, 2. That is 12. Oh my God. It's even more than 12. Here comes the ambush Devastator to take out
off the shield.
The 7th Fleet Defender, and then overwhelm by 8 on that. And that brings Vader to 24 damage, putting him on check on the ground. Very, very well played by Chase here. Ambush Devastator is very good, especially when you're this late in the game.
It's mostly just fun.
Yeah,
is it necessary? Is it necessary?
Talking about this is fun for, right? We'll find out later on, I guess. And then we follow up with the Pershing, and I think that's all she wrote.
Yeah, so we ambush a Devastator and then just drop a Pershing, yeah. All in the same turn.
And that will do it. Chase takes it 2-1. Great set of games here. Wow. We saw how the different flows of the game really shook out over the course of this game. In game 1, we see Chase get the perfect start with Kira, but then can't finish it up. Vader comes in and sweeps the damage in later. Game 2, the exact opposite in the beginning, but it didn't matter for Kira. And game 3, a back to back. You're just throwing these bombs out. At the end of the day, Devastator's always going to win that game.
Yeah. The double 1-drop, pretty important. We only saw that. I think we only saw that game 2. Is that right?
Yeah. And so one of the games he lost, right? So a lot of predictions were wrong on our end, but a great set of games. Hopefully, when we see Mark watch this back, that he doesn't hate us too much for the Victor Leader calls, but we got to call him like we see it. And we did see a great set of games there, Jonathan.
Mark's on my team.
And we have a couple minutes left in the round. Actually, no, we just hit the timer, so we're going to call it there. We'll be back in a few minutes as we get ready for round 4 here on Late Night Gaming. Great day of games ahead of us, a few games ahead of us. We got Take Initiative helping out, Jonathan Fisher on the data viz. It really takes a village, and that includes unlimited power here on site in Portland. So shout out to everybody. Appreciate you all in chat hanging out with us. I'll be back later on today. I think round 8 with Loopy. Looking forward to that. Hope to see you then. Until then, see you soon.
Yep, that's it for me on stream. So have a good one. Bye, everyone.
Where is Padme? Is she safe? Is she all right?
Welcome back, Star Wars Unlimited fans. We are here with round 4 of the Portland Sector Qualifier. I'm Jeff Creasy with the Bot the Network, and I have the pleasure of being here with Corwin from Late Night Gaming. How you doing, Corwin?
Good. Yeah, thanks for having me on. I'm excited about this round. It looks like we're actually going to be casting one of my teammates on Han 1 Blue. So
yeah,
we'll see how this deck plays
I'm really
out.
Excited to see. You were telling me before we went live that you had some experience with this deck, both as a teammate and in some recent tournament activity. Can you talk a little bit about the deck and what it's trying to do?
Yeah, my experience was unfortunate. It was Carlos kicking me out of the top 8 round in the last weekend with this deck. So we'll see. I was on Boba Datavolt, and it felt pretty unwinnable for Boba. I'm interested to see how Gar's going to handle it. It's a sneaky deck because it does a good job of kind of limiting your early options, and then before you know it, with the Han flip, all of a sudden his board's full and your base is at 15 damage on it already, and it didn't feel like he was doing anything but controlling you until that point. So
yeah, no,
I'm excited to see how this works.
Yeah, exactly. We've already seen Han 1 Green stream on stream before, and obviously we know the power there where you get U-wing reinforcements, you get Kelleran back. There's a lot of green 7 drops that you get. Obviously the big blue 7 drop that everyone thinks of is Luke Skywalker unit. What else do you think this Han 1 Blue brings to the table that kind of makes it an appealing choice over the Han 1 Green that we've already seen?
I think it's maybe just a little bit more balanced in controlling the ground than Han 1 Green. Han 1 Green's really trying to, at least against a lot of decks, trying to get that early lead in space and then transition to ground with Keller and Beck. But this has a much more balanced and like a faster kind of push on that ground aspect. So we'll see how it goes. Like I said, my games against it with Boba, they felt almost impossible, and the game was kind of over before I even got to see Luke Skywalker's. So
yeah,
we'll see if he's got anything else spicy. I know if he's playing it, one of the things that really trips people up is he has Power of the Dark Side in the deck.
Yeah. I love that in Blue Hero, and especially in Han 1, where you can discard it easily with the Han ability if you don't need it, and then also you have it if you do need it. And
exactly.
It looks like they've already gotten in the game here. Yeah, we've got a Secretive Sage, and I may struggle a bit on some of these units.
It's a Venestra. That's another really sneaky card in this deck. Yeah, with the Force coming in ready. That's how he finished me off multiple games with that extra damage.
And we see a Director Krennic on the Gar, so that is going to attack for 3 and be a shielded unit. What are you expecting out of this Gar ECL deck? I know we think of Gar, it's kind of this kind of wonky, mostly aggro deck.
Yeah.
What do you think we're going to see out of it?
I was pretty big on this Gar deck earlier, and after testing it a bunch before my PQ last week, I kind of shifted off. It really feels like you're pushing aggro in kind of a light-handed manner early, and you're really just trying to go for that big blowout play with Vader on the ECL. That's a really big play, though.
So yeah.
That's huge. The turret
you get upgraded and then get to deal 7 damage to a unit. So kill the turret. And Lompike just as a whole is really interesting in this deck because he can just give anything upgrades if he wants to. Well, that's
yeah, cool. This is going to be interesting to see because I was going to say it looks like they're just going to like flat out race each other and not worry about the units until I saw turret come down. And that's one of those things you were asking, like, what does Han Blue have over Han Green? And the turret is a big aspect of why you play that Force Blue base instead.
Yeah, I mean, the ability to go turn 1 Secretive Sage into turn 2 turret is kind of wild.
Yeah. Yeah, it was something that at Galactics I saw a lot in the Han 2 blues, but it's not as good dropping that early in Han 2 blue since you have to deal 2 of that damage, and it really matters with turret. That's where like this Han 1 ability kind of favors some of these plays.
Yeah, and you can segue that into also getting your villain card in the discard, so your Anakin is just automatically online. Yeah, it's really, really cool. We see shielding the Falcon here. So
yeah, I was wondering.
Chris is all aboard the all aboard the race game plan.
Yeah, this is where things get scary though, because when Han flips and starts flooding out the board, the race becomes pretty hard. He's got hotshot blasters in row, most likely. You have to be careful. He can push that damage quite quickly, and yeah, like we already see.
There's only 3 health left.
3 health, yeah. Like another Venestra or something could just end the game at any point.
Oh, and there's a Kira, so we have no Vader plays, no OB, no whatever Carlos wants to take away. It makes me think, yeah, we're going to game 2 already.
Yeah, that's kind of what I was saying with this deck. It just ends way faster than you're expecting, and the Kira is incredibly annoying. That on my PQ last weekend, I drew Overwhelming Barrage only 4 times the whole day across all of my games, and 2 of them were against Carlos, and he Kira'd both of them.
Oh no, yeah, Kira is so good. I really like it in these kinds of decks. It's the same way that it used to be in the pre-Force Throw banning in the Quinlan days, or even back in Mono Han days, where you just Kira is so brutal when you're a tempo deck saying, I'm going to get this incremental advantage, and you have one answer, and I'm going to be able to say that you can't play that answer.
But yeah.
As they're sideboarding here, so we know we've been saying Carlos. Obviously, we've been talking to Yoda Killer Carlos in chat. This is different. This is Carlos Apodaca, very notable player for the late night gaming team. He got second in a PQ last weekend with this deck, He's had several notable finishes. He did fairly well at Galactics. I don't remember if he made
32nd. He was 32nd place.
Yeah, he was 32nd at Galactics. So I'm not familiar with Chris Wolf, but I do know that Carlos Apodaca is one heck of a player and has the results to show that as well.
Yeah, both he and his brother are on our team, and they finished 32nd and 33rd at Galactics. Yeah. So they're power family.
Mm-hmm. So what do you think? What do you think, Carlos? I mean, game one went to Carlos's plan. What do you think Chris can sideboard in to try to stem the bleeding, or does he just need to change his?
I think he needs to change the game plan.
The wrong idea. Okay.
Yeah, I think in this matchup you can't hold off for a big Vader push. You need to use your ECL early to deal with some of those ground units. I mean, I think like he did a good job with that Lompike craving power, but it's just too little, too late at that point. You really have to play this like it is an aggro deck, and that's why this Han Blue is so scary. It is aggro, and then it also has Luke Skywalker and powerful endgame tools. So,
I wonder, do you think that might have just been Chris being unfamiliar with Carlos's deck, or with the Han 1 Blue kind of archetype?
It might be, but also like it's hard to control it when he opens with the 2/2 shielded. So
that's true.
Like, as guard, you're not just trying to trade off shields there. Like you feel like you can win that race if he's hitting for 2 and you're hitting for 3 every time. But like I said, the Venestras coming out early, Hotshot Blasters in row. We didn't see a lot of those, but Falcon coming in ready. There's just a lot of tools to push that extra damage a little bit faster than Gar can.
Yeah, definitely. And for me, whenever I'm watching any Star Wars Unlimited or playing, and I see both players just racing, my thought always goes to one of these players is wrong. You know?
Yeah, my big deck is Sabine, so I think that's
nice.
An area that I have kind of taken to heart and improved in over time. Is even as Sabine, I feel like I don't actually race from the beginning very frequently. It's
absolutely
a lot of
as early as
trades.
Yeah, as early as set 2, I think once Sabine got Poe and Wrecker, it became a much more nuanced game plan of, you know, I'm not just the aggro deck in every single matchup. There are times where I need to control the board, times where I need to make sure my leader sticks, times where I can't use my hero ability. It's pretty much every aggro deck in this game has something that they can't just race against and have to know when to control the board.
I think that's a great thing about this game compared to a lot of others is in other games I've played, there are just kind of those quote-unquote brain-dead aggro decks, and I know a lot of people early on got that with Sabine and say like Sabine is just no thought involved, hit base, but good players, you won't see that.
Yeah, definitely agree. So we've started here. We've got the Krennic start again into Inferno 4 and the Secret of Sage, and we already see a difference here with Krennic and Secret of Sage trading shields. Yoda comes down as well.
A Sage on the other side.
So it looks like Chris has kind of, and this is I think this is also a good thing and a sign of a good player. You know, you get about 30 seconds to analyze what went wrong in a game 1. And it seems like Chris is kind of changing his approach a bit and saying, oh, you know, I can't race this deck. I really do need to kind of control the board a bit. And I'm curious how far he's going to... Yeah, it looks like he's going to keep
even trading those. Yeah. I think it's scary to do this with the Yoda on board, though, because like that's just really shutting down any race ability. And now he's just taking all this damage and... Okay, and I think
trade
into the Yoda.
I do think Chris played it smart there, where you know he knows the Restore 2 is on board, so he's going to take his unit trades first, and now he can he can attack base with the Inferno 4 later after the Yoda's already attacked, if he wants the 2 damage over initiative.
Definitely. Yeah, so he gets that in. Itinerant Warriors are also, an annoying card in this deck that stops you from being able to outrace it.
Yeah, it's another interesting nuance with Han 1 Blue versus Han 2 Blue, where an Itinerant Warrior that's a 4/2 shielded, you could play something like a Perilous Position and still deal with it, but Han 1 doesn't give you that option. So you just always have to deal with the full 4 health.
I'm interested why he didn't use the Force to heal that too.
I would guess because he's just not worried about his health total, and it looks like he went back down to 0. So I think he got the Yoda
swung with the
attack
Yoda.
in. Yeah, because because Carlos had the initiative still, so we knew that he could just attack with Yoda first action.
Gotcha. Yeah, that makes sense. I was just curious if there was anything in his hand that he wanted to use the Force for this turn before attacking, but.
Yeah, because we obviously, I assume we're not playing something like a Ki-Adi-Mundi out of aspect, which is where your head usually goes with what are you using the Force for. Maybe he just wanted it in case he drew a turret and could slam it and have the Force up.
Yeah. And I think this is, both leaders could be flipping. Gar already did.
Yeah.
So this game's already gone later. Oh, that was the Eager Escort Fighter coming to clear the Falcon. That's huge.
Yeah. That card's been a real overperformer ever since it came onto the scene, I think. And its biggest use case is killing Falcons, but whether it's in this deck, in Kira against Vader, or in Vader against other space decks, Eager Escort Fighter has been really good.
It is. I always underrated it. Yeah, when I saw it, I was like, I don't want this necessarily. It's basically just open fire. For space, a more limited open fire, but it actually works really well.
Yeah, but it is space open fire that kills Lurking Tie, which regular open fire doesn't.
Yeah, it kills Lurking Tie, it kills Victor leaders very easily. As a Sabine player, it kills my Masterpiece.
Yeah, with Victor leader out, it kills the stolen AT Hauler that was stolen from me as a Vader player. It's a lot more versatile than it looks at first glance.
Oh, Carlos did drop the turret there.
Yeah. So I think that goes back to why he didn't heal with the 3. He probably had turret in hand. He might have had to keep his options open, and he knew that the Force is going to be more relevant than the 2 damage if he needed to just drop a turret on short notice.
Yep. Oh, this is looking very tough again for Gar. This is just what I felt with this deck last weekend as well. It's just sneaky that it can clear your stuff and still race faster than a lot of other decks.
It just feels very strangling. Like you get this very incremental advantage, but it blows up and gets out of hand so fast. I think Gar is just a deck that the biggest tool that it has is something like ECLing an Evader and killing 2 units. But by the time you're doing that, you're already too far behind. He's got the turret and the Han and the Itinerant Warrior. That was a lot of... There's a lot of problems that he's got to deal with really quick.
And we're in range now of Luke's or Enfys Nest was kind of the nightmare of my last week after playing against this deck. Enfys Nest just made the game impossible to close out.
Yeah, and we do see a unit get E-sealed in.
It's a Vader, I'm pretty sure. But
it is a Vader, so I'm guessing he attacked into the turret and killed the Itinerant Warrior and shielded it, gave it a second shield and killed it. Maybe he's going to kill the Han leader, I'm not sure. We're going to have to wait to see where that goes.
Yeah, I've completely frozen, but I think that is what is happening. Yeah, because I see 3 damage counters.
Know if this is enough. Like, that's about the best he could do, but I don't know that it's enough. A lot of the board went away while we were gone.
Yeah, which and left totals are reset.
Yeah.
Is it just over?
That is a great question, because he was at 16 damage or so. So I'm thinking maybe he couldn't deal with the Falcon.
Well, it could have been... So he still had the Itinerant out. If he was at 16, that brings him to 20. Yeah. I saw Venestra on board before he picked it up.
Strike as well.
Yeah, so I think he Venestra'd and either Hot Shot or Surprise Striked. I can't quite see what's on his discard pile. Oh, it's a Spark on his discard. So that wouldn't have closed it, but...
Yeah, it looks like we have a very quick, very clean 2-0 for Carlos Apodaca here. Yeah, so we're gonna try. So we have a backup feature table, but we haven't wanted to try it because we've been having internet issues. Since this table is already done. We're going to see if we can get the backup match to function. If not, we're going to come back and tell you that and go to a longer break. We're going to go on a short break while we see if we can get a backup match going in. Welcome back, Star Wars Unlimited fans. I am Jeff Creasy, still here with Corwin, and we've got a backup feature match here where we've got an Anakin Blue going into Game 2 against a Han 1 Green. And Anakin took Game 1, and the players have just finished sideboarding and are shuffling up for Game 2. How you doing, Corwin? How you feeling about this matchup?
This one I'm not quite sure how this is expected to go. I would guess that Han still has a bit of an edge in a completely even game just because of the early leader deploy and being able to get your power cards out early, but it could be hard. Anakin can just close that game with his flip if you can't deal with it. So
yeah, and I think one of the interesting things about Anakin post Force Throw ban is that you don't necessarily need a Force unit on turn 1. The main thing you might want to get the Force for are things like your Itinerant Warrior, your Turrets, your Kiatis, but you can't play any of those on turn 2 anyway. So that kind of frees them up to potentially play a spaceship on turn 1 or a spaceship on turn 2 and let him trade in space a little bit more. And then you can obviously trade really well with the ground units that Han wants to put out. So it's really, I kind of like Anakin in this matchup. But I don't know, obviously, the exact build of this Anakin or what the standard Anakins are.
I haven't actually seen that much Anakin this, at least recently.
Yeah.
I think it's been kind of fallen out of favor with all of the Han 2 decks coming. If you want a red-blue hero, Han 2's been the go-to. But
yeah, I'm definitely
Anakin obviously does. Yeah, he does things that Han doesn't do though with that powerful leader turn. I've seen games close out. So
okay, and the Han 1 Green in question is Justin from KTOD. We just had that confirmed. So Justin is down a game going into Game 2. And then going back to speaking of Anakin, I have no qualms in saying the best Anakin player in the world is on my team. Defay, Alex from France, is so good on Anakin, and I think he's won 4 PQs this set with Anakin. So the guy is just cracked on this deck.
You've got the insight on it.
Yeah. If anyone in the chat knows anything about Levi Ponce, the name sounds familiar. We're not 100% sure where from or if we're going crazy, but that was the first thought. So the name sounds familiar, but I'm not sure from where. And then obviously Justin from KTOD, a lot of people familiar with the game are going to be familiar with him. So excited to see him on stream as well.
Yeah, talking about former Sabine players. There's Justin for you, but everyone's kind of switched off.
Yeah, it is interesting to see that he's on the Han 1 Green here. I wonder if he's on a more aggressive list, just because that is like you were saying, he is known for Sabine and for aggressive decks. It's not that that's the only thing he can play. Obviously, he's a very skilled player and can play a lot of things. That's just his comfort zone and what he's known for, what he's known to be one of the best at.
Yeah, so with this matchup, you were talking earlier about potentially trading in space. Do you think they have answers to any of the Han space openers, like the powerful opening up with a hauler or opening up with Falcon that you can then Han pilot on top of, or Chewbacca?
They definitely have answers to hauler. Even any 3-power space unit, even just a red 5 on turn 2 can trade into the hauler. The question is,
turn 2 is too late, right?
Exactly. So that's the question. Yeah. Do you have the answer for the pilot? Is the question. Answers for the spaceships, I think, are pretty easy. The answers for the pilot might end up needing to be something like a confiscate. But yeah, that's well, we don't see the strongest start from Han. We don't see the Falcon to potentially get piloted. L3 is still fine. It's nice to get a shielded unit out. You expect you're going to be able to get an attack in with this unit. You can still potentially put a blaster on him to attack for 4. So not a bad start by any means, but we're outside
on
of
the other side.
GG.
On the other side, though, the Yaddle is quite powerful for Anakin, being able to trade up into a much bigger unit and heal some of that damage from the Anakin ability. So
yeah, I would imagine Justin really wants a blaster here. We think Levi may be a member of the Ruthless Raiders team. We're going to put that on there. We're still trying to figure out if that's right or if he's officially affiliated with the team. But we think so we're going to put that in. We see the L3, so no blaster for Justin, but we do see still the shield going into the Yaddle, which I like. It prevents it threatens a trade next turn and prevents an easy killing of any 4 health unit.
And the hauler coming down he must have just drawn it a little late, I would think.
And it could be possible if he wants to go to if he wants to play a 5-drop this turn, he could also have just been conserving cards in hand and intentionally going with the L3, so he didn't have to keep using his hand as a resource.
Okay, there goes the Yaddle. That's good. Although Maris is also a very powerful card for Anakin. The 5 health, being able to do the 2 damage on discard as well as the Anakin ability is incredibly powerful trading ability on ground.
And the Kiadi here really just giving a lot of ammunition for that Marin as well, because now you can start discarding if you want to deal damage to the hauler in space. It's another way that all these Force decks can damage space units, but they have to have the cards in hand to do it. We see no pilot from Justin here, because I think if he had hauler pilot, you play that on turn 1, but if he just has hauler and L3, then I could see his line potentially. So maybe he just drew the hauler, but he also might have chosen his line anyway.
So you probably played the Falcon turn 1 if you had that, so he must have just drawn that.
He definitely, and then that is very strong from Justin. So we see Falcon into Han pilot, and now we're potentially going into the flip turn as well. Yeah, Justin's been able to be so resource efficient this game. That was the first turn he had to use Han action, so he still has a decent amount of cards in hand, and he's been efficiently using his resources every turn, trading with the Yaddle, getting the turn 2 hauler, and turn 3 Falcon into Han. This is really, really well curved out so far from Justin, but Levi still has a lot of cards in hand, and you would imagine a lot of options available.
A takedown on top, I see, potentially?
I think it's one
that could get him the hauler.
I think it's taking down the hauler, and then you could potentially replay it. But the replaying it doesn't threaten the Falcon because Han gives +2/+3. So even with the damage buff from Anakin, you would also need to discard a card with Marin to trade the hauler back into the Falcon.
Fell the Dragon.
Fell the Dragon. Okay, so that feels a lot better.
Yeah.
From Levi then, because now you don't have to worry about playing the hauler game and you get the larger unit out of the way. And I'm curious if we'll see a Marin discard here just to set up an easier kill on the hauler.
Oh, and I feel like this is always the interesting place in playing against an Anakin, where you have to decide like how much you're trading, how much you're making sure you have an answer for the Anakin flip, because if you start pushing this damage but can't close out, and Anakin flips with a large buff, you really start dying quickly.
Absolutely, and worth noting that both of these units with the Anakin activation are holding this Han hostage. Either the Marin or the Kiadi can both attack in and kill Han on flip. So Levi even has the ability to attack in with one of his units if he wants to. So Justin's really going to have to make the first move here. We see the Kira.
What do we have? Itinerant, double itinerant, an Anakin, and something that's too shiny to see. I think it might be a Jedi Starfighter.
I was going to say, I think it's a space unit of some kind. But also, he can take out the Kira, but he can't kill both the Kira and the Han. So if Levi wants to kill this Kira, then he's leaving Justin free to flip his Han out. And it looks like he's just putting the 4 on Kira. So he wants to keep this Han held hostage, because it is the most likely next move for Justin. So it makes sense to... I like this attack a lot by Levi. Even though you usually want to just kill the Kira.
It's good. At this point, though, I sometimes feel like Han already spent those resources, so it's not as important to hold him hostage on
That's
this
true.
turn. You just preserve one of the units that can hold him hostage before next turn.
But if Justin doesn't want to flip Han, you can still either attack in with Marin to Kira or attack Marin to base and discard a card to kill Kira. So you can still kill the Kira this turn pretty easily if Justin doesn't want to flip his Han or does something else.
Yeah, I think one of the key turns. Both of these decks, their flip turn is kind of where the game can be won or lost. So okay, looks like neither of them.
Claim.
Yeah.
So I think
now you attack with the Marin killing the Kira, and you still have that Han held hostage, right?
Yeah, you could do both. And it looks like okay, so he's attacking Marin to base and discarding to kill the Kira. He looks like he's discarding his space unit though. So either he has another answer for the Starfight or for the Hauler, or he's just not worried about it. I do see double Itinerant Warrior in hand.
Yep. And I'm assuming the Kira called. Well, actually, I don't know. It might have called the Itinerant because there's two of them, but the other card is an Anakin.
Yeah, there was an Anakin Champion of Mortis in hand. We have not seen any villain cards, so it would only be -3. But that plus a Marin discard could still kill the Hauler. And yeah, helpfully showing us that this Anakin is +3 attack.
I was just about to say I really appreciate Levi putting counters on his Anakin.
Yeah, so Anakin is attacking for 7 right now. There's going to be some wonkiness, though, with the Owen Restore and the Stolen Hauler attacking for 4. There's going to be some really intricate ordering of operations here to see how much Anakin is going to attack for. And I'm curious how both players are going to navigate this kind of minefield.
I just think this Marin also could end up being a major MVP because with the Anakin and the Marin ability, this Hauler dies without any space presence.
We see the Kellern Beck. So Justin basically acknowledging that he's not going to put any more damage on board this turn unless he gets a Falcon, but he is getting a much larger board presence. And the Anakin +2 pump is no longer
Obi-Wan
online. Ooh, we see the Obi-Wan. So now there's a big Sentinel. Anakin is usually okay with big Sentinels because he has Overwhelm. But also notably, the Kellern Beck does attack for 7. So Kellern is threatening to trade with this Anakin if Justin wants. Or I would imagine he might just want to go 7 to base and say that he can win the race. So it feels like Justin's got a lot of good options here.
Well, we'll have to see, because he has, there's the Anakin on the Obi-Wan, so that he can overwhelm more?
Yeah, or he could kill it with, he could potentially kill it with Kiadi without, I like the
he's overwhelming,
So he's just taking 0 damage back. So this means that the Han leader can't kill Anakin now. Chat asking about the previous game of Gar Saxon versus Han 1 Blue. Han 1 Blue won that 2-0 with Carlos Apodaca taking it down.
And quite quickly, so.
Quite quickly, yes. Alright, so we see Justin going to base. I like this a lot. Now Kellern plus the Stolen Hauler is lethal, even if you can kill the Han leader. Wait, did he... Oh, sorry, he put another plus on Anakin.
Plus, yeah. So, but Anakin can stop the Kellern.
Yeah, Anakin can kill the Kellern and overwhelm for 1, and this is where you've got to decide how far behind you are. And I think this Stolen Hauler in space is really making a lot of the difference here, where even if ground gets completely cleared, he's dead to 2 Hauler hits. Even if he kills the Kellern Beck, he still has to kill either the Han or the Hauler after the other one hits him, or get in the Owen hit for restore and hope there's no surprise break.
Does have the Owen at least. And 2 itinerants in hand. So
chat saying this doesn't look like Blue Han. This is not Blue Han. This is our backup feature match of Han 1 Green versus Anakin Blue. The previous match that we had was Han 1 Blue versus Gar ECL. So sorry for any confusion from that.
Oh yeah, we just haven't updated the icons.
Yeah. The backup feature matches, it's always a lot harder to get to get everything set up. And yeah, we do see him. Should be 1 overwhelm from that, I believe, from the Anakin attack. And then now you've got the Owen there, but you're still going to need something to not die first action next turn, even with the Owen restore 2. We see the itinerant warriors.
He's got 2 in hand, although I think he's on 7 resources now. I believe
should be, because Anakin flipped last
there's a
turn. There is
surprise strike,
a surprise strike.
Ooh.
So now he needs to itinerant warrior or Luke or kill the hauler, which he goes for killing the hauler. And he does have the ability to just kill Han leader now, so Justin needs to get something else going, but there's a lot that he could do here. Anything like a Falcon. Falcon's pretty good. Should be the game here, because even with Owen Restore, Owen Restore, he's still dead.
So there's an interesting question there of, if he didn't have the Falcon, do you play the hauler? I think you leave it in your opponent's deck, right? It was enough trouble for you to deal with the first time. You don't want to risk them getting it back.
Well, it's interesting because I think the other option is you play the hauler because you know you're dead to a Falcon. So if Justin were to top deck a Falcon, you want to be able to not die to it. And if he goes waylay his hauler, play it back or something like that, I think you're okay with that because it's still an extra turn. So I would play the hauler personally. Because everything is you're in a bad spot either way. So it's what do you want to play around? And I'd rather play around having an answer to a top deck Falcon than having to play around them waylaying and replaying hauler.
Yeah, good point. Oh, that's the rough part about these decks. He was almost at that stabilization point with a Luke out and an Owen out. If he had been just a little bit healthier.
Yeah, I feel like I see that a lot with some of the Force decks and with things like Anakin specifically, where there's a lot of snowballing, but at the same time really fine margins where either you almost control the game or you're 1 or 2 damage short, or they're 1 or 2 damage short. So it's really interesting.
And that's Anakin's sweet spot, right?
Yeah, exactly.
I feel like the number of Anakin games I've seen where he wins by swinging for 10 when he has like 1 health left, back when Anakin Colossus was a common deck last set.
Yeah.
But this is nice that we got to see the 2 quick games with the Gar Han 1 Blue, and now 2 games from this, since we get a game 3.
Yeah.
Lucky for everyone watching the stream, we get all the extra Star Wars content we can.
Yeah, and since I knew Stevie was in chat for this, I made sure to tell the guys to have the camera be on higher quality for this one specifically. So you're welcome, guys. That's all thanks to me. And for anyone new to the English language, that was a joke. Stevie asking what mat he's using in chat now. So if any person were to happen to have, as a random example, something like a Magic Pro Tour mat, those are not allowed on the official streams. So we would have to politely request that the player use an officially licensed mat and not one from a different game. Yeah, that's all hypothetical, of course, but anyway, we're at this mat now.
We are into
if anyone did have a Magic Pro Tour mat, that would be really cool.
Game 3, neither player mulliganed to this time, which Justin managed to pull that off with not his first choice of hand. So I was a little worried at the beginning of that last game.
And I do think that, well, it looks like, no turn 1 Falcon is bad, or, quote unquote, not the best. I do think that there are a lot of openings where still L3 is a really good opening for Justin, because now he's sitting here with, he's threatening blasters, he still has the cards in his hand for Falcon into Pilot, or we saw last game on 4 resources, it was Han activation into Falcon Han Pilot. So it doesn't mean that he has a bad hand. I think L3 is still a really good opener for him.
Why did the Anakin just tap up to 4 though?
So a lot of Anakins, there are
he's just using the ability to pass?
Exactly. You can use the ability to just take 2 damage on your base. He wants to see if one of 2 things. One, he wants to see if Justin is going to Han activate to potentially play Akira. The other thing is he wants to just get damage on his base so his Anakin flip does slightly more. And it looks like he doesn't have a 3-drop to play.
Yeah.
So it is.
I couldn't tell what the last card was. It was Fel, Kiadi, Open Fire, and some Jedi. Might have been a Luke.
I think it was a Luke.
And you name the Kiadi here, right? With that hand?
I would imagine so, when he has the Force as well. Because you're not worried about Fel right now. And then, so we're not 100% sure what Kira named. But no turn 2 play, except for dealing 2 damage to your own base, is pretty good for Han 1.
Yeah. And just having the information that there is a Fel in hand is really important for that pilot plan.
Yeah, exactly. So maybe he's not going to, Han activate into Han Pilot.
Yeah, and it looks like Chad is probably correct that he was trying to pass there so that he could get an open fire on a valuable target, hoping that there was a Falcon or something. But
it is one of the it's something that high level Anakin players need to learn, is that there are times to deal 2 damage to your base, just activate Anakin for no reason, or well, I shouldn't say for no reason, activate Anakin with no attack value, and understanding when those times are is what elevates players to the highest level of Anakin play. I'm not saying that the activation there was right or wrong. I'm just saying in general with Anakin, it's a skill to know and to use a non-zero amount of the time.
Did Levi miss a damage on his base there with the Kira attack?
He was at 4, so I think he should be at 7.
Yeah.
Unless that is a Yaddle. I'm not sure what force unit that is.
No, that's Adi Gallia.
That's what I thought it was. Adi Gallia, but if it was Yaddle, then it would have had Restore, obviously.
I think one of the taps didn't register, or he miscounted something. Because I'm pretty sure he should be at 7 now.
Chat saying there was an open fire in hand, and that was what got named, which would make sense. And Justin just clearing the board here.
But even with the open fire, I don't know that I would name it that. I think I would still name the Kiadi, because the open fire wasn't going to clear anything there. Like, the Kira still lives, it takes off the shield.
Point. Yeah. And it's an interesting decision point for sure. And then now, if there was a Fel the Dragon, it's live. There is an open fire there. So we do see the Fel
a little bit bad to use that many resources to take 1 damage off of Blue Leader.
Yeah, it does feel bad. That time he took 3, but
and you're leaving a wide open Han flip turn is quite scary.
Yeah. With no resources spent, so we could see a 7 drop. He's looking in his resources, which could mean maybe he wants a big Falcon. Could have been checking for blasters.
Oof. This is a tough situation. The last game was looking really good for Anakin at the start, I feel like, and Justin still pulled it off. So I'm interested to see what Anakin can do here.
Yeah, there's a lot of cards in hand for Anakin, but he can only play so many of them. And he should be going to 6 now, correct? So we've got the Anakin flip this turn, but is it kind of too little too late? He needs to take 2 more damage before Anakin kills the Enfys Nest. He does just flip. Okay, we think the timer is pretty accurate with about 8.5 minutes left in the round. That should be more than enough time for this game to come to a natural conclusion.
I wouldn't think we need 8.5 minutes still at this point, but...
Yeah, but both players have been playing fairly quickly. Ooh, we see an entrenched in hand. Entrenching your own Anakin in this situation is a really interesting line that can try to work on clearing the board.
It can, but is it going to be fast enough? That's the downside of running this lower health base as Anakin as well.
Yeah.
Like we talked about in the last game, he was so close to turning the corner. If he had even 1 more health, he might have been able to stabilize with the Luke on board and the Owen on board.
Yeah, it's hard to say because he also, with 2 more health on his base, he wouldn't have had cards from Kiadi because he wouldn't have had the Force. It's an interesting thought experiment for sure. The 2 health feels like an easy trade to make, but it definitely comes into play.
Okay, so he did the damage that now lets Anakin kill the Enfys. I think that was a long thought process on Justin deciding whether he, attacks in with the Enfys and forgoes the Han ability, or attacks in with the Han and misses out on some of the damage.
Yeah, because Anakin could have killed the Han with any other play anyway, so it's, do you want to attack in with the Han, get your resource, or attack in with the Enfys and get 1 more damage in but lose your Han?
Yeah, I think it's an interesting point then of what was he hoping to play with this extra resource.
And it's also just another look for a blaster or attack or anything like that as well. Yeah, now
we're going to see a Kiadi, or a Kelleran, potentially.
I mean, we're really at the point where I don't know that Justin needs to do too much more, so he can really just react to whatever Levi does. Justin's in the driver's seat right now, so it's on Levi. We see a Force Lightning, which is really interesting.
Looks like, he's using it just to deal with the leader, but that taps them all out.
I don't mind that, though, because whatever Justin does here, Levi is probably going to have to claim anyway. And now with his Anakin potentially turned online for -6, it's just another thing that Justin has to think about. If he plays a big Falcon or Tech, then Anakin could kill them all.
I'd be worried about a Kelleran into an Obi-Wan, because then the Kelleran gets to attack. The Anakin has to deal with the... Oh, no, because they will be next round. Never mind. Yeah, so the Anakin still gets to kill.
Anakin minus... you could Anakin leader attack in or play your new Anakin in -6 the Kelleran if you have one. But Justin with initiative, immediately cashing in his tech to kill the Anakin. Or sorry, other way around. I was confused. Okay, Levi cashing in his Anakin to kill the tech. That I like a lot more. I was very confused for a second. Sorry about that.
Turned on Luke though.
Turned on the Luke for that, yeah. Now we're back to Justin only needs to get in 5 damage, so Falcon plus Surprise Strike. Stolen Hauler is going to be really good here. He's got the Restore 3 coming in, so it makes it a little bit harder. He needs to find something to get across the finish line, but especially before this Luke starts restoring.
Exactly. We're now at the point of the game where we are basically what I was talking about before, that we're high damage on our base, but we have that restore and an empty board on the other side. So
yeah, it's interesting how it's similar but different from last game. Last game there were a lot of units out, but Levi was still really close to turning the corner, and here there are not a lot of units out, and Levi's really close to turning the corner. So it's similar but different. This
is tough, though. The Kelleran being pulled off of U-Wing is...
Yeah, if he gets something like a Falcon here...
and like he does.
That, that's the one. That's the guy.
Yeah, this is really tough then, because Luke can't deal with the Kelleran.
You can take 2 damage to your base, and then you restore 3. But yeah.
The 2 damage is too much. Yeah.
Yeah, he dies before the... I believe.
Yeah.
Because you do the
before you get to do the
attack. So he would die before he gets to do the attack. If he were to activate Anakin and attack with a Luke. So yeah.
There you go. I'm sad we missed the first game where the Anakin won, because those looked pretty...
Yeah,
I wouldn't say convincing, but they...
Games 2 and 3 both looked really good. There was a lot of back and forth, a lot of interactive gameplay. I feel like this is the kind of gameplay that FFG constantly says they want their game to have. You know, units matter, attacking matters, all of the keywords, restore. We saw Sentinel matter. There's intricacies to turning on Anakin unit. This was very, very cool gameplay. This is a nice matchup to watch. I really enjoyed it.
Yeah, definitely. We saw both leaders being used to their full ability, including that turn with Anakin just damaging his own base to sort of soft pass. I think this is a perfect reason why Star Wars is a great game. Star Wars Unlimited is the timing of ordering of your actions, the cards you play, the choices you make, what cards you name with Kira. All of that matters a lot in this game.
It's also interesting looking back to that turn 2. He dealt 2 damage to his base with Anakin. On the last turn of the game, he needed to be able to deal 2 damage to his base with Anakin, and he couldn't do it. So if he hadn't done that on turn 2, that could have changed the whole game. Justin, because the Luke will every turn keep up with the Falcon damage, so Justin would have needed something else again. So it's really interesting.
Well, even if he had that 2 extra damage, the Falcon, like he would still get to swing with the Falcon, so he's dead to a lot of surprise
he's
strike.
Dead to when he pumps, but it makes Justin need to have one more card, one more thing. But yeah, it's just really interesting the how tight all of that is. Okay, so now we've got some meta breakdown stats that we're looking at. So we see the number 1 deck is Han 2.
I haven't been able to watch any of the games, or I watched the last round, but not the first couple rounds. So I don't know if we saw any Han 2s on stream, but
we have seen Han 2 on stream. I believe it was Blue Force.
Okay.
And yeah, we see here Han 1 is an interesting spread. We see green non-force, green or blue force. I believe Shattered Undercity is blue force.
Yep.
Night Sister Lair is also blue force. Command Sister. So there's a lot of green 30 and blue force.
And a data vault. Yeah.
2 data vaults. There's a mono yellow Han. I think Navarro City is also a yellow 30. Maz Kanata's Castle is another green 30. So there's a lot of interesting 30 HP bases with the Han 1, and a smattering of blue and green with a couple of yellows thrown in. Yeah, Sabine, mostly ECL. 1 Sabine data vault.
The Pike Palace Sabine. I'm interested in that one.
Yeah. So that's Sabine blue, but I don't. This data is not filtered by win rate, so we're not. This is just the entry data, not necessarily the who is at the top tables data as a disclaimer. Grand Admiral Thrawn. That's a deck that's been rising up the ranks a bit.
Can be really hard to deal with. Kind of in all of its colors, actually.
Yeah.
We're seeing like the data vault, which I have a good bit of experience playing against, and the fact that it can just draw through so much of its deck makes that data vault downside not actually that big of a downside.
Yeah, definitely. It's a really cool deck. Anakin is there with only 9, not too surprising.
It is surprising to me that there aren't any Colossus here. If we have 9 Anakins, I always believed that Anakin was kind of better off not being on Colossus, but I know it was pretty popular in previous sets.
I am a firm believer that Anakin 30 is better than Anakin Colossus if you're going to go that route.
I also believe that. I think the cards are so important for Anakin.
Definitely agree.
The difference between whether you draw into your Luke Skywalkers or like your important early game cards makes a huge difference.
Yeah, or just being able to set up for a good flip turn. Even if you're not playing the lightsabers or whatever, you need to be able to have the right answers at the right time.
I love seeing my Boba Data Vault pretty highly represented here.
I've also been a firm believer that Boba 30 is better than Boba Data Vault, and the rest of the player base and results from Star Wars, everything seems to disagree with that thought, but I still think it. Tell me why I'm wrong.
I don't think you're wrong. I think this is actually, I'm excited to talk about this on stream because I have talked within our team quite a bit about Data Vault in general, but I would say if you were to look at statistics of just all matches and you somehow had even player ability across them, I feel fairly confident that 30 would be outperforming Data Vault. But in a tournament setting, you already are relying on a lot of variance and drawing the right cards. And if you're running Data Vault, you get to toolbox your deck a little bit more for all of the matchups. And then the variance just has to play in your favor. So I think what you're seeing in the stats is that it is more likely in any given tournament for a Data Vault deck to rise to the top because they just got the lucky draws. Obviously, they have to be good players as well, but their draws happened to work out for them, so they didn't experience the downside of the Data Vault, and in that way, they just got 3 extra HP, which does matter pretty frequently.
My standard experience, I don't play with Data Vault, but whenever I play against it, my standard experience is my opponent draws poorly, and then my role is to console them after the game and just tell them they got unlucky.
Yeah, I can see that. At my last PQ, like I mentioned, I played 8 matches. A lot of them went to game 3, and I only drew Overwhelming Barrage 4 times on the whole day. So I was feeling the Data Vault impact there, but still managed to go to top 8. And top 8 was actually where I drew 2 of those, half of the Overwhelming Barrages. They just happened to get named by Kira, so I didn't get to play them. But
yeah, so there are multiple Boba Data Vault videos. I believe Woo just released one, Woo from KTOD and from I Am Woo on YouTube. And then there is a late night gaming video coming out soon on that as well.
Woo's video is about Data Vault kind of in general, and I think it's actually a great video for everyone to watch in that case, and he makes another really important point of how Data Vault sort of just gets better as more sets are around, because in a Data Vault deck, you want a type of deck that has a lot of overlap in your important cards, and so you don't really care if you draw card A or card B if they do the same job. And I think that's why Ray Data Vault is actually a better deck than Ray 30 a lot of times, because you don't really care which of your small high health units you're pulling. You just want some of them that you can buff out.
Yeah, and it's usually similar with blue-green villain as well, because a lot of times it's like, okay, I need to draw Fell or Takedown or Rival's Fall or Super Laser Blast or one of these 83 blue removal spells.
Exactly.
Okay. So we are about to go to a break until we get here for round 5. Coming up next round, we're going to have an excellent commentating duo that I'm excited to listen to with Tower Number 9 and John Tata. As for closing out this round, I'm Jeff Creasy from the Bothan Network, here with Corwin from Late Night Gaming. So thanks for hanging out, guys.
I am a Jedi, like my father before me.
Welcome back, guys, to the coverage of the Portland Sector Qualifier event. I am Tower number 9, joined here by John Tata, and we are about to bring you an exciting match between two members of our own teams.
Yeah, no bias at all here, right? I mean, I was just saying, I'm kind of torn here. You know, it's like my dad against my son, so I don't know how this is going to go, but it's going to be fun.
Yeah, so on the right here, I believe we have Bobby Sapphire from the KTOD team playing Palpatine Yellow. And on the left, we have Pasquale from the McClunky Gaming team, who is playing Ray Datavault.
Yeah, this matchup is going to be pretty exciting. In my experience, I've played quite a bit of Ray Datavault, obviously. This matchup can be pretty tight, but the Palp Yellow is actually pretty tough for Ray Datavault, mainly because of the change of hearts. Ray only has so many threats, like, you know, the Lukes and the home ones. And what Mike is going to want to do is just control the board and then save those change of hearts, which he has 3 main deck of for like those home ones and those Lukes.
Yeah, I think we're headed for a very long match, to be honest with you, Tata. Many things could happen, but both of these are very grindy decks.
Yeah, they certainly can be. You know, I don't think we will be needing the backup stream match this round, but you know, maybe these players can prove us wrong.
Yeah, it's true. We will have to see just how that goes. Looks like we just saw the
do our best to have no bias here, right, Tower?
Yeah.
Yeah. Or just equal bias.
It should be it should be not the world's most impartial commentary, but I think it's going to be a fun time.
Yeah, so these players are rolling. Let's see. I think Pasquale won the roll here, so it's like he's going to be starting us off.
Oh yeah, that. So you know, we had a nice announcement recently, which is that the McClunky Gaming team is going to be providing coverage for the upcoming limited sector qualifier, which is going to be an exciting thing. So I'll be casting over there, and I'm looking forward to seeing that limited sector qualifier on the on the broadcast.
Very exciting. I was really happy that they got that worked out. You know, all of these events deserve to be streamed, so that's pretty exciting.
Yeah, and big shout out to FFG for helping make that happen. You know, I think it's going to be a very hype moment for the game, especially because this is kind of the first season where we've been seeing those limited events. But today we're playing Constructed here, and it looks like the players are about to start resourcing.
Yeah, let's see. Now, there's some predictions that the Ray is going to run the Palp out of cards. That certainly is a possibility. You know, I have seen that happen. But, you know, you have to keep in mind that Mike does have the 3 main deck change of hearts. He has Traitorous. He has lots of ways to take control of this game. So turn 1 Yaddle into a Bazine. So let's see. The main things Mike's going to want to look for here is cards like Luke, U-Wing, and Home 1. And right off the bat, we see this.
There's U-Wing. A U-Wing. Yeah, it looks like the other cards there are going to be a Mon Mothma and a copy of Admiral Akbar.
Yeah. So yeah, there goes the U-Wing.
Good prediction there on the higher value card being removed.
Yeah. You just want to try to strip all of their ways to win the game. You know, because this Ray deck, as big as it can pump their little weenies, it's never going to do 30 damage to Palp with these random like 1/4s.
Yeah, I think there's a situation where, you know, when faced with the choice between 2 kind of like mid-level small units that can maybe get pumped up versus U-Wing reinforcements, which is kind of a bomb card for this deck. The U-Wing reinforcements just kind of clearly the valuable choice there, I think.
Yeah, absolutely. So right away we see a buff on the Yaddle, into a super laser tech from Mike here, Bobby Sapphire. So this is exactly what you want from Palp.
Yeah. Looks like Yaddle being used there to remove Bazine, and then we're going to see that Mon Mothma that was visible in hand from Bazine, and Pasquale finding another copy of Admiral Akbar there.
Yeah, so Pasquale very wisely took out that, Bazine. So Ray, its main purpose for all these small guys is to control the board. So what he's trying to do is make sure that Mike can't play, cards like McClunky to take out these smaller units.
Yeah, that would be something that I think would be a very unfortunate outcome for Pasquale. So he's trying to keep the board clear, trying to buff up his guys and get into sort of an overwhelming position if he can.
Yeah, and he found a second copy of Akbar. So I do want to point out that Akbar is probably, I'd say, the third best unit in this raid deck. He's kind of sneaky, pretty broken here. After Luke and Home One, Akbar is the best unit. Does something.
Yeah, Akbar is very, very strong when you have a wide board, and you honestly don't even need your board to be all that wide for him to work, depending on how strong your opponent's units are. And then once you have that when played effect, you're also left with another one of those units with 1 power that Ray likes to buff up. And yeah, just a very high value card, which is interesting because I think in Spark of Rebellion, Akbar wasn't really considered that good, but his time to shine has kind of come later.
So here's a really interesting play. So Pasquale, I know it doesn't sound great, but he could have played Akbar to kill that contracted hunter. So Mike couldn't sack it here to do that
to block the draw essentially, and the 1 damage on Mon Mothma.
Yeah, but of course, maybe he was playing to something like Spark of Hope like that. So
yeah, both players ramping this turn with the Super Laser Technician for Bobby Sapphire and the Spark of Hope there for Pasquale, and then both players playing more small units. Look at that.
Yeah, so they're playing pretty quickly, which is what you want to see in a matchup that's going to go to 15 resources.
Yeah. So it looks like we have a Gunji versus Salacious Crumb on the field now, and Salacious Crumb did also heal the 1 damage that Bobby Sapphire had taken from Mon Mothma there.
Yeah. But now we're on the Ray flip turn. So we're buffing this Gunji so it can take out this Crumb, but Mike wisely just bouncing it, before any of that could happen.
Yeah.
So let's see how he wants to play this flip turn. We know he has Akbars. We know. Let's see, what else do we know it's in his hand? I don't think we know any other cards in his hand at the moment. He's kind of keeping it close to his chest.
I think we know he has 2 Admiral Akbars unless he resourced one of them. The Mon Mothma that we saw in hand was already played, and the U-Wing Reinforcements was discarded from Bazine. Elite P-38 Starfighter for Bobby Sapphire, inflicting 1 damage on Gunji with the when played ability. Yep.
So that's a great unit to just kind of have around, because at any point he could use it to ping a Luke Skywalker.
There's the Ray flip.
Yeah, Ray flip. Just going to get no good immediately.
No good to me dead. Great card to have in this situation. Another one that came out in Spark of Rebellion, and unlike Admiral Akbar, was kind of a star card for a while. If anything, it hasn't been as played recently, but still very powerful.
Yeah. So Mike wasn't in any danger there of, taking extra damage, but I think he just wanted to make sure that this Ray can't grow. Keeping it a 2/6 for 2 turns is pretty relevant. Now we got
it looks
armor.
Looks like Pasquale still has a lot of resources. Let's see what he does with them.
Yeah, might be a tech. Yeah, there's the tech.
Smuggles out a tech.
Tech this early, though, it's not super scary. It's not going to get too scary until Pasquale gets to around 9 resources. I think he only has 7 right now. Yeah.
At this point, I think it's very likely that he has more efficient plays in hand than he does in his resource row. But tech gets really frightening when you're at that, 15 resource board state or whatever that we were talking about previously.
Right, for sure. Mike is going to want to have a plan for it here. He can't just let it sit there forever. I don't think he has to deal with it right away. But here in like a turn or two, it's going to want to be off the board for sure.
Yeah, the moisture farmer there isn't threatening Bobby at all, but it does help Pasquale in that if that elite P38 starts pushing damage in the space arena, the moisture farmer can start recovering some of that.
Yeah, just make sure that he's not going to take any damage.
Right. And if Bobby Sapphire had a blue deck, it would be nice for Power of the Dark Side too, but that's not what we're seeing here.
Yeah, five resources for something. As soon as the camera picks back up, we'll see. Oh, he's going for the Legacy Run.
Legacy Run. Could be some big damage.
Yeah, so that's going to be able to deal 7 damage total. So we got the tech's going to take the 5, probably. He could opt to also remove the Ray.
Yeah, so Legacy Run is a 5-cost 3/3. When defeated, deal 6 damage divided as you choose among enemy units. So in this case, as you were saying, Tata, Bobby Sapphire can sacrifice it with Palpatine's leader ability for 1 damage and then do the 6 damage as well. Looks like, I think that's a blue leader that moves into the ground arena without resolving its ambush. And then let's see what Bobby Sapphire does. He can do that big damage. Yeah, and it looks like there's that Legacy Run sacrifice. So he's going to draw a card and he's going to get 7 total damage to play with here. Let's see where he sends it.
See what he opts here. He could kill Ray and put 1 on tech. He could destroy Ray and put 1 on blue leader. Doesn't
1 on blue leader.
Yeah.
Maybe deciding to kill tech or kill Ray. It's going to be tech who's off the board. And then I think he still has 1 more damage to play with.
Might just put it on the Ray, yeah.
Yep.
So it looks like he wants to maybe flip next turn to take the blue leader. So maybe Pasquale is going to be looking to either attack with blue leader first next turn, or potentially, maybe get this Ray damage in and see what he opts.
Gunji swinging in for 3 damage since he is buffed with an experience token there. ISB agent pinging another point of damage onto Ray. Did you see what event was shown?
Change of Heart is what he revealed.
Certainly a strong card for Palpatine Yellow.
Yeah.
And looks like Pasquale has taken the initiative without swinging with the Moisture Farmer, allowing the Elite P38 Starfighter to get some unhealed damage in.
Yeah, so if I were Mike, I might not have wanted to reveal that Change of Heart, just because now that gives Pasquale the knowledge that his Luke Skywalker is not safe. But it's also possible that Mike just didn't have any other events.
Yeah. And that blue leader is swinging first, like you predicted, Tata. 5 more damage onto Bobby Sapphire's base. The damage is starting to add up a bit. I think he has 19 HP left, whereas Pasquale has 30.
Yeah, so there's the Vader.
This is a big turn for Bobby.
Yeah, so here's why we saw all that damage to Ray, because now this Vader can take out this Ray. Let's see what he gets. If he gets a... What are we really wanting here? Super Laser Tech's fine. Just something else we can throw. Taking out the Ray. We only take 2 back, so now this blue leader we need a plan for, so it can't just take out our Vader.
Yeah, do you think that you think Bobby's going to flip to take the blue leader here?
Yeah, he has to start pressuring Ray at some point. He has the leader off the board. Pasquale only has 1 real threat in play right now. I feel like if you just take it, then you're feeling pretty good, because then the Palp can take out the Gunji.
Yeah, and he does still have that Change of Heart waiting in the wings in case we do see that a Luke Skywalker or something.
Yeah. But it's also worth noting that Pasquale does have 8 open resources, so he still has his whole turn ahead of him. And Mike is, of course, pretty much tapped out.
It is interesting to note how Bobby Sapphire here was able to totally handle Ray on her. Now, Ray's still got some value from her leader side, but her actual deployment, she didn't even get a chance to swing, because we saw first No Good to Me Dead, and then the combination of that ping damage and the Vader ambush preventing Ray from ever actually doing anything as a unit this game.
Yeah, she didn't do anything. I think the whole game she's put 2 experience. So he's doing a really good job of neutering her leader effects completely. So now it looks like we did flip. We did take the blue leader. The stream is just catching up from the internet here.
Yeah, it looks like maybe Gunji took a swing to hit Bobby Sapphire's base there, maybe. It looks like we might be on 14 total damage now.
Yep. And then this Moisture Farmers looks like Pasquale's going to do something with it here.
Yeah, it could just be a swing. Could just be a swing into the base to heal, most likely.
Yeah, most likely.
And then also kind of buy some time. Our apologies to the viewers. We seem to be having some difficulty with the internet feed here for the match. Hopefully that's going to be resolved shortly.
I think I see pixels of Admiral Akbar. Yep.
Yeah. Admiral Akbar on the board. I think he's getting ambushed by a contracted hunter now.
Hunter is taking him out pretty much immediately here.
Maybe.
Hunter.
Yeah, it looks like there's a lot of damage on Palpatine there.
Palp has 7 damage on him, it looks like.
Yeah, and it looks like somehow all of the resources were spent.
Yeah.
For Pasquale, but I'm not entirely sure on what. Apologies to the viewers. Yeah, going into this next turn, though, Bobby Sapphire has really reversed the situation and has a very powerful board.
Yeah, so Gunji's going to take out Palp first action, so now both leaders are taken care of. That's pretty good for Pasquale here, because Palp's pretty tough to take out, a lot of the time here.
Yeah, at the same time, though, a Ray Data Vault doesn't really have powerful board wipes available, so having this much of a disadvantage on the board is not a place that Pasquale wants to be.
Right. So we got this a Village Protector, shield taken out by ISB agent immediately, and then Vader's just going to finish it off. So this Vader should have, there you go, 5 damage. And then Obi-Wan as well.
Another Sentinel there.
Yeah, it's not going to have Sentinel here in a second. Well, okay. Guess it's not going to matter because it's going to get defeated anyway, I would assume. Let's see what we find with the Vader here.
Yeah, so that's going to be another copy of Darth Vader defeating the previous one and bringing out Bazine. Looks like another Obi-Wan, and then what's that card on the left? Is that a takedown, maybe?
I don't know. I didn't see.
Looks like whatever it was, I think Bobby Sapphire opted not to discard, so he may have figured this is not looking like a hand that's going to be able to stop him easily.
It might have been like a fell or a takedown or whatever. Like, I don't think Mike really cares about single target, spells like fell or takedown. Pasquale's not going to win the game by just 1-for-1ing. He's pretty far behind right now, and we know that Mike has at least 1 change of heart, so not even like a home 1 or Luke's going to save us here.
Yeah, it's a pretty undesirable position here for Pasquale, unfortunately. I think that, if we were seeing this being like a blue-green villain deck, this would be a time where a Super Laser Blast or something might be what you're looking for, but blue-green heroism doesn't really have those same options. Maybe once we see Secrets of Power, we could see things like that Bo-Katan that gives the opponent's whole board -3/-3 or whatever.
Right.
But that has not released for this tournament, and there's not really a board wipe option available here for Pasquale.
So it was a fell, and he just felled the Vader.
Yeah, I mean, that's some value, but like you said, Tata, I don't think it's necessarily going to be enough. But hey, take a look at that. I think is
timely reinforcements for
he's gonna
4, 5, 6, for 4. Yeah, I thought he might have conceded there, but it looks like he just put his deck box on the table to grab his X-Wing tokens. I only see 9, no 10. Okay, Mike does have 10 resources. I thought I only saw 9, but I think one side's stacked.
that timely reinforcements gives you an X-Wing token with Sentinel for the phase for every 2 resources your opponent controls. So while it may not be a board wipe, Pasquale suddenly has 5 2/2s in the space arena, which is a powerful asset here. I don't know if it's going to be enough, but definitely
I think we're going to take out like 3 of these at least. So we have McClunk. Yeah, we're just going to just like demolish all this. Mike doesn't care about any of those. He can have Fel and Obi-Wan. I think this P-38 might just attack into one of these and take out the other one.
Take out the damaged one with the 1 damage when defeated. Yeah.
Yep. So clean that up pretty nicely. But it is worth noting that Pasquale did show a Fel the Dragon, and if he plays that Fel on this blue leader, then it's just back to pretty much an even board.
Yeah, and it looks like, unfortunately for Bobby Sapphire, he was not able to make use of all of his resources, or even really very close to all of his resources there. So we are ending up with a remarkably even board after it looked like Bobby Sapphire had taken a huge advantage, but he's making a big play here. Let's see what it is.
Like Devastator, yeah.
Nice. That's a great counter to those little X-Wings. But there's another Fel from... have we seen all 3 Fels now from Pasquale?
Yeah. That's the 3rd Fel. 1 on Vader, 1 on Devastator, and 1 on the ship that was stolen.
Rey using her ability to buff that X-Wing, and it swings in for 3. So we now have a very weak board on both sides, but Pasquale is a little stronger right now with a 3/3 X-Wing versus a 1/3 Bazine Natal.
Yeah, I think Mike's not playing a ton of cards. Yeah, because he's just holding a ton of events in his hand.
Change of heart on the 3/3 X-Wing. That is not something you see very often.
I think he just has a handful of them.
Yeah, I don't think I've ever seen Change of Heart played on a token unit before, but that may reflect the odd circumstances here.
Yeah, it's like he just has a handful of events. Like he just doesn't have units to play, so he just wants to just do stuff, right? Okay, now this tech is
late game tech,
extremely good.
That is super threatening for Bobby.
Yeah. So, because Pasquale has 1 card in his hand, so this tech effectively increases his hand by 13 or however many resources he has.
Palpatine's ability used to sacrifice him to damage tech, but that isn't an immediate removal on tech, so Pasquale is likely going to be able to play at least something from resources. So wait. It's the 1 card in hand. It's a copy of Bright Hope, not bouncing anything.
Yeah, that was interesting that he played the Bright Hope there instead of just instantly claiming. Yeah, I don't know, because there's no chance Mike can't kill this tech, right? This has to be just dead.
If it's not just dead, I think he's in big trouble. Yeah, but yeah, there we see a Fennec Shand.
Yeah, so Shirley has 4 different cards. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. He's showing, he's 8 different costs, 7 different costs. I don't know. He has everything in there.
Yeah, he has more than enough.
Yeah, I don't know how long she's really good. Yeah, Fennec is really good in Palp just because you play so many different costs, right? I mean, he just showed 6, 7 different costs there. So Fennec can kill literally anything.
Yeah, that on attack ability really paying off there.
Yep.
Looks like a Yaddle there for Pasquale.
Yeah. So that's going to save him a damage because now this, Bazine can't get in. I don't think it was ever really going to anyway, but
Lothcat exhausting Obi-Wan.
Yeah. Let's see what happens here.
2 base from Bright Hope. And Pasquale still has really a lot of resources here.
Yeah, but he only has 1 card in his hand. So, Rey's going to activate here and give an XP to probably Bright Hope. Yeah.
Yeah, and
Mike's on a claim. Okay.
Ooh, and the 1 card in hand was an R2-D2. That is not the highest impact thing you could be playing here.
He left the card on top, which means it has to be something like a home one, or maybe a Kelleran would be really good here with 6,000 resources.
Home one, Kelleran, U-Wing, Luke. There's definitely some options here. And now we're back to both sides having some board. Fennec Shand swinging base.
Yeah,
it wastes her on attack ability, but it puts Pasquale very close to lethal.
Yeah. Mike has lethal now. Yeah, but so it was home one. So Mike surely has a change of heart here. Like, I don't think there's any question. Or like a Devastator, maybe.
Yeah, I think it looked like he was exhausting those resources in advance for his counter, but Pasquale still needs to pull whatever unit home one is going to bring back.
Right. Yeah, there's no world where Mike plays a change of heart on a token if he doesn't have at least one more.
What do you think? What do you think you go for here as Pasquale?
With all these resources, like, I don't know. There are a lot of different options here. Like, you could get a force unit to get OB Sentinel. Village People's something too, but
change of heart.
He's going to take the Bright Hope because it's lethal.
Opens the space arena, but there is a fair amount of healing here from Pasquale. So
going to heal 2
from Yaddle.
Then Bright Hope's going to deal 3, put him to 31. I don't know if Mike just didn't count properly, or he just doesn't care.
So he gets to exhaust Obi-Wan, so that prevents.
He has 6 damage still.
So he has exact lethal if Pasquale doesn't have any other way to interact.
I don't.
And that's game.
So good math.
At exhausting Obi-Wan prevented Pasquale from healing out of that.
Yeah, because the Obi would have healed for 2 because of the Yaddle.
That's right.
And Mike would have been too short. So game 1 goes to Bobby Sapphire. We saw the change of hearts, like I said, would be the deciding factor. That is the main part in this matchup that Ray has the hardest time dealing with, again, because you only have so many threats, and change of heart just, it just changes the whole game. So we've gone into game 2. I don't know exactly, let's see, what is in Pasquale's sideboard, but I can tell you what Mike's going to sideboard in, probably. If you just give me 2 seconds.
You pulling up the notes there?
Well, I was going to say I probably have his deck list from our team Discord. Little inside info here. Let's see. Here we go. Bobby Sapphire. All right. Nope, got it. So Mike has, it looks like Confiscate, Electromagnetic Pulse, No Good to Me Dead, Eager Escort Fighter, Palp's Return, and Relentless in his sideboard. So he's probably going to sideboard in Relentless just to have more big things, and I would estimate probably Palp's Return too, because there's a lot of cards in this deck that don't do anything. These games go so long, you just want as many in-game threats as possible.
I think, bring out I think it's, honestly, it'll be a similar process for Pasquale. I think insofar as he has more in-game threats, or if he's playing some of those at only 2x main deck or whatever, it's time to bring out more cards for that end-game brawl.
Yeah. See what we can do. So what do you know about Pasquale here, Tower? He's a teammate.
Yeah, Pasquale is he's a strong player. He's from the New York area. Interesting fact about Pasquale is he spent an extended amount of time working on cruise ships as I believe as a singer, and so so he had he actually had a show recently in New York that he was doing, and he was also, I believe, a very experienced Yu-Gi-Oh player at one time. But now Star Wars Unlimited is his game, and I believe he had actually won a PQ with Ray Data Vault earlier.
He did, yeah. He won one relatively early in set 4 or whatever it was. And then on the other side here, Bobby Sapphire, Mike Jim, he's pretty well known in the Star Wars world, head of KTOD, figurehead. And fun fact about Mike here is that he is a whole 2 years older than me. I feel like I have to call that out every time.
I think I, for one, would not have predicted that, seeing the two of you together. I'll say that. So the Bobby Sapphire, also a PQ winner.
Mike did finally win a PQ, yes, about 3 weeks ago, I think. He's been on quite the run lately. He top 8'd or top 4'd one, and then won one right after that. And here he is now at 4-0.
Maybe making
us our hand of
free flight and hotel.
6,008 drops, so it looks like he's going to mulligan that one.
That's what you want to see as your draws once you're on 10 or 15 resources or whatever. Not what you want to see in your opening hand usually. It's kind of an awkward situation.
Yeah, that's a hand you want to see like turn 5 when it's like all right, cool. I have all my end game. Let's go. But on turn 1, I don't think that's what we want. So both players mulliganing. I don't know what Pasquale has in the sideboard for this matchup. When I played Ray, it was more like, okay, I want like timely reinforcements, things like that. But he's playing a main deck, so I'm not sure what his sideboard looks like.
Yeah, I don't know what his current revision of this deck looks like. At least when I've played around with Ray decks, sometimes I do have some of those end game cards as sideboard for the grindier games. But like you said, Tada, he's playing the at least some of it main deck. So I don't know if he has more copies on the sideboard that he's going to bring in, or if there are some other options or what. But let's see how this one goes.
Yeah. So I saw was that Spark of Hope, Akbar. I think it's a Spark of Hope. It's a foil. Looks like he has a Akbar, Blue Leader. I don't know if he has a turn 1 play in there. Oh yeah, he has Mon Mothma. Okay.
I think there's a Mon Mothma, yeah.
Yeah.
All right, here we go. There is that Mon Mothma for the opening play for Pasquale, and he's going to get to search up for a Rebel unit on the top of the deck.
Not ideal. Like Mon Mothma is a just amazing card in this deck, but it's not usually what you want to start with.
No, I think there's other cards you would rather lead with, but it's certainly not, no value. And there's an ISB agent from Bobby Sapphire revealing a copy of Palpatine's Return to deal 1 damage to Mon Mothma.
Yeah, I assumed that he would bring those in just because, like I said, these games go late, so you just want things to do late game with all of your resources.
Yeah, each copy of Palpatine's Return is like having another copy of one of your best cards.
Yep.
Looks like that ISB agent also sacrificed there for 1 damage and a card draw.
Yeah. Which is definitely what you want to do there. Just draw as many cards as you can. Ping stuff. Pasquale, I don't know what he has. I know he had like a handful of blue leaders, which isn't what you want. So he might be forced just to play one to have something. Nope, he's opting for the experience.
Yeah, there's a buff on Mon Mothma Super Laser Tech for Bobby Sapphire. Let's see if Pasquale has a 2-drop or something. 1-drop at least, R2D2.
Yeah, R2. So this is not what Pasquale wants here. Like, it's not any great. Restore. He doesn't have anything to really control the board with. Of course, there is no board, but like if there were, it's just his board is really weak right now. And
yeah,
Super Laser Tech can even take out Mon Mothma right away.
Right, and if Pasquale does have that Spark of Hope, then we're going to see both players ramping like we did in the previous game. Let's see if he has it here.
Yeah, ideally you want that or resupply. If he doesn't have Spark, you usually want to go for a 5-resource resupply.
Get up to 6 for that early Ray flip.
Yeah. Yep. So there's the resupply.
There's Zine.
Yeah. So if I were Mike here, I'd probably just take this resupply.
What are those other 2 events or upgrades?
It looks like Fell the Dragon, Rivals Fall, Akbar, and Blue Leader.
Yeah, I think resupply is the call.
Yeah. Like it's like fine, your opponent gets to blue Leader next turn. Who cares? It's not really.
Yeah, it's like annoying, but it's not that bad.
Yeah. No, you keep him off this flip turn for an extra turn. So
An early Ray flip is, I think, a lot more of a threat than a blue leader here.
Yeah, and it's not even so much the early Ray flip. It's more just like being equal on resources to play all the big threats. Like Mike is up on resources, so he's going to be playing Vaders and Walkers, before Pasquale can really do anything to really react to that.
Yeah, Pasquale ends up just playing Akbar to ping Bazine for 2, which, I'll be real with you, is not the most exciting play in the world.
No, because Mike's probably just going to throw this, Bazine at something. But it looks like we have a Vader here. Definitely not.
Yeah, Vader from... Ooh, Vader into Elite P38.
Yeah, pretty good.
Bobby Sapphire building a board advantage here before we even see the flip.
Yeah, Vader's great here because, Pasquale has to either fell it or throw blue leader into it. Both options seem pretty poor here.
Now, did Bobby Sapphire ramp twice this game?
Just once.
Okay, so Pasquale should be on 6 resources. Is that right? Because it looks to me like he's on
Mike
5, and I'm not sure what happened here, but I don't know if he missed a resource. It would seem very odd, but somehow it does look like Bobby Sapphire is on 7 resources to Pasquale's 5.
Yeah,
I wonder
maybe
if we missed a resupply or something.
It's possible the camera stuttered and I missed something. I'm not 100% sure, but here we are. Mike on 8 resources, takes Akbar right away. Pasquale, I guess, is still on 6 here.
Yeah, so we could see a Ray flip.
Kind of
Rivals fall killing Palp. That's some pretty good value.
Yeah, Mike knew that was there, but
Bobby Sapphire still has all his resources, so I don't know. It's not looking good. And Chad is saying that, he did play a resupply on the previous turn. Okay, so that's good.
Okay. Thanks for
Ray flips. Let's see what Bobby has to answer.
Another Vader. Man, this is brutal. Vader's one card that Ray just hates seeing. This game has not been developing very well for Pasquale. I feel like in the game that we saw earlier, he was able to establish a lot more value early on, whereas this game, he has not matched pace with the ramp. Oh man, that is brutal. Vader finds an ISB agent, just kills Ray outright, and once again, Pasquale is looking at an extremely undesirable board state, but this time Bobby has significantly more resources, still has the Palpatine's return in hand. I don't know. If Pasquale can win this, it'll be a huge comeback. It's worth noting that the P38 could have taken out Ray anyway because it does 2 damage, but just being able to kill it right away is just that's just brutal.
Not at all a desirable spot for Pasquale to be in here. He is finally up to 7 resources, but he knows there's that Palpatine's return and another with a Vader in the discard pile, so he's going to potentially get hit by a third Vader. Right. Doesn't have any board wipes.
Even if you have Luke here, it's still not enough.
Yeah, in the previous game, he was able to get those timely reinforcements and stage a bit of a comeback off the back of that, even though it ultimately wasn't enough. This game, it looks like Kelleran Beck is going to hit the field. That is going to allow him to potentially bring out another unit at the same time, but I'm still thinking Bobby's board is too strong for this.
Yeah, right. Even if he gets an Obi-Wan here, it's not going to matter because the Obi-Wan's just going to get eaten by the Vader, and then this Kelleran's not going to matter that much.
Yeah, it's certainly some good value. It's probably a lot better than some other plays that Pasquale has, but it is not going to put him into a winning position off the back of that. Maybe if he can keep making the big value plays and Bobby's draws stumble a bit, that'll be an opportunity for him, but I'm not sure that's going to happen.
Yeah, Mike's just kind of gone through the motions here. He's not even looking at his hand. It's just off to the side.
So he sacrifices the Vader to deal 1 damage, and now he's going to be able to use that Palpatine's return to bring Vader back. Yep, there we have it. And then he can defeat Kelleran. He could choose not to ambush with Vader here to just build up his board, or he could ambush Kelleran and then also hit Kelleran with one of the 1 power units there.
Right, and this is really telling. So like if Mike just ambushes here to kill his own Vader, you know that his hand is stacked, right? Like he just has everything, because this isn't really a very good trade for Mike.
Yeah, I mean, you would be in a situation. Ooh, that's pretty good though with the Elite P38. Yeah, so then he can trade it without having to lose another unit.
Right. Yeah, that's pretty good.
And those two, I think Pasquale preemptively added 2 damage to his base from the 2 one power units there. And now Bazine Natal, seeing the hand there. Let's see.
Know. Is that timely reinforcements on the far left? I can't tell what that event is.
It might be that or U-Wing or something.
Yeah. So I don't think you care about any of those. Like, I guess it's possible. Maybe we care about timely, but like, nah. Yeah,
timely is probably the best of it, but I think there are other cards that might be better, like U-Wing or whatever. So
yeah,
he doesn't care.
When Ray's this far behind, like timely's not going to save you. Like that's a card you play late game when you have like a home 1 out.
Well, we'll see what happens here. I think it might be timely. No, it's U-Wing.
U-Wing here. See what he gets. I don't know what he can get to really save him.
In chat, add 1 suggests Nebula Ignition. I think I don't think Nebula Ignition is in Pasquale's deck, but how hype would it be if he played that here? That would be so wild.
That would be pretty wild.
Yeah. Let's see what he's got.
Like, you definitely want like 3 units here, like Village Protectors, R2 Akbar. Like,
yeah, I think that's like the dream. Like 2, yeah. So Village Protectors, yeah, and if he can get Village Protectors, Gunji, Mon Mothma, not as good as bringing out Akbar, but still
I think decent. Akbar really needed to be one of them there. But like this Mon Mothma is pretty good too.
Maybe Mon Mothma can find him Luke or something.
Well, home 1's what you want. Yeah, that's definitely what you want.
Yeah, that's some real value, but yeah, I don't know that it's enough.
Yeah, well, that gives us a fighting chance.
ISB knocks the shield off of the Village Protectors. I think we're likely going to see Ray's ability used to buff the Village Protectors here. Yep, that's right.
Yeah. So this ISB should have 2 damage on it, but
that is true.
Probably getting sacked anyway.
Those Elite P38s are adding things up there. 6 damage from the Space Arena. Devastator killing the Sentinel, and now we're going to see probably 2 more damage to base.
Yeah, healing 1. So, I don't think it matters that much, but Mike should have 2 damage on this ISB agent.
Yeah, that's correct. However, I think that's maybe the least of Pasquale's concerns at this time in the game.
Exactly, yeah. I mean, we got 16 damage in space. I mean, that's lethal.
He's got to answer Devastator here, and he does have a fill. Okay,
that's step 1.
Even with that, he's still very behind on board.
Problem is that we can't play our home 1. Like we have to place kill the big things and also play home 1, and it's just we can't get there.
Yeah, it looks like he's got 5 resources now.
Looks like 5. Yeah. So he had 9 total going into this turn. And here's where taking that, all of Pasquale's ramp really paid off, right? I mean, taking that resupply on turn 2 was the main difference in this game.
Now we're seeing those timely reinforcements.
Timely's making 5? Yeah.
Yeah, 11 resources. So Pasquale bringing out 5 X-Wings, and they all have Sentinel, but he doesn't have any resources left, and his ground arena is open. Now, this is actually a situation where that missed damage does matter, because he should be able to kill that ISB agent here.
Right, yeah. Exactly.
I don't know that it's going to be the deciding factor, but that is quite relevant.
Is that a
Clunky for Bazine?
Yeah. So he's going to play Bazine and take this home 1 now, I think.
Seems like a good tactic to me.
Yeah. Probably throw something at one of these X-Wings, send a P-38 win, so he kills 2 X-Wings here. What is he doing? Oh, Palp's return Devastator. All right, I guess that's fine too. Why not?
I think more than fine, you might say.
Yeah.
All right, let's see what.
Yeah,
does Pasquale have another fell or a something to block that in space? If not, this game is over in one attack.
Like Palp's return on the Devastator is one of those, still have all these kind of plays, but let's see. So
let's see what he's got.
Yeah. If this match does end here, we are told that there's going to be a backup match, at least for Game 3. Yeah, let's see what we got here. I don't know.
Did Pasquale lose an X-Wing there? It looks like there's 4 of them now. Oh, one got picked off by Devastator, maybe?
Yeah, one got picked off by Devastator.
Okay, so now, does Pasquale have an answer for Devastator? If not, this game is basically over. He doesn't have a natural answer, but he is going to U-wing and see if he can find a Space Sentinel or something?
There's no answer here. I mean, U-wing for like Bright Hope plus something is your best bet, but that's still.
I don't think. Yeah, I think this is going to be.
I mean, you could get
There's going to be curtains for Pasquale, but let's see what he can do. There is a Bright Hope there, so that's going to at least give him some defenses.
Yeah, like Bright Hope plus Village Protectors is maybe not lethal.
Devastator does have Overwhelm, though, so even if it just crashes into Bright Hope, that's still 4 damage getting through to base.
4, 7, 10. I mean, there's 10 damage in space here. Like, there's nothing that you can do, right? I mean, even with Bright Hope, that's still taken.
I mean, if Devastator does crash into Bright Hope, one of the X-Wings can take out one of the P-38s. So then it's only 3 damage left in... Oh, no, but Devastator's itself is Sentinel, so that doesn't work. He'd have to also have...
Right. And we have all this ground damage, too. Like, we have...
Yeah, I don't think it's going to happen for Pasquale this game, unfortunately. Admiral Akbar. Okay, so that allows him to ping off one of the elite P-38s.
One of these, but then that's going to deal damage to... I guess Gunji.
Yeah, it doesn't really matter. Then he's going to do Bright Hope and bounce Admiral Akbar, so he gets to draw a card. That's a nice play.
Still just have 3 resources here, though.
Right. So he could, even if he replays Akbar, he could replay Akbar to kill the elite P-38, I guess.
I don't think attacking with Devastator was even the right first attack. Like, he should have just attacked with this Akbar on the ground first, just for 1 damage, because now this Gunji can just kill it for free.
I mean, I think he has to play Akbar to kill the other elite P-38, maybe?
Yeah.
So he does do that. Yeah, I think Bobby can just take the... Well, no, because if Bobby claims the 4 X-Wings can crash into Devastator and kill it...
Yeah.
That's a funny scenario. Okay, so now Akbar swings base.
Yeah, so we go to 28 here.
That ISB agent not having the damage on it is weirdly relevant this game.
Exhausting 1 million resources.
Reinforcement Walker doesn't win the game, but it sure makes the board better.
This wins the game. Game is now over because he has 2 lethal threats. Sure, we can kill Devastator, but then this Walker just gets in, right? Mike can just claim an 8 point.
I think Pasquale claimed here, and I don't see a way out for him really, you were saying.
Yeah, just none of these cards matter.
Yeah, it's 2 home ones, but they're not enough to save him anymore.
Matter. Yeah.
That's that is the thing about timely reinforcements. The Sentinel on those X-Wings only lasts for a turn. So without another Sentinel in the space arena, that Devastator can just swing for lethal. And I think I don't see a way out. I think that maybe he can deal with 1 threat, but if he kills Devastator, Reinforcement Walker kills him. And if he kills Reinforcement Walker, Devastator kills him.
Yeah. Having played many games of Ray, I can tell you for sure that there's nothing outside of out of aspect, Super Laser Blast.
Oh, dude, Nebula Ignition right now.
Yeah. Those are the only 2 cards in the entire game of Star Wars, that are even useful at all right now. Sadly. I mean, as a Ray enjoyer. Yeah.
There's the handshake. Bobby Sapphire with the 2-0.
So we are going to go to a quick be right back but I do believe that we are going to have a backup match here.
That was a tough one for Pasquale. There was a lot of difficulty there with that second game. I think early on he was just not really able to make plays that were garnering that much value. And in the first game, we saw him kind of take the lead, and then Palpatine's flip sort of turned it around, and then he was fighting back, but not quite able to get there. And in the second game, he was already behind at the time that Palpatine flipped and made things even worse.
Yeah, that was just really rough at the end there. Like, like I said earlier, that whole game was kind of predicated on Pasquale not being able to ramp, and of course Bobby Sapphire ramping twice. Like, that was just
double ramp versus zero ramp is tough when both decks are going for these big late game units. And it sounds like the alternate match actually also ended up being a 2-0 and has concluded. So I believe we are not going to have a second match here.
Yeah, I don't know who the alternate was. I mean, I'm just kind of looking through the results, and I see that most of the top tables here, in fact, pretty much all of the top tables are done.
Now here is Bobby Sapphire, our winner of the previous match. The co-founder and leader of KTOD, top 16 at the Denver Sector Qualifier, won the Connecticut PQ this set, and has 8 PQ top 8s in addition to that.
Yeah, and he finally got a win. This might be slightly outdated because he did get a win. He has 1,000 PQ top 8s, so, well done to him. 115 points season 1, but still didn't get the bye, unfortunately, because he didn't have, the win. Season 0 though, season 0 he had 180, but he didn't have the bye. Season 1 he won a PQ, so we're already there. He's actually,
it is worth noting, if season 0 had been played according to the season 1 rules, he would have had ample points for a bye.
Yep.
But in season 0, you had to actually get that win, either yourself or have it passed down from the winner or top cut of some of the really big events. And there is the point breakdown for how this system now works. So top 8 at a PQ is 15 points. And, if you had 8 top 8s, that would be more than enough points to get you that 100 that gets you into the Galactic Championship. Now, once you have 100 points, that doesn't mean it's time to stop necessarily, because I believe FFG has announced free flight and hotel to Galactics for the top 32 by strict leaderboard. So, keep working on those points if you're interested, and you might get a free trip to Vegas.
Yep, and the champion here is going to get 250 points for this event. That's worth noting. Quite a few.
Yeah, this is a sector event, so the champion will get 250, the finalist 200, top 4 is 150, and even just the top 8 all get 100 points and make it for sure. Plus, all the way down to top 64, there is some amount of points that you're going to be getting. So if you make the top 16, that's 50 points. Top 32, 25. Top 64, that's 15.
Yeah, quite a bit of points being thrown around here.
Absolutely.
Let's take a look at the prizes here for this event. I think we have them here. Yeah, so we got the prize wall, which I feel like they did a really good job with the prizes. So season 0, they kind of struggled a little bit on the prizing for sectors and the regionals in particular. And here they've kind of upped their game since World.
Absolutely.
And now we have these really sick looking promos.
And it's also worth noting the Galactic Championship itself also actually had really sweet prizing. The actual winners prizing was not incredibly spectacular, but they had really cool prize cards that actually made it a substantial way down the standings. So, I did not even make day 3. I did pretty well on day 2, but I was ultimately 5-3 and needed to be 6-2 to make it. But I still got a bunch of prize packs, cool promotional stuff, and it was really hype. So I think that FFG has kind of heard the fan complaints about pricing in Season 0 and has upped their game for Season 1.
Yeah, no, I was in the same boat. Just missed. Well, I mean, I didn't just miss day 3, but I missed day 3, and I was still pretty happy with the prices, that I walked home with. So this is really great that they're really doing better prizes. The, like even the placement promos are great now. I think for sectors, it's Yaddle for participation, and I forget what it is for placements, but I know regionals is Luke.
I like they've highlighted sectors. I like they've highlighted some of these double aspect legendary events, which are very strong cards.
Yeah, and it's also worth noting that, like, since we're getting all these promos of the double aspect cards, I wonder if they'll reprint them in set 7. That might be kind of wild, but
I think they said that they didn't, that they wanted to reprint mostly commons and stuff. Yeah. I don't remember this for sure, but I think there was some interview where they said that reprints were a thing, but were going to be centered on lower rarity. I wouldn't mind if they made an exception for the double aspect legendary events, because quite frankly, I think double aspect is not relevant without those cards.
I would totally agree with you there. I think that double aspect is really struggling without the set 1. Double aspect.
Maybe they're going to print set 7 double aspect cards that are just as good, but they're different cards. However, I personally think it would be cool for these to remain in the game. That's just my opinion.
Yeah. No.
Also,
I'm with you.
Do you think FFG either knows something we don't, or had a prediction that didn't pan out with respect to Vernestra Rowe? Because we've seen her on a bunch of promo stuff, and I'm not sure there's any deck that actually plays her in competitive play.
Han, so Han Blue plays her, and
Han 1 Blue, yes, okay,
and she's also played in some like fringe decks, like God, I forget the name of the leader now. Cal Kestis. I had a Sabine Yellow Force deck that used her, but she was like the only good payoff for Force, so I ultimately thought it wasn't that worth it. She's quite good. Like I think she's quite good. I think that right now there's just not a real home for her outside of like these weird like Han 1 blue decks or Cal Kestis. I think after rotation, her stock, really goes up. She's a very, very good card. She's basically Cassian for 3, right? Cassian's a 5 resource, 3/5. She does the same thing for 3. So
she is a very hype card, but just hasn't quite found a really super consistent home.
Yeah, and great art. Like the playmat.
Yeah, the art on that card is sick.
Incredible. Yeah. So.
All right. That is going to about do it for that round. I'm Tower number 9. I was joined here by Tata from KTOD, who got to see his teammate beat my teammate, alas. And we are going to be bringing you the next round shortly, where I believe the casters will be Jeff Creasy and RT Chomp. So...
Oh, yeah. And guys, please, thank you for watching the podcast Underwhelming Barrage. We are live every 2 weeks. You can find us on YouTube at Underwhelming Barrage. So please check that out for more Star Wars podcast content.
And next weekend, tune into the McClunky Gaming channel to check out our coverage of the upcoming limited sector qualifier, which should be very hype.
Be it for now, guys.
Where is Padme? Is she safe? Is she all right? Hey, we don't serve their kind here.
I am a Jedi, like my father before me.